You got me tied up in knots, strung up like a dog, and I'm all out of luck. Bad business, yeah, you're all the same. Say yes to the money, then you pass the blame. Hey. Tied up in knots, strung up like a dog, and I'm all out of luck. Bad business, yeah, you're all the same. Say yes to the money, and you pass the blame, yeah. Take it from me, it's a bad scene. Stare at your screen, leave the work to me, yeah. You'll cry, pay me more than the jobs have done. Lock my doors to your kind, yeah. Got a lot on my mind. Want nothing to do with that, no. Got nothing to do with that. Bad business. They got me tied up in knots, strung up like a dog, and I'm all out of love. Bad business, yeah, you're all the same. Pass you the money, then you pass the blame. Hey. It's bad business. You got me tied up in knots, strung up like a dog, and I'm all out of love. Bad business, yeah, you're all the same. Say yes to the money, then you pass the blame. Bad business, you got me tied up in knots, strung up like a dog, and you're all out of luck. Bad business, bad business, bad business, yeah. You got me tied up in knots, strung up like a dog, and I'm all out of luck. Bad business, yeah, you're all the same. Say yes to the money, and you pass the blame, yeah. somewhere between heaven and the tall pine trees. Hard land, I'm missing you. Guitar playing through the night, it felt pretty good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. Good as one for the price of two. It's been a long time gone since the truth's been told, and I've seen my head cut slow. Come on, save my soul with a bar guitar and a honky-tonk crowd. Oh, buy me a ticket, Lord, put me on a train. Don't matter how I go, I even walk through the rain. Southland, I'm missing you. But where the sky's high and the moon is low, I found some country tunes playing on the radio, and I know that I'm there. Oh Lord, I know I'm there. It's been a long time gone since the truth's been told, and I've seen my head cut slow. Come on, save my soul with a bar guitar and a honky-tonk crowd. Been a long time gone since the truth's been told, and I've seen my head cut slow. Come on, save my soul with a bar guitar and a honky-tonk crowd. With a bar guitar and a honky-tonk crowd. I make it look easy. I make it look easy. I make it look good. I make it look easy. Don't think you're ready for this. I don't play no games. I'm turning up the heat. Better move out my way. And the nurse gonna shut 'em on every time I walk in the room. I got the swagger. Oh yeah, just doing what I do. Ain't seen nothing. I'm a coming. Ain't no stopping this. I make it look easy. I make it look good. No doubt about it. It's understood. I make it look easy. I make it look good.
All right. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Thomas College's International Thomas Cup for Valorant. I'm your host tonight. My name is Sami Nami, and our first match here is going to be PDS Esports versus Gunzard Valorant. PDS1 is going to be defending first, while Gunzard is going to be on the attack. This first round is going to be a best of one here on Bind. Now, let's take a look here at some of the selections for agents. As can be seen here, we are going to be seeing some lock-in on Cypher as well as Omen. And for a map like Bind, having smokes is very, very important for being able to play rotations as well as pushing towards sites. So being sure to lock those in early on is going to help. Now, it's been a while since been back over to Valorant, so seen some new agents since I believe Gecko was released, which include Deadlock, ISO, and Clove, and seen a little bit of a hint from Patty over here on the Clove, but they might lock in on ISO. Well, that's not going to be the case, as you're going to be seeing them play with Remnant. Now, you're also going to have Reyna, Brimstone, and Raze. A bit of mirror selections here from either side, and the name is Fade. Always got to make note of some of these agents. Nonetheless, here we are excited to have these teams here play tonight. I'm really looking forward to see what they can bring to the table here. Will they make it all the way in the series? We'll have to find out, as we'll be jumping around from several different matches throughout the day. Without further ado, let's get right on into it. As we're going to be headed into Bind here, the question comes down to what are the strategies that are going to be executed here on the map. Are we going to be seeing a lot more rush pushes, or are they going to try to play it slow and steady? Early rounds, you're going to be seeing teams try to read each other out to see how things go before they try to fully commit to a play style, typically. Nonetheless, we'll try to see what the plans they have in store. Now, it is taking a bit to load here, as we are coming all the way from the US over towards Singapore servers. So things may be a bit delayed to a degree. Nonetheless, really looking into how these agents here, where you have the difference makers such as Fade and Reyna versus the Omen and KO, because these are the two that don't match up within their matchups here. So you got to see, are they trying to play with blinds and rush here, or in response towards these defenders here, are they trying to go for nullification of abilities as they make their push? Well, without further ado, we are into the map. Welcome, everybody. First round's going to be a pretty simple one. We're going into pistols round. Not too much action to be seen here at the start, as per usual. Nonetheless, here, take a look at how these teams are going to set themselves up. Take a look at these defenders here. You're going to have a split between PDS, where you're keeping Cypher and Brimstone towards B site. This is going to be great for scouting capabilities as well as holding down sidelines with smokes. Over on the side of A site, you have yourself your duelists as well as your controllers here. And we're having a call for a pause, but apologies everyone, this is a first for me. Not sure how to pause. This is a bit embarrassing, I'm not gonna lie. Ow. So, one moment, as we're having a bit of technical difficulties here. We'll be right back. Well, apologies for the bit of technical difficulty. It seems that we are playing this out a bit. I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. Nonetheless, we're going to try to just work through this here. It seems the players are all right, so nothing more to that. Taking a look here onto the side. We're going to be seeing the play up here. But for the moment, I believe we're going to need to do a restart here, so we'll be right back. Apologies for the unprofessionalism. Alrighty, looks like everything got resolved. Again, sorry for the technical difficulties. There was a bit of miscommunication from the teams as well as their equipment. So we're going to be going right back into bind here. Same agent selection. Nothing will be changing about that. So hopefully this time around there will be no more issues. And as just a reminder for those of you that are tuning in now, this match here is going to be PDS Esports versus Gunzard Valorant. PDS is going to be on the defense first, while Gunzard is on the attack. Excuse me if I seem a bit flustered, as that was a bit on the out of nowhere for the pause that was called out for. So this time around we've hopefully worked everything out so that it shouldn't be a problem going forward. Nonetheless, now that we've got ourselves locked on in, we're going to be loading into the map very soon. I would say someone to keep your eye on here is definitely going to be Stay and Patty on the side of the attackers here from Gunzard. They're going to be the ones that will help lead the charge here for their team. So it's important that they play it smart and safe when they go push into sites. As we're loading on in here, we're going to be seeing them start to get themselves together. Once again, we're going to be starting here on round 1 in a best of 1 series. We're going to be seeing the split over to the side here as the teams set themselves on up to start. Best thing to try to look for is to see how they're going to be handling this engagement going into the first round. Nonetheless, let's see how they handle themselves going in here to start. Going to be leading the charge here is Vesa, supported by the rest of their group here to make their push. Patty starts to take the lead, but keep an eye out here from Long, as you're going to be seeing the nade hit beautifully and find a triple kill out of the gate there. Coming around the side is going to be Surt. Surt's just waiting for the push here. Does spot, but gets taken out by Stay. Stays in a very difficult position, but is able to find 2. Does get themselves caught out, and they do fall. Last one alive is going to be Vesa. Vesa able to make the trade there for the team. It's now a 2v1, but they do not have control of Spike. This is going to be a very dangerous situation for them, as they're going to have to deal with controllers and smokes coming around the side here. Going to be waiting for the drop, and it's up to Vest to see if he can catch out the Cypher here. Makes the swing onto Noah, but has no idea, as Noah is able to pick him on off.
That's not ready.
First round there going over to PDS. Now doing a little bit of a quick, something real quick here. Sorry, everyone, just having to take care of this first. There we go. Now, apologies for that little tab out there. Had to get the team names in the title. Nonetheless, we are going to be seeing the push here from the side of Gunzard going towards A side. They're trying to play it a bit safe, as they don't want to get picked off too early. Better safe than sorry, as you can say. The Roomba's going on in, but not going to be able to find anyone as the rotation comes around going towards B side here. I would say things weren't looking too hot from them to start, but otherwise, they do have an opportunity here to make the push. I'm going to be seeing those first couple shots coming on out. Not going to hit any targets, but They will start to see some action here going towards B site now. QWERTY trying to get some shots on in there as Cypher tries to assist. Will get marked and taken on down by Vesta there as they start to make the plants. Spikes planted, and now it's up to PDS to try to recover this site. Having lost one to start and taken some damage does put them at quite the disadvantage. But they best be careful. Liste finds a double kill right around the side and is going to start to aggress up towards the tunnel here. Able to get this pick off has huge for their team, but don't discount Lazy, who's giving it their all to try to pick off as many as possible. Having to do a reload, but with 10 health and a dream, they're not making much of it. So this round, going over to Gunzard. It's now tied up 1-1, and let's take a look at our economy here going into this. You are going to be seeing that the defense is going to be forced to save. Both sides have similar in how much they can afford here. However, you're going to see that the attackers here from the side of Gunzard are going to try to force buy this round. This is an important round for them to win in order to start to take advantage of a lead here going forward in the map. PDS knows this, and they're going to try to play this a bit somewhat aggressive here, especially on their saves. They want to try to get close quarters and steal whatever weaponry they can from their opponents. It's going to be real difficult. Just missing the nightmare from hitting there. Fade so close to having that done. But coming around the side, you're going to be seeing Velmoth on a flanking angle, trying to see if they can find anyone on the side, but no one's pushing quite yet. Oh, as I say that, they do spot Neo. Neo's going to be the first to go on down, which gives a bit of an opening there to the side of the attackers, who are now going to be making their rotation to B. Slowly making their push on in. Lucky for them, no one's on site. Velmoth now able to get a second pick, looking for a third. That nade just barely hits, but still coming around the side, getting caught from behind. His story is done. However, the spike is planted, and a full aggressive push is now coming out through the defender's side of the spawn. But little do they know that they're going to be in a world of trouble. Concuss goes on out, and now these defenders here are going to have to try to deal with this push as if they're the attackers. Coming around towards the top there, you're seeing a lot of shots fired, but not a whole lot of everything else. Oh, we get to see the knife going into that. QWERTY able to surprise Lazy through the smoke and get that confirmed kill. Great follow-up round there for the side of the attackers, as they're going to be able to pull up more economy going into the following rounds and afford a loss if it happens. As for the defenders, they're going to now force buy after they did that save round, and it's going to be a rifle match to match each other. We are going to be seeing a lot of uses with the Guardian, which personally I'm a big fan of, because it's one of my favorite weapons in this game. Now looking for the engagement here, Cert trying to see if they can catch anyone out, but the Demon is making their way forward. They're able to suppress 3 of them, but no one from this side of Gunzard is going to be making their push. Well, almost no one. Velmoth is still playing on the flank angle there, just trying to see who they can pick on off. As for the defenders, they're going to have to really rely on Lu in order to hold down the fort. Seeing that first pick off there from Velmoth, able to find 2 before getting caught out by the paint nade by Puth. Now beginning a rotation here, they're immediately pushing towards the site, and it's going to be Stay that falls. Usually the one to get all the picks gets caught by surprise, but the spike is still planted on site here. QWERTY hiding out in their cage, not able to get the pick off, and the defenders are looking very strong. 5 health and a dream, but not a whole lot of bullets to work with. They're going to be taken on down as the defenders are able to bring one back.
My ult's ready. Change of plans.
We have ourselves quite the match here today, as it's even 2-2 as we go into round number 5. Taking a look at this, you're going to be seeing that it's not going to hurt the side of Gunzard that much. However, they will start to feel the strain of their buys if they lose this next round. The defenders, however, PDS1 is feeling some great enthusiasm out of this. Their motivation is high, and they're looking to see if they can try to snowball this into a few more victories. Gonna be looking for the engagement here. Let's take a look at Velmoth, who has just been making the first picks every single time going into these rounds. Puth has to be very, very careful, but they do have the showstopper ready to work with that they can hit them all at once. Does take out the first and finds the second with the follow-up. Despite being vulnerable, they did a great job being able to hold down that site. However, now things are starting to get a bit dicey as we're going to be seeing defenders taken out one by one. They need to be very careful with these pushes here. Taking a look at Patty from the side of the attackers, able to pick off the Cypher immediately and give their spike an opening for plant. However, we will be seeing the Rolling Thunder as there is the flank to take out the spike carrier. However, Patty is there with the shot beautifully placed in the lazy, allowing them to win that round.
If one link breaks, the rest will follow.
We have a very back and forth setup here, and it's going to actually show the defender's going to be playing for a save now. Are going to be seeing the sheriffs to work with, as well as a few marshals. Interesting. Here's how they're going to try to do this. Just keep one rifle player on each site, and then try to play it very close. Or, what's this? We see Cert playing with the Bucky right around the corner, just waiting for anybody to push. Well, they best be careful because, as we know, Fate has sent in their demon every single time in order to scout out the area before the engagement. However, this time around, I think they will catch them by surprise, as Velmoth does not go down. Instead, Vesta is there to cover for them, and they shut down the showstopper that we were seeing try to be placed out.
I know exactly where you are.
You are going to be seeing the Cypher ult activate. As they're able to get that intel, they'll see where everyone is and find the pick through the wall there. They're looking for Luau now, trying to see who they can make with the pick. They get it, and it's up to Cypher to really see what they can do. Best case scenario is that they just get some trades here. Unfortunately, they can't do any more than that, as that's going to wrap up that round. Now going into round 7 here, we are going to be seeing that Gunzard is starting to take the lead here in the series. You're going to have to see some more smarter plays coming out here from the side of PDS1, as although not a bad idea from Cert, it might have been better if they were able to afford a judge going into this, so that way they can fire consecutive shots accurately. Nonetheless, we're now going on in. We're going to be seeing a split to start here with the spike staying back towards the market. They want to try to see if they can scout things on out, but they best be careful. Oh no, giving yourself away for the orb without confirming that no one's around to stop you. That was a tactical mistake there. Now it's up to Lazy to try to hold things down. Sends out the blind, but gets caught out immediately by the Cypher there. It's now going to be a reactionary play here from the side of the fence to rotate to the point as they're being pushed upon. Last one alive here is going to be Puth. Puth has a rough battle ahead of them, and unfortunately for them, they're not going to be able to win it out. Score is now 5-2 in favor of Gunzard. They are looking very dominant in their plays. Let's take a look at the ult economy here from both sides to work with. As you're going to be seeing here, we will have 2 ults ready for the side of the defense here, while for the attackers, they're just going to have the orbital strike. It's going to be all about intel and movement over just pure site clearing now. Let's take a look at this engagement here, starting with Patty. Patty's going to be trying to make the move up here, but they have to be careful for Lazy hunkering around the corner. It seems to be their MO.
Cover going on.
Gets chomped, and now getting caught out in the open, just a hair off from placing down the shots. Unfortunate for them, as we're going to be seeing a lot more action pushing on through here towards A side. We're going to be seeing Low being in a very disastrous situation coming around the side. However, they are able to get the trade despite losing a comrade there. Stay playing on the angle, but not able to be stopped as they make the wraparound. Spots Puth and is able to get the elimination. Score is now 6-2 here, as we're going to be moving on into this. Going to be looking to see here how these teams are going to set themselves up now in this rifle round.
Yes, this should do. That goes there.
Now the walls are up here. We're going to be seeing this engagement here, looking for a mark if they can find anyone, but no one's going to be really pushing themselves out. Smoke down, great placement, but does leave a bit of an opening from the angle, and the first pick off there against Patty in showers. Just missing Puth. We're going to be seeing now a engagement going in through the hookah here. Cert is going to be able to throw that flash and double it on up, seeing if they get aggressive. They do spot Vel and trying to push with all utilities. Hits a beautiful headshot there, but does not realize that right behind them is Vesta and Cypher here. You are going to be seeing the teleport from Omen towards the market and potentially going to be cutting them on off. Spot Stay hits a shot but does not hit it in the right spot, unfortunately. Nail trying to get the pick off but does not get the trade. Instead, it's now set up to a 2v2. They're able to get it, and they're trying to take out Stay, but Stay is just too strong. They are locked in, and they're able to get the clutch. Great round that they needed there. The score is currently 7-2, and this is looking very attack-sided for the map. They're very confident in their gameplay, and they are ready to push forward with everything they have. You are going to be seeing from the defenders here, they're going to try to go for a force spy here with as much as they can, with light shields, mix of heavy shields, and a mixture of rifles and SMGs. Just missing their shot there on the Stay. Good attempt. Let's see if this nade hits. It is able to zone out the attackers here for but a moment. They are going to be seeing that Velmoth pushing on in aggressively, spots their quarry, and they're now going to be committing to the point. Lazy on the high ground there, but not able to get the shot off in time. Velmoth is on a rampage as they get the spike planted here. Coming around from the defense, Noah is going to have to try to shut him down. They get this mark done. A beautiful blind coming on out, but they aren't able to make much of it, unfortunately. They do see everyone thanks to Cypher's ability, but they need to get the picks. They're just missing ever so slightly because they're moving side to side so much. In this game, keeping still is a big part of accuracy. So being able to know how your gun sprays when you shuffle side to side is very, very important, because that first shot can be the difference maker between a win and a loss in a fight. Score is now 8-2 here, and they had enough economy for the defenders to try to get some more force spies with rifles, but they may think twice about it. We are going to be seeing here from the attackers here, Gunzard is making their way up towards hookah yet again, and they're going to try to do a almost full stack commitment. This is not looking too great for the defenders here. At least they get these pickoffs. Does spot Vesta, and they're able to get the knife deployed, which does let them know there are people there. Now making their way on up. Lazy, however, does get taken on out. It's going to be a hard rotation over towards A site now. They just look for one and then go in off of that. Unfortunately, you are going to be seeing that they double on back. You have the showstopper coming on out from Velmont as they're able to not catch out Noeth. Noeth's going to be able to get that before getting traded back themselves, and right now it seems that the site is being fully cleared and Spike has been planted. Oh, they have no idea. Cert has no idea they're about to get caught off from the side here.
Enemy remaining.
That could have been very dangerous, just missing those shots early on, as Puff gets knifed from behind.
Last round before the switch.
Well, we're coming down to the last round of the first half here. Score is 9-2, and for PDS1, I am saying that they're in a very, very difficult position here. They have enough to do full armor, full abilities, and all such. And you're coming up on a couple vaults here. Puth has Showstopper already, and Luau is coming up on a Rolling Thunder. But they really need this round win in order to go into the second half with some momentum. Not a whole lot going on going towards B site there, the start, as it seems that Gunzard is just trying to pace out how everything is working there. I am a bit surprised that we do find Velmont found their way through the spot here, teleport I would say, and we do see our first defender falling. It's up too low with just very little health to try to see if they can hold down the fort. Surprisingly, Neo is able to get the pick off through them, surprising them. And it's going to be coming around to this rotation here. Finds the first pick. Lazy might get picked off themselves, hiding in the smoke, but taking lots of damage as they do it. Coming around the side here, looking at QWERTY. QWERTY's going to be sitting up here, and Hookah has a great angle on Neo. And it does get the elimination, giving them the last round of the first half.
Switching sides.
Great startup for them there, as they're going to be now switching sides. Now going to be seeing here from the side of Gunzard how they hold their defense here. As mentioned before, what I find is the real difference makers is Stay, Patty, as well as Cert and Lazy, and it's showing, because otherwise it's all the other agents are practically a mirror matchup. At least Luau and Vesta. So what is the game plan going into this? I would say, especially in this pistol round, you might just want to just bomb rush, a complete blitzkrieg strategy going into this. Stay is going to have a rude awakening. However, they are able to get the pick off immediately, the first, the second, but not going to be finding the third as they were caught in the reload. Velmont does take out a tripwire. We'll let them know that people are coming from behind. Takes down the Spike carrier and gets caught out trying to throw a paint nade. So Spike will be recovered as it's 3 defenders, 2 attackers, and Cert needs to start booking it. They will get caught out just by a hair if they did not make it around that corner. Now coming up to the side here, we'll be finding Neo. Finds the first pick there on the Vesta. This is leading up to a grand opportunity. However, they don't realize that right behind them is Patty, who is able to make that trade there, and it's a 1v2 for the Cypher. Noah has to be very, very careful here. Finds QWERTY, but is not able to get the pick off, just missing their shots there. It's now going to be a real rough one, as they're not sure which way to look and getting picked off immediately, giving this first defuse over to Gunzard.
Push a button. Save the day. Easy.
Now with the score being 11-2, PDS is... I'm not sure how well they're going to be coming out on top here, because right now they're in quite a difficult position. They can only afford one more mistake, and by mistake that means a round. If they lose this round here, they're going to be playing to fight against match point and looking to play for overtime, which is a very tough situation to put yourself into. Nonetheless, we are going to be seeing an immediate push up here from the defenders. A bit of an unusual strategy. They make the trade there, but at what cost, I ask? It's really all coming down to the sides here, as you do see the pickoff immediately. A great play by their part, but Velmoth is able to make the trade up. Least do they know, Stay is flanking them from behind and gets the double elimination.
Match point.
We're now in match point territory, ladies and gentlemen, and it's going to have to be a full buy from the attackers here. PDS cannot afford to lose this. They're going to have to hold on to their weapons for every single round going forward. And that's not an easy thing to do, especially going into this, as you're really dealing with an aggressive team that you're up against here. And I mean, look at this. Going into this defense attack, they meet each other head on, and it's just a fury of bullets. This is ridiculous, personally, but this is a great opportunity here for the side of PDS to take one back and try to get some economy to get some better weapons. Are going to be feeling the suppression there and caught out from the blast. That's when life is going to be Cordy, who does take down the spike carrier. With the double kill as well, they're able to pick up the Vandal, or the Phantom here. So that's going to be a big rifle for them here. Making the rotation around, you will be seeing the spike taken on back, but the decision now, do we go for B or rotate towards A? I would go for the latter here personally, but these teams, they're going to make their decision soon. They do know that someone's there in hook, and they say, all right, best not to commit to this. Let's get over to a new site and try to make sure that we can hold it down. We know it's a 1v2, and we want to try to play this smart and hold angles against this defender here. Now looking for the push up here. Puth might have an early encounter here with Quirt. Now going to be making the corner turn here. Does spot, but not able to get it at the right angle. Puth has the advantage with that elimination. Now going to be taking a look here. We will be seeing they were able to get that round back, which is a well-needed win for them. But it's going to take a lot more.
This goes here.
As we're going to be taking a look into this. Now waiting for the round to start here. Once again, it is 12-3, and it's really going to be coming down to how this goes. Going to be looking for a slower approach to this attack here as we go into this. Now making around the side here. We'll be seeing the push-up from Puth, and there seems to be a disconnect from one of the players. Hopefully they're able to make it back. Nonetheless, we'll be making their start around the corner now. Going to be looking to see if Cypher can make a mark with the camera, but not going for that intel here right now. They're probably looking to see if they can spot a person first before they commit. That's going to be Nade as they trigger the cage. The Roomba almost hits, and Puth does get the finish kill there. But they're able to get that double. Now it's going to have to be a recapture here from the defenders. Right now, PDS looking very strong into this engagement.
I know exactly.
Let's take a look at Puth here coming around to the flank. We'll find with the Cypher ult there. However, Patty is returning the favor, but it's not enough as there's one lone defender left. They get the trade-off to start, but they are getting marked by Lazy. It's going to come down to this 1v1 here. Will Vesta clutch it on up, or will we play for another round? Now looking to see if they make the push here. Smokes are going to be going on out, but caught out in the open. That's one for the attackers. Now, from my understanding here, this is the first ever collegiate scholarship competition. And as we're going into this timeout here, let me continue as I was saying. This is the first collegiate scholarship competition happening in the country of Thailand. And Thomas College is very thankful for our competitors staying up to date to do their best to become champions of the tournament. champions will be competing for esports scholarships, and Thomas College is still accepting applications for the fall. We have a dozen teams from Taiwan competing today for the top spot, and it's really going to be coming down to their performance here to give them this opportunity. I mean, personally, when I was looking through this, I've never seen anything like this organized. And I've been with several sorts of competitions for different colleges and tournaments. Nothing has been as supportive as what I've come across here today. I mean, you're looking at thousands of dollars into education, which anyone would love to have going in for a degree. And personally, I would have taken it for myself if I hadn't already graduated. Nonetheless, timeout has ended here, and let's take a look at the teams. It is currently 12-4. Right now, PDS is still holding out. They're able to bring back 2 rounds on their offensive push. And now going to be seeing Reyna going in with Empress. Ult's been activated, but no action to be found. Unfortunately for them, I believe Stay is going to lose their ult here for activating it way too early. There's still 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go in the round, which means it's going to run out by the time they get anywhere near for the push. Looking for the engagement now. We'll be seeing the rotation. Velmoth is Stay able to get the following picks, and they're just going with full aggression, giving them a flawless round, winning them the first map. We're going to be hitting a quick break here, folks, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Tell me, do you wanna hear the story unfold? Cause I might turn out to be the villain, you know. Dark Knight King just dripping in gold. Living my life like I got a cheat code. Welcome to my world, next episode. Sequel to the trilogy story I chose. I'm taking down the empire, that's my throne. I won't ever quit, no. I'm back in the fight. Won't stop believing. I'm back in the fight, and I'm never leaving, no. Cause it's history that I'm shaping. There's a legend that I'm making. I'm back in the fight. Yeah, I'm back in the fight. I'm back in the fight. Back in the fight. Yeah, I've been the hunter since I was young. I know what I want, won't ever play dumb. Ready, really living in a simulation. But I'ma take over straight domination. I'm gonna break all these limitations. I'm gonna break all these limitations. This isn't up for negotiations. No negotiations. I'm back in the fight. Won't stop believing. I'm back in the fight, and I'm never leaving, no. Cause it's history that I'm shaping. There's a legend that I'm making. I'm back in the fight. Yeah, I'm back in the fight. I'm back in the fight. Back in the fight. When we feel we're gonna break, when the ground beneath us shakes, there's no fate but what we make. There's no fate but what we make. There's no fate but what we make.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on back here to the inaugural International Thomas Cup. As mentioned before, we have a dozen teams from Taiwan competing today for the top spot and to be titled champions of the first ever International Thomas Cup Valorant tournament. We are going to be having here in round number 2, Revolver versus Pokepong. Revolver is going to be starting on the defense while Pokepong is on the attack here in Icebox. Taking a look here, we are going to be seeing the lock-in on the Killjoy, the Reyna, Jet, Sova, and a chance for Viper here. Some great selections here from the side of Revolver. As we take a look at Pokepong, they're also going to be locking in the Killjoy, but they will change things up by selecting Gecko while keeping the match with Sova and Jet. It's going to be a real interesting one here, as the game changers will be the Reyna and Gecko, as both sides have locked in Viper. Well, without further ado, let's get right on into it. Icebox is one of my favorite maps since playing Valorant, and if not for Haven, it would have been my number 1. I have a little silly strategy that you play on this map here, especially on A site, where you use one of the agents to try to set up a wall and then holding it on out with a fast fire rate type of weapon like the Spectre or Stinger in order to just apply pressure for your team. Without further ado, let's get right on into it. Let's take a look at this map here, shall we? We're going to be seeing the attackers are going to try to set themselves a little bit split, but in most situations, most people will start their push towards A side and then try out B to get a taste of both sides against the defenders. As for defense here, you'll either see a very heavy stack and light towards B, heavy on A, or it's going to be an even split to both sides with one holding up to middle, as we're seeing now. But we're going to be seeing the hard push towards B side here the start. Let's see if Tawari can find anybody, just missing those crucial shots. Y2Kiki is able to get the initiative and help the team start the push onto point. They're going to be able to use a little buddy to get the spike planted there, as the defenders are now going to have to try to play for a wraparound here. Does spot Y2Kiki. Gaz is going to see if they can make the pick off here, but Y2Kiki is not going to give themselves away that early. They are going to be seeing blinds coming on out, and it's an effective push as well, as Gecko makes their play up. Despite dealing with decay, they are not afraid to make their way through. And I'm getting a few fun facts here, ladies and gents, from Thomas College, that this year the Thomas College Varsity Esports program got a generous donation from Bill and Joanne Alphon Family Foundation to expand the program to double the esports facilities and equipment, expanding our roster up to 50 esports athletes. Wow! I mean, that is huge. You can barely get even 10 players for esports teams in some colleges, and some don't even have coaches. They're all student run. Nonetheless, let's go into round number 2 here as the immediate push is over towards B side. The attackers did lose one teammate over on A side from an early pickoff. However, the defenders cannot stop this spike plant here from happening, and now they're going to have to play for another recover situation. If they're not careful, they're going to get flanked and taken out just like last time here. Now going to be slowing, making their push up here. Viper is going to be the one to turn the corner first. Almost finds Y2Kiki, but to no avail. However, we are going to be seeing Spring get taken on out, and it's going to come up here with Muck trying to zone the point. Y2Kiki finds the pick, while Deck Tad Yang is able to hold it on down. No one's able to really get onto this site, as round number 2 is won by Pokepong. Just a reminder, this is a best of 3 series now that we've finished the first round. From here on, it's now going to stay best of 3 throughout the tournament. Nonetheless, really looking into here, right now you're seeing the defenders now, having done their first 2 rounds, are now going to be force buying with rifles, but their economy was not enough to even provide them full armor, which is very dangerous for them going into this engagement. Gotta watch out for Y2Kiki. They do see a good number of them, but just barely able to get out of that crosshair. Gaz makes it out alive. And right now, the attackers here from Pokepong are pushing on up. You're going to be looking at Y2Kiki taking the high ground here, but not able to get the trade off against Gaz. It seems that Gaz is on a roll there despite falling themselves. It's coming down to the last player here, as we're going to be seeing Viper take control of this site, but they need to plant it as they're not able to get the spike quite yet until just now. Walls on up, and the question is, where is the place to plant? Many teams like to plant it right beneath a rope, but in this one, he's just looking for the picks first. Barely able to make it out in time to not get caught by the shots. Gonna get the spike plant here, but I'm not sure they realize that they're right above. They do! They are able to catch him on out, and Spring earns his team a triple kill. Looking at some great plays here right now, and Pokepong is dominating at the moment. They're keeping up their economy, and despite having some trades here and there, they're able to buy for everyone as needed while keeping up full shields. As for the defenders here, Revolver really needs to find an opening. They need some sort of gimme to try to turn the tide into their favor here. Now, with the walls going on up, it's going to be imperative on this first pick. Will Gaz find the shots? The turret allows them to know that there are people coming, but how many? They're not sure. Just missing the shot there, and gets traded on out. Dectad leading their team towards an aggressive start here. The defenders are trying to just rain bullets through the wall, trying to see if they can catch anyone out by surprise, but not going to be the case. Look out, Thrasher's coming in and seeing if they can find someone. They're able to detain the Viper there and find the pick. Last one alive there, gets taken on down. And they're able to recover their buddies as well, allowing them to save on money. So the question is here, you're Team Revolver, right? And you're down 4-0 at the moment. What do you do here? You could probably call for a timeout, or you can let a few more rounds go. You are definitely going to be buying this full buy into this round. But I think your best strategy here is actually going to be trying to hold corners a bit better. Use your utilities to try to zone your opponents rather than trying to meet them head on. Because right now, this team here, Pokepong, is super aggressive. And they love to engage full force as if charging through the opposition. So when you're faced with the indomitable spirit that is Pokepong, you have to try to redirect their energy that they send at you. Unfortunately, Knives Out does not make any marks here, as it's going to be up to Chemical to try to see who they can find. They get one trade, but that's just about all there is for them there, as the score goes up 5-0. Now, there is another note for those of you here, a little bit of an exciting one, I should say, that the Thomas College eSport coaches are watching individual players as well for opportunities to earn scholarships based on individual performance. So even if you're not doing the greatest here today, right, or your team's struggling a little bit, you can still get picked up for your great gameplay, for smart strategies, smart engagement, and methodical scenarios that you're able to win or clutch. And those are real difference makers going into this. Taking a look around the side, Y2 Kiki and Baby Calvin able to find that first pick off on the side here. Let's take a look at the Sova Sparkle, who's now going to be trying to hold down under on site. This is a very dangerous position. They're going to have to really hit the shot, just missing, not able to flick to the right position, and that's going to cost them there. However, thanks to Chemical, they are able to get a trade back as they're trying to lay down the spam. But watch out from above. You see Spring. Spring's going to see who they can catch out. They might find Dorami coming around the side, able to get on that high ground. Y2 Kiki is there with the kill first. Score is now 6-0 going into round number 7. We are going to be seeing a lot of ults coming up, if not already in position to go forward. I mean, take a look here. You're going to see it coming out from Gecko, from Sova, as well as Jet here. Overside on the attackers, Pokepong. All for the defenders, all they have to work with is Empress. Not a whole lot, and you're really going to be a heavy reliance upon Empress to engage in this fight. Speaking of ults, here comes one now. The Thrasher is in and on the hunt, looking to see who they can find, but not able to get anybody, so that's going to have to try to be a recovery there. Coming around the side, however, is Gaz. Gaz finds an immediate first pick through the smoke there. First, second, and taking down the spike carrier. A great play here from the defenders as they're taking the high ground now. Empress has not been activated, let that be known, as they're going to try to see if they can take the rifle here. Things are looking up for the defenders as they're able to find their first round win of the map.
Those fools just wasted their advantage.
I was pleasantly surprised by that engagement. By all means, I could have sworn that the attackers here, Pokepong, should have won that. However, it all comes down to skill in this sort of team-based game where communication and coordination is everything. So the attackers, they lose that one, but they're not hurting from it. Sure, they don't get as much money earned from that round, but they still have enough to work with going forward. Let's take a look at Decktad Yang, as he's going to be trying to play for the high ground here, able to get some information for Sova and the rest of the team. Baby Calvin trying to see if they can spot. They see Sparkle, but not able to make any hits with the marker. Shock Dart goes on out. does not hit its mark, as we're going to be seeing a pickoff through mid by Dora Mion. Trying to make sure I said that correct. I'll say Dora for short from now on. Baby Calvin there, able to find the pickoff against Chemical up through mid. And let's take a look at that pickoff. They're able to find another who is a little too tenacious in their push up there, which does cost them another defender. We are going to be seeing the Viper's Pit has been activated, and it's going to really pose a problem for these defenders to engage. But taking a look at the high ground, you will see Gaz just moments ago able to find that pick off. A beautiful execution. Does spot White Kiki, but too little, too late, as they're going to be trying to make this rotation here. Knives does get recuperated with a beautiful headshot on the Sparkle, as they're able to shut down Dora. Caster volume up, can't hear anything. Oh no, is it can't hear the game or what? Because I'll turn up the game. If it's me you can't hear, please let me know. I appreciate your feedback, folks. Going into this round number 9 here, you are going to be seeing that a good number of ults were used by the attackers here, so the defenders have the ultimate economy advantage. But it's going to have to come down to using them, as you have only 4 rounds left in the first half. Immediate push up here, spotted Sparkle, and now looking to see if Sparkle can lay down perfect lineup here. Coming around the side, watch out for the Reyna. Reyna has a great angle, but does get marked. And with the Hunter's Fury activated here, they're able to clear out the site. However, don't count out Gaz. Gaz has been able to find a triple kill, make that a quadruple. Will we see the ace? Has to get this last one and gets the ace. Spike was planted, but it means nothing, as they were able to clean up shop. All they're waiting for now is to just get this diffuser going and earn themselves another ultimate point going forward.
Ace.
Great play there from the side of Revolver. Haven't been able to get that ace there. They're probably on their high horses, feeling really good about that round, which can allow them to build up some momentum, hopefully to win these last 3. It does seem we have experienced a disconnect here from Tawari, but it's going to have to play out as they do reconnect in time. Rifles are purchased for both rounds, however the defenders are not able to get full shields, which is a bit of a disadvantage here for Tawari. Now going to be going into this engagement here. Watch out from the high ground. Just missing the headshots, but they do get it in the end. That's going to be your Killjoy down and out. So no more zoning for the site there, unfortunately for them. Little Buddy's going to try to see if he can get into a position, but seems that it was a bit of a mistake there. They weren't able to make the proper push-up. On the flank here, you are going to be seeing Baby Calvin finding Dora up through mid, and maybe they can catch out Chemical once they rotate. Just a matter of time. Does get the pick off. Now waiting to see if they catch out Sparkle. Spot Sparkle, but not able to get the trade. Thankfully, Spring is there with the follow-up. Last one alive here is Tawari, and I doubt they know who they're surrounded by, especially coming from the high ground is Spring with the elimination. On the game and the mic. Thank you, ladies and gents, for letting me know. Hopefully I sound loud enough now. I've only adjusted my personal mic volume. But let me do a little bit of this real quick so you all can hear me a lot better. Trying not to be overbearing in sound. Just let me know when I get too loud. Round starts there, and just a quick show. It's full rifles. Both sides yet again. However, take a look at this. Baby Calvin is aggressively pushing on up there, and if they're not careful, Reyna will catch him out early. Another cover, but not going to be able to find anyone as Thrasher goes on in. We'll be seeing the Viper's Pit was activated, but it's probably going to be running out here very soon. As it does, it really didn't amount to much. That would have been better trying to hold it on out. But Baby Calvin does get a pick off through mid. Make that 1, 2. Can they find the third now? Coming around for Dora, but he has to reload. Ran out of bullets. That's an unfortunate circumstance. Finds the first pick, but that's going to be about it as the attackers win that round.
Last round in the half.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. If you have guns, if you have knives, if you have anything worth to buy, you better purchase it now because you're not going to have it going into the second half. Everything resets once this round is over. So it's going to be very imperative here for the defenders to get this round just to try to make sure they have something to work with going forward. Otherwise, they're in a really tough spot. Nonetheless here, let's see how this engagement goes, as it's going to be a push-up immediately. Let's take a look at Tawari, who's making an aggressive play up through mid here with the shipping containers. Trying to see if they can catch anyone out, but not finding anyone quite yet. However, they might catch the Killjoy here, just missing a couple of shots. Needs to breathe deep and try to recover, but it does get some assistance from Chemical here to make the follow-up. It's a 4v4 situation here with an aggressive play up forward. Baby Calvin locked in and ready to go, trying to see who they can take on out. Chalk Dart's going to be over the zone, but might damage themselves in that engagement. They are getting marked everywhere they move, and things are not looking that great. You will be seeing Waitakiki just barely able to make their escape out through the window, which was a very do-or-die moment. Now with the spike planted here, it's going to be a really tough one as they're expecting someone to catch them by surprise from the high ground. Despite the lockdown there, it's unneeded as they're going to be able to get this spike defusal here.
Area's clear.
And with that, the last round of the first half goes to
Last
Revolver.
player standing.
Oh, no, you don't deserve my inventions.
Switching sides.
I will say I was a bit surprised to see that there's fall damage in this game. That's interesting. Okay. Nonetheless, we are now into pistol round yet again here into the second half. The score currently is 9-3 in favor of Poke Pong. And I have to say that maybe Revolver can bring it back, but they're really going to have to show. Chad wants to see them cook, so we'll have to see if they can. With the last few seconds of the round getting ready, we're going to have to really keep an eye on Spring here, who's about to meet the full force of Revolver alone. Here's the drone, and going to try to see if they can keep their space so they don't get picked off. Now looking for the push up here. Has to see if they can catch Baby Calvin. Takes out the sonar. And Spring is actually going to be the first to find a pick there. Great play by them as they're able to hold on out. No spike planted yet. Does get a beautiful headshot, but it's not one that is lethal. It's now going to be just a trade back and forth in a frenzy of bullets awry. And now we're looking at a 2v3 situation, almost 2v2, but you have to be careful with that engagement. No blind to be seen there, and the spike still has yet to be planted. Just waiting for this engagement here. They don't have a lot of HP to work with, so they have to be very careful coming around the side, especially against Deck, who has armor to work with, and they're holding the angles. Slowly going to be making their push-up. Their best case scenario is to try to grab the spike and run to the other site if possible. But they may try to commit. It's all going to come down to the leader's call on whether or not they do this. Gets the spot and the headshot here. Now going to start to make the plant. Gecko is going to have to wrap around, but they cannot stop the plant here to start. Does get the headshot beautifully performed, as Little Buddy is going to try to start the defusal there. They have to either take down Gecko or the Buddy. Someone has to go. It's about to be the fuse, but it does come down to a defusal win over to Poke Pong. I mean, when you think about how do you handle that situation, right? In such situation, I believe Deck played that beautifully. Not only did he use his buddy to start the pressure on the Fusel, but he also used his buddy as a shield to try to be a bullet sponge to take damage for him as he hid behind it to try to lay down some cover fire. So in the end, I would say it was a huge advantage for Deck, and Chemical was just in a very difficult situation where they had to get the headshot first and foremost right away before they took out the defusal. Speaking of which, we will be seeing Deck find the first pick here at the start, but what's this going on? You're going to be seeing trade blow for blow on either side there, as you're now seeing an aggressive push-up. Gaz almost falling themselves, does fall victim in the end, and take a look at the shock dart. Is a great placement, but just pure overwhelming pressure. They cannot hold out the spike, gain the plant down, and the fuse will go to Pokepong. Taking a look into this here, that was a bit more of a rush and light buys going into that, so to see the defenders win off it so aggressively is quite impressive. We'll say that now they will have to deal with the attackers here, who are going to be force buying full with rifles and shields. There are no ultimates available except for Thrasher, which has been deployed at least 3 times in this match now. It's a very impressive number for ultimates. Now seeing the engagement here, Y2 Kiki pushing up immediately, not finding quite the headshot position, however, deals some damage with some shoulder picks. Kara able to find that first before getting traded back by Chemical there. They do take out the spike carrier, only for it to be retrieved by Chemical as they retreat from this engagement. But take a look over here. Spring lurking around. If they're not careful, they might see one another. Baby Calvin falling. Making their push up. Tawari is not aware of the flank. That's going to be the double. A great play there by Spring, hunkering on down and biding their time. It would be best to take out the Sova first, as they're the one behind, but because they were able to lay down the shots, it does not matter. They did their job, and they did it well. Thrasher going on in. They want to just shut him on down, but they cancel Thrasher, anticipating to be ambushed through the window. More concerned about getting that rifle. I would agree with that decision there, as regardless of how you're playing this, a free rifle is a free rifle. Am I right? So for the attackers here, they now have to deal with match point in favor of Pokepong. They can't afford to lose any more rounds going forward. Otherwise, they're going to lose map number 1 in this best of 3 series. So what is the game plan? What is the deciding factor for this engagement? I would say it's going to come down to biding your time. This is a very aggressive defensive team here you're seeing from Pokepong. I mean, look at Kara. Kara is a Killjoy. Killjoys are not meant to push up, yet they still do. Tawari is the first to fall, so that's your rate, as Y2 Kiki is able to get a follow-up pick there. It's now a 3v5, and it's not looking good for the side of Revolver. They're going to have to be careful, especially on this rotation back, because they are not aware that people are behind them, as they're going to be losing another team member. Last one alive here is going to be Dora. Dora does get the first trade, but it's a matter of numbers. Oh, just able to get that hit, but thanks to the blind, it's a team ace round win for map number 1 in favor of Pokepong. We're going to be doing a quick break here just to go over to the next map. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
We are so incredibly excited to announce that Varsity Esports at Thomas College is expanding. Thanks to a generous grant from the Bill and Joan Alphon Foundation, Thomas College is planning to double the size of the esports facilities and equipment, hiring more coaching staff and making more room for esports athletes to join. Varsity Esports began at Thomas College 5 years ago and has grown in popularity here and across the globe. We're so fortunate that the college and the foundation invested in esports so early on. And we're even more grateful that we can continue to provide this opportunity for more student athletes. Last year, Thomas Esports was able to move into a state-of-the-art arena in the newly constructed Sukforth Family Sports Center. Having this opportunity to expand our space even more is exciting. Thomas College Esports currently supports teams in Rocket League, Valorant, and Overwatch. This past month, Thomas College hosted the main high school esports state championships. The Valorant team at Thomas most recently competed and won their first ever NECC championship in the Emergence Northeast Division. We hope to bring many more championships back here to Thomas Esports.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Thomas College International Thomas Cup. We're now going to be heading on over to Ascent in this best of 3 series. So far, Pokepong is leading it 1-0 in the series. Now here on Ascent, we are going to see Revolver's going to be on the defense to start again, while Pokepong will be attacking. We do see an immediate lock-in on Clove, the newest agent to Valorant here, and one that I've not seen before today. For those of you that have also not seen Clove yet, let me give you a little bit of a rundown of how the agent works. But first, let's take a look at how these teams are selecting their lineups. From the attacker's side on Pokepong, I'm seeing what looks to be a very meta strategy for Ascent, where you have the Killjoy, the Sova, the KO, the Omen, and the Jet. Really just bread and butter sort of running your system. As for the side of the defenders, almost the exact same with the exception of Tawari on Clove. And the reason for that is Tawari is practically another version of KO with their ability set. And I'll tell you it now. Clove has the following abilities of Metal, Ruse, Pick Me Up, and Not Dead Yet. Metal allows them to deploy an orb that causes decay similar to Viper's Pit. Ruse allows them to view the map and deploy smokes in a similar fashion to an Omen or a Brimstone. And they can even activate it after they are killed, as long as they've already purchased the ability or have it in stock ready to go. Next is Pick Me Up. The way that works is that they kill a target, they activate the ability, and they gain health and haste. Similar to how Reyna has the orb whenever she gets a kill to either go invisible or heal. And last but not least, Clove's ult, known as Not Dead Yet, which allows them to be resurrected, but it's going to have to be one they earn. They need to earn a kill or an assist to make sure they stay alive within a time frame. If they don't earn either within a certain amount of time, they will fall dead yet again. Well, without further ado, let's make this push going into this. Sorry that you all are looking at a wall, but that's what we're working with here through telling new abilities. Look at this placement of the Shock Dart. Going! Good idea. Not going to find anyone here this start. Taking a look over here at Chemical. Now on the Omen. Is going to try to be playing it back, but I want to make a certain note here that we are seeing. as Clove is trying to get that pick off. Tawari does get taken down by Spring. No one's picked up the spike. The spike is still in spawn here for the attackers, and I'm not sure if that's intentional for this pistol round, but it could be, as they're more focused on trying to see if they can get as many picks as possible and then full rush and then rotate to grab spike if it's going to be playing a lot slow like it is now. And right now you are going to be seeing Gaz double back as they thought, oh, I need to rotate, but it's better that you hold your angle, especially on a team pushing a slow engagement like this one, because now, unfortunately, you give up the sight through the smoke and angles, and you're in a 5v4 situation. Not looking the greatest for you for this engagement to start here. They're going to be trying to lay down some cover fire here as we see Dora try to see if they can take out Baby Calvin, but Baby Calvin has been pretty successful with their shots. Unfortunately, due to the animation frames, they're not able to whip out their gun in time to make the counter shot. Going to be seeing the push around here from the KO, but not today, as they are taken out immediately here. They're going to be seeing the double pickup there by Sparkle as they're going to earn their first pistol round here of map number 2. I mean, for them here, for the side of Revolver, this is very good for them. This gives them a starting setup. This gives them a footing for themselves, but they're going to have to work it a bit more in order to really secure this map, because on this map, it can go both ways. It can be both very attack-sided or defender-sided. And personally, I find I have a better time on the defense here rather than on the attack, especially going into A-side. A-side is a doozy to try to make a push on, because it's so difficult to get through this choke that's constantly held down by defenders like Sparkle here. Just full control, and when you put a smoke there, how is anyone supposed to be able to push through that? This makes it very difficult to try to take control confidently when they make their engagement. Unfortunately, Tawari does get caught out by Baby Calvin immediately there going into this, as we're going to be seeing Baby Calvin now wrapping around the side, stealing the Sheriff here, and see if they can take the high ground. Those shots they're missing does cost them there, as they're going to have to try to play it a bit more safer now. Only 3 attackers left, and we're looking at the defenders. Chemical does get taken out by Spring, who's now going to try to be making their way up and forward here. They have control of A side, as no one is taking control of the heaven here from up top. And with an outlaw in hand, this is going to have to be a big shot on the side. However, the arrow finds the Killjoy, and they are able to get the trade up there through Sparkle. However, that ace will be stolen by Gaz. You know, sometimes I wonder, when you see that your teammate already has earned 4 on the board, do you let him play for the ace and just watch it happen? And if he doesn't earn it, then do it? Or do you just try to secure the kill? Because in either situation, one is you're trying to do it just for entertainment. The other is we don't care about we're just trying to win and move forward. And I think in this case, the defenders are more of the latter, where if you get an ace, great. Otherwise, we all need to rush this guy and make sure that he does not get the space he needs in order to get as many rounds, if not the map, where possible. Now going into this is our 3rd round now, so expect rifles and save-ups from the previous. We are going to be seeing the attackers with a mix of heavy and light armor using Vandals and Phantoms for this engagement. But quite a shot coming out there from Gaz, playing it back, as they don't want to get caught out with the outlaw in hand. So many smokes going out at once, but Sparkles does find Y2 Kiki, as everyone else is now trying to make their trades here. It's a very just fanatic trade back and forth. Baby Calvin able to get the picks they are looking for there and push on through. The spike is planted as can succeed, and they're continuing the onslaught. Last one here is going to be Chemical, and if I was Baby Calvin, I'd just be very confident in my push. They're not even afraid to go around with the knife, as you know they have to push their way towards point. Well, first round of the first half for Poke Pong, but that was only at round 3. Now, we did see an Icebox that similar situations happen, and even in the first game casted here today on the channel, it was very close, and then things started to get away from one side versus the other. So for the defenders here, what's your strategy? I would say try to hold down the site, make sure you get some smokes in the choke, and try to use some abilities to zone away anyone that pushes aggressive. You're probably going to be seeing Jet try to get in as fast and as quickly as possible, but when they do that, they find themselves very vulnerable if they cannot secure their corner. So it's imperative that you play smart. Smoke goes down onto Dora, and they're not going to be able to really push past this here. They're trying to stay as incognito as possible. But take a look at this. We are going to be seeing here Baby Calvin teleporting to the rear of site, finding the pickoff, and making their way on up to try to take as much space as possible away from these defenders. Spike gets planted, and we're looking at a 4v3 situation with a disadvantage to the defenders. However, these defenders have a lot of intel to work with thanks to keeping their Sova alive. And watch out from the side, Tawari just waiting for these smokes to drop there as Baby Calvin is just hiding in there. Just a matter of time before the smoke drops. You're about to see it now. Finds the first, but gets traded back by Clove. He was able to hold a beautiful angle. They take down the turret, but that was merely a smoke and mirror distraction. It's now evened up 2-2. With this going into the 5th round now, you're going to be seeing what is the game plan here. Right now, I believe that the attackers here, Pokepong, are going to be able to get this next round immediately. They have the rifles, they have the shields. As for the defenders, unless you're a true outlaw, you're a true sheriff from the Wild Wild West, you're not going to do too much with that big iron on your hip. So it's really coming down to skill here. That's going to be the difference maker between a win and a loss for the side of Revolver. Now waiting for this engagement here, you are seeing that the attackers, it seems like they're just trying to play out the defender's abilities. They're not actually trying to push in. They're trying to see, alright, where are these guys at? There's a bunch of them on B. Okay, let's try A now. As they make the rotation on over, they will hopefully find little to no opposition to their push. However, smart plays from Sparkle and Chemical here, making sure they keep someone towards the garden as well as Heaven here in order to make sure that no one will take it too easily. And that's going to be the attacker Killjoy lockdown, with Baby Calvin finding not just one but two, and no sonar from that. So this is going to force everyone back from the defender side as Spike will begin to be planted in a beautiful headshot lined up there. I think Sparkle had a moment of just pause in their mind before realizing they were already dead. Ooh, caught by surprise there. Gaz had him in his blind spot, being able to catch him off, and Chemical is running for their life. They do not want to get caught on out. It's a very dangerous position for them to play around here. And for Gaz, who was able to steal a Vandal, I think best case scenario is that they actually try to play for exit picks, but don't give yourself away too much, because if you fall, that's one free gun that you don't get to keep. Looking for the corner pick here. Gets taken out by Deck. I mean, taking a look at this leaderboard here, I mean, Deck Ted Yang, I believe he was a real big asset on the first map here, but not too much action being seen from them here in this map right now. Sure, it's the earlier rounds, but they're being more of a utility player rather than a out-of-the-box fragger, so to speak. And that position truly belongs to Baby Calvin, as he has been on the flank consistently catching people by surprise. Knives out, and now going to be looking to see who they can find here. Gaz might try to push up towards the market, but probably not the case that you want to make, as it's better to try to play it a bit safe here, especially hearing them rotate around towards B site. Probably going to be seeing a stack up here to go in. Unless Baby Calvin's feeling it, it's best that they try to stay stacked together and do a swift turnaround. Now just waiting for the engagement. Just a minute past now as the KO is going to initiate the push. with the overload in effect, this is going to suppress everyone's abilities in the zone and grant a second chance at life if they get taken down. Tawari giving away their position after the first pick, but they are going to be ulting here. They need to just get this pick off. However, they can't really escape and give themselves enough time to stay alive, unfortunately. And in such a condition, you're once again with the defenders here trying to say, what do we do? Well, probably play for exit picks and play it safe, as trying to pick someone off one at a time is going to be more important than getting taken out yourselves. So now, as we head on into the 7th round here, the lead is slowly extending here in favor of Pokepong. And again, I said it before, I'll say it again, Baby Calvin has been just leading that charge for the team, being able to just hunker down and focus in on their targets. The only downside I will say that we're seeing is that they always seem to be caught by surprise from behind each time. They'll get you to the site, but from there on, you're on your own. So the defenders could try to take advantage of that weakness that we're seeing out of Pokepong here, where they don't really check their rear as much as they should. Maybe they try to take a page out of Pokepong's book, where when Pokepong was on the defense, they constantly rotated around to the attacker's rear to catch them by surprise. If they did that, they might find a chance at success here. Caught out immediately there, but Gaz is able to make the trade. Does find two, and is constantly in just a world of hurt. But despite all the opposition, they are able to get a triple, which is a great initiation for the side of the defenders. But now it's a 2v2 here. You're going to see from behind there as Spike gets planted.
Spike planted.
Shock Dart goes on out, hits no one, but they are going to be able to send in the Owl Drone, see who they can spot. They see Baby Calvin, and they mark that he's playing in rear, but they're not able to see Spring. Spring is the one that you're going to have to really look out for, as they're just waiting in the smoke and will catch you by surprise. Now in the blind here, Sparkles has no idea that they're getting picked on off. Spring able to hold out. Score is now 5-2-2, and honestly, you really gotta shut down these two. You gotta get rid of Baby Calvin and Spring, because they are just the leaders for their team. They work off each other and give each other great communicational calls while pinging where their opponents are, even through situations like blinds, in order to try to keep each other alive. They're going to be seeing Gaz is buying a Vandal here. They are going for the rifle. I'm not sure if this is the strategy going into this. What is the game plan here? Is it going to be just a run and gun situation like we saw last time? They get marked by the Owl Drone. That recon bolt is going to give them a bit of knowledge for the side of the attackers, but it seems that Pokepong is playing it very, very smart, where instead of sitting in the choke back behind the smoke, they're trying to stay up close against the wall where it's not likely to get punched through. But take a look at this. Coming through mid here is Deck Tad Yang. Anyone who's able to take control of mid will have a big advantage going forward. Gaz able to get the second pick off there, finds the third they need, fourth, and that's going to give them the round victory they needed. Look at all the weapons they're able to juggle on through. Great play there. I don't exactly understand how the attackers were caught off, but I think it was more about a pressure and rush rather than just headshots. Headshots were a huge part that was winning all of that, but from there, as soon as they got the first and second, that third pick just raised the flag and sent everyone on a frenzy to go full rush into their opponents. So now the attackers are starting to feel a little bit of pressure. It's 5-3 here, and knives are out. The Jet here from the side of Waitakiki might meet Gaz, but not right away. It's a decision of, do we go to A or B right now? Whoever we find a pick on of which side first is the one we're going to commit to. And right now, it seems like A might be the way to go. That is, if they're ready for it. So you have to be prepared for any situation possible here going into it, especially with Gaz having fallen the start thanks to Waitakiki. Now making the push on in. We're going to be seeing them on site, but no spike in hand. Trying to cover KO from the recon bolt. And now the teleport towards the rear of B site here. Does a bit of scouting, but decides not to commit. Spike will get planted, and now it's up to the defenders to try to react and retake. Doors are down and looking for the blind here, as it's going to be going on in. Take a look here from Doramian. He's able to find the swing on the first, but not able to take out the second. It's up to the KO to get the swing, but their sensitivity is just so low they can't swing around in time to track the Omen. Unfortunate for them there. Usually in this sort of game, low sensitivity is a really big asset that you have to learn to work with. However, if the person is moving too fast for your mouse to trace or for your arm to move, that means you gotta up it just a little bit. Not by too much, of course, but enough so that you can move efficiently, because you do not want to get caught out in that sort of situation there. And look at this here. We are going to be seeing the first op of the game in the hand of Gaz. Going to have to see if they can find someone immediately. Let's tune in. Will they catch somebody? Great angle there, just missing, and the punish by Baby Calvin. My word, you don't see that too often. But trade up there from Tawari is going to give them what they need here as they gain some overheal. 2 defenders down versus the 1 attacker here. Chemical is really going to have to take down Y2 Kiki in this engagement as the Jet pushes their way forward. But they may be just waiting to make sure that everyone can get control of a site first before trying to commit. They hear the footsteps, and now's the time for action here as the spike will begin to make its plants. No one knows that Chemical is behind them right now. They're able to take down no one, unfortunately. They just missed the headshots that needed to be hit, which will cost them going into that. It's a 3v2, defenders disadvantage. It's up to Tawari. Can they clutch it on up here? Just being able to spot the KO, but not able to lay down the shots needed. Does not spot Y2's Kiki either, and within the crossfire, they're going to fall victim to the bullets.
My ult is ready. Listen up, you muckers. If I don't get back up, give me a nudge. I might be dead. Just taking a wee kip.
Wow. Excuse me for the pause there, but that was, I did not know that, and I might be wrong, but, no, that makes more sense to me now. Of course, Clove is, I believe, Irish. Because by the name, Irish, and the accent, it should have clicked sooner, but it didn't until now. Unless the round has started, and we're going to be going in with the knives out. Beautiful headshot executed there. Found up with the second. Can they get a third? Just missing barely. Has 2 knives left to work with there. Spots Y2 Kiki, but not able to get the pick off. And they do not have a weapon either, but it matters not. They were a great distraction in the smoke and mirror push, allowing for Gaz to be the carrot while the Killjoy was the stick. So now with the last round of the first half here, the defenders need it in order to make it a truly even 6-6 map here. Ascent always seems to be one of those that it's either very dominant or very close, because it's a map that is constantly scrimmed on by Valorant teams around the world. So now going to be seeing this engagement here. An aggressive one with the flash, finds no one. But they are still going to be making the push up with Overload in effect. We'll be seeing that the KO is taken on down. Needs some assistance for the revive. Can they get them up in time? I'm not too sure about that, as Tawari's able to make that first trade there. And with the Odin in hand, they're just laying down the pressure here. Spots the Killjoy and is able to start this defusal there. That's going to be the last attacker. And this one is a defender's round win. Now that sides have swapped here, it's even on the board, 6-6, going into round number 13. Going to be going into pistols here, and with this swap, I'm curious how this is going to be playing out truly, because when you take a look at the attack, the previous attackers, Poke Pong, who are now defending, you see quite a bit of the wins were by pure eliminations rather than detonations of the spike. So they're more an aggressive rush, push in, and mow them down sort of team rather than wait and try to make sure they use all their abilities before committing within the last few seconds. Now going to be seeing the push up here from Y2 Kiki. It's a standard setup here for a site push by the attackers, which is Revolver. They have to be very careful because look at this angle here. Gaz, if they push up too far to that corner, they will be spotted down with their feet. Knife does deploy, and they do get the intel that everybody's around there. It's now going to be a rush push going on into it. Take a look at their angle here. The suppression wears off, and now they're ready to make their way in. Using the smoke for cover, great strategy coming around, but Y2 Kiki catches them by surprise. However, the surprise can only do you so well as you are going to be outmanned and outgunned in the end. Now taking a look with the spike plant, we'll be seeing Sparkle just waiting down the side. They do spot each other, and the duel goes to Spring here. However, they're going to need a bit more to start. Look at that recon. Great idea for placement. Doesn't give them any intel, but does let them know there's no one underneath. Tawari able to make the trade, but thanks to Chemical, they'll clean up shop. So now 7-6 advantage leading here for Revolver, no less. Seems that the defenders here are going to need to try to go for the third round in the second half before they start to find some value. We saw it earlier in Icebox. They love to do their rotations on the fence, but it just takes a little bit for them to get warmed up after the side swaps. As for the side of Revolver, I want to say that they're warmed up. They're starting to come alive, and they're showing some true metal going into this. And I hope it stays for as long as possible because it's definitely going to count for them going forward. Gaz makes the first push up and able to take down Y2 Kiki, but look at this. Baby Calvin is sneakily just staying behind, but does get corner checked. A great call out there made by the Killjoy to do their due diligence in making sure that there's no one from behind. They've learned from last time in Icebox that they need to check all corners all the time because this is a very, very sneaky team that they're playing up against, and they love to play in your blind spots. But with one defender left, is it worth making the push? Arguably, yes, I would say. As in such a situation, you'll get more revenue by dying versus staying alive. And even better, if you're able to make some exit picks while that happens, all the more power to you. And in this case, it seems that Kara is actually not going to be making the push-up, but is going to wait for people to come to them, especially with the spike detonating here. They need to stay alive. They're setting out the turret, but they can't get it out in time as Dora is able to get the elim. So now with that, you are seeing a bit more of a reversal here. Revolver is taking the lead here by 2 right now. And for their sakes, they best do it going into even further rounds. The defenders now going to be going for full buys here with all rifles and almost all light shields. You will have one with heavy shields available, and that's going to be Kara. So in this situation, what's the strategy going in? I would say that you need to be able to push on through without fear as you make your way towards sight. So look at Gaz here being able to wrap around perfectly. He could catch Spring out. Those spot Spring, but the bullets do not hit their mark. We'll be seeing caught out in the open as Tawari finds the headshot. Had a little bit of difficulty with the spray, but they're able to find it in the end. Watch out, Kara. Going to push your way through the smoke and get the pick. Great play by them there. It's now a 3v3. Has to just watch out for Chemical now, who almost falls victim to the nade. Kara does fall immediately, so now the defenders are at a bit of a disadvantage unless they can get a pick off here, and it's not looking bright for them at the moment as Spark was able to take down Spring. Last one live here is going to be Deck Tad Yang, who's able to get the first, but not the second. So now, going into round 16, there's going to be a timeout called here by the side of Poke Pong, and I mean understandably so. Take a look at this board right now. You're seeing a lot of aggression, and you're seeing pretty much a snowball effect that is continuing since the first half. So you need to try to break up that momentum, try to tamper their adrenaline that they've been building up here from the side of Revolver. And you need to start talking strategy. What is the way to engage? And personally, I think what they need to do more of is take control of mid. What I mean by that is take a look at the map here, right? You have the courtyard, you have bottom, pizza, market. You need to be able to have full control of mid here so that way you can make quick, effective rotations towards either B or A site as needed. You'll constantly see higher level teams and ranks do this strategy because they know how valuable control of the middle of the map is. But without further ado, the timeout does end as we're going to be going into the map here. It's 9-6 as mentioned earlier, and right now the lead in the series is for Poke Pong. If they get this map here, they're going to knock out Revolver down to the losers bracket. So it's really something they start to have to pick up some slack, if you will. Now making an aggressive push up here. Keep an eye on Spring, who's going to be the one to receive the aggression here from above as the first and second fall here from the defenders. It's not a great situation here for the side of Poke Pong, as you're going to be seeing them having to deal with all these smokes and blinds pushing through them. And it was just a bait and switch. As you're seeing, they scared away Deck Tad Yang and then made a mad rush towards B site there. But look at Gaz. Gaz has been able to hold down the fort long enough to make some trades and deal great amount of damage here. For the side of Poke Pong, it's not looking too good. One in the ankle, and last one alive on the steps. It's a 3v1. Jets are known as the duelists. They're known to pretty much work in these disadvantaged situations, but in such a case, my hopes aren't high. This gives it over to Revolver. Score is now 10-6 going into round 17 here. Only 3 rounds left needed for Revolver to bring this map in their control. So for the side of Poke Pong, they need to start working their abilities. You are going to be seeing Tawari opting for the sniper here. The operator in hand. Maybe they could catch out the Sova or the Omen here from the angle. Will Spring or Baby Calvin be found? No siree. Instead, Y2 Kiki will punish the push up there with aggression, but not before getting caught out themselves. No one's going to be taking the op there, but Gaz does get the revenge pick and able to pick up the op. Going to try to hold down the angle here. Omen is in a very bad situation now, as they're going to have to try to make their pass over. But here it comes. Hunter's Fury has been put into effect. They were able to get a beautiful hit and elimination, supported by Dora Mion against Spring. Baby Calvin finds 2, but only to be taken down themselves. And now in this 2v2, make that a 2v1, spike in hand, they have their decision. Do they go to A or to B? And I would say A side's looking pretty free right now. Unfortunately for Deck Tad Yang, they made the wrong prediction trying to go towards B site first, and now they're going to have to deal with a recapture. You take a look at where this is on site. Look at it positioned there on the corner. Both attackers positioned far and away and set up with sight lines here as needed in order to deter the defusal for as long as possible without having to give themselves away. Going to be seeing the first there, scares away the KO. who has been marked, I believe, and not a whole lot of time left to the fuse. They need to get a double limb here immediately, otherwise commit to the fuse. Unfortunately for them, the latter did not work out. So with that said, it's 11-6 and coming up close to a match point here. For the sake of Pokepong, they need to start getting some better picks. They need to position themselves smartly. They had a great startup in that previous round there, but from there they kind of looked a bit lost, trying to rotate back towards safety corners that they could not reach. So if they're going to commit aggressively like that, they just need to be able to fall back just as well. Recon bolt going to be coming on out, and look at all the goodies here. With the Ares in hand, they can just light it on up, but the Sheriff finds two immediately. Spring going to be coming around this corner now, but not going to be able to find any limbs as the lockdown activates. Tawari finds a pick on the baby Calvin, and they're going to try to mix their rotation here through mid now. Knives Out hits no one, and they have no weapon in hand. No pistol, no rifle, no submachine gun to note. They're going to have to try to pick one off of their allies. And, ooh, a Vandal. Gimme. Now, with one left, it is a 2v1. Jet might have a winning opportunity here. They have a Vandal in hand, and they're known for their movement. So if they can try to catch out Tawari here before they get caught themselves... Oh, never mind. They had their knives out and was not ready for the corner peek. We're in a match point territory, ladies and gentlemen. And looking at this, it's going to have to be a end-all be-all. They're going to have to buy it out, because in the second half, the defenders have not been able to secure a single round. Despite the numbers they're putting up on the board, it amounts to nothing if you can't get the win at the end of the day. That being said, going to be taking a look at a full push going towards B site. Will the Killjoy be ready? I'm not too sure, but as long as they stay alive, they have the utility to try to buy as much time as possible. Ooh, I spoke too soon. That's going to be a double pick off there to start, and now they're going to try to make their way over the site to plant. But look at Tawari. Tawari is on a rampage, able to find that double, make that a triple. Can they find anyone else? They see the Omen, but not able to get the gun out in time. But look at this. You're going to be able to get the resurrection as you win the last round of the map needed. It's going to be going to a third map. We'll be right back after the break.
We are so incredibly excited to announce that Varsity Esports at Thomas College is expanding. Thanks to a generous grant from the Bill and Joan Alphon Foundation, Thomas College is planning to double the size of the esports facilities and equipment, hiring more coaching staff and making more room for esports athletes to join. Varsity Esports began at Thomas College 5 years ago and has grown in popularity here and across the globe. We're so fortunate that the college and the foundation invested in esports so early on. And we're even more grateful that we can continue to provide this opportunity for more student athletes. Last year, Thomas Esports was able to move into a state-of-the-art arena in the newly constructed Sukforth Family Sports Center. Having this opportunity to expand our space even more is exciting. Thomas College Esports currently supports teams in Rocket League, Valorant, and Overwatch. This past month, Thomas College hosted the main high school esports state championships. The Valorant team at Thomas most recently competed and won their first ever NECC championship in the Emergence Northeast Division. We hope to bring many more championships back here to Thomas Esports.
I gotta feed my soul. The gates are open, so release the bulls. Don't hold me back no more, unleash the beast inside. Stand up with my pride, I was born to toe the line. I'm ready. fire inside. We are legends. Tonight's the night. Yeah, we are legends. Tonight's the night. Yeah, so come along with me, 'cause we're making history. Yeah, we are legends. Tonight, a legend is born. Tonight, history is made. Tonight, we all are chosen. We got the keys to the town. Yeah. And no one's gonna take our crown. We're gonna bring it home and take them one by one. Yeah. Get up and knock them down and rise up like the sun. Are you ready to ignite the fire inside? We are legends. Tonight's the night. Yeah, we are legends. Tonight's the night. Yeah, so come along with me, 'cause we're making history. Yeah, we are legends. Tonight, a legend is born. Tonight, history is made. Tonight, a legend is born. Legends. Tonight's the night. Yeah, we are legends. Tonight's the night. Yeah, so come along with me, 'cause we're making history. Yeah, we are legends. Tonight, a legend is born. Tonight, history is made. Tonight, a legend is born.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Welcome back to the Thomas College International Thomas Cup. We're now going into the third map of this best of three series here in round two of the brackets. It's Revolver versus Poke Pong, and both these teams have looked very strong. The first map on Icebox, Poke Pong just dominated on the attack and the defense. However, Revolver was able to bring it back in a sense, with the second half being a complete wipeout. No round one for the second half of Poke Pong there. So now as we head over to Breeze, the third and final map of this series here, it's really going to come down to gameplay styles and team coordination, because you have the skill from either side that is just showing beautifully out of Gaz, Tawari, and as well as Baby Calvin and Spring. And with these talents just clashing as much as they do, it's really something where you have to think, how is this map here going to be the difference maker? Well, let's find out now as we make our way over to Breeze. Going to be going on into this. You will be seeing almost an exact mirror match, with the difference being Gaz and Y2 Kiki, the Yoru versus the Reyna. Both of them are going to be entry fraggers as agents, duelists if you will, but I believe the advantage here will go over the Yoru, as his ultimate allows him to go into the void and gain intel for his team, while also setting out fakes and blinds while being able to teleport away. He has a great kit to utilize here, but one that is not easily executed. So I'm really looking forward to see what the Yoru here on the side of Poke Pong can do. Now, as we're going to be heading into this pistol round here, let's take a look at how the split is set on up. No one from the side of the defenders is going over to B side quite yet, but they better make their way over soon as the walls are about to lift. It seems like a stack's ready to go up through A hall and main. And take a look at it immediately here. Tawari does a little bait and run as they don't want to overcommit themselves. But Baby Calvin's going to be the first to find a pickoff through mid here. Does spot Sparkle, but not for long as Sparkle was quicker on the draw. Just barely missing each other. Spring and Cypher here. Dora just miss one another. If there was a door, they would have opened it and seen them. Nonetheless, going through here, the one that you have to be careful of, Chemical, need to watch yourself as you could get picked off here by Spring if you do not pay attention. Right now, the point is being rushed here on B side. Sparkle is engaging in a head-to-head combat, having to deal with 3 at once. Finds the first pick, gets the second, but caught by surprise from behind by Caramucho. Great play by them, giving their defenders enough time to rotate the push towards point. But watch out, from behind, you're seeing that Spring is in the rear. It's now going to be up to Spring versus Chemical, and just waiting for one another. One headshot is all it takes. They're going to have to try to see if they can defuse this, but Chemical needs to play it back. They're caught out with vulnerability due to the pits, and that one's going over to Poke Pong to start. With that first round in the back there, this is going to give some encouragement to the side of Poke Pong that they were able to win that out. But if I were one of their players, I would be saying, yeah, we won it, but, ooh, man, at what cost? I mean, you saw 3 get taken out by Sparkle here, who was being overwhelmed, yet still held their ground to the bitter end. A commendable achievement, to say the least. And now, all low on A site with a stinger in hand, they're going to have to try to play it very close, despite having Recon to work with as well here. Yoru is set up around the side, and they're just going to have to wait to see who they can find. As the fake teleport activated and suffering from decay, but able to get the double kill immediately there. Can they find the triple? Yes, sir! It's up to Yoru to try to stay alive, but does get spotted from behind. It's going to be looking for the final elimination. See, this is why I love the Stinger so much. Yes, it doesn't deal a lot of damage. However, the fire rate makes up for that. Being able to just lay as many bullets as possible into your opponent's head, and those are all critical shots. And damage tends to stack. So if you don't really protect yourselves or get out the line of fire, you're quicker to fall than you are to any other gun in the game. Nonetheless here, as both sides have won 1-1, we're going into somewhat full buys. It's now going to be seeing a push-up here. Maybe Cypher will spot someone. Chemical is out in the open, but they don't have really a rifle to work with. So their purpose is just to scout and play it safe. They're looking to see if they can pick up a gun off of a body that they're able to take on down. A lot of quiet so far, nothing happening yet. However, going to be seeing the first swing here by Sparkle. Sparkle going to see if they can bait someone out, but you best be careful because the one to look out for is Y2 Kiki holding down that sight line. Just baiting the jump each and every single time. Looking to see if they can find someone to pick off, but not quite. Ah, there's the first. It's going to be found by Chemical over towards A site there, as we're looking to see for any sort of action. But here it comes now. Swinging the side, finds a beautiful headshot. Now going to be working around the swing here, but they better be careful because they're going to be down a couple of shots. Yet that doesn't matter much, especially when you're Y2 Kiki, who's able to just line themselves on up here. Just has to get one more well-placed shot in order to get the pick off here. Just barely spotted, missing, but finds it in the end before getting taken down by Gaz. Uh-oh, things are looking a little disastrous as Chemical was waiting for Dek Tad Yang to turn the corner. Things are looking up for the defenders here. Revolver looking strong. So right now, what is the strategy here for the attackers? Well, they were playing it slower up through mid. They had great control of it, but they pushed a little too deep into the defender spawn, which didn't allow for proper rotation and coverage for either A or B sites. And being taken out so easily will definitely dampen your spirits. Nonetheless here, they might be trying an old strategy that they used over in Icebox, which is everybody stack up and go. Gaz goes with the first shot, but gets taken out by Kara. Sparkle's now going to have to deal with the engagement here as they take down Spring. Just avoiding the engagement there. No idea Yoru was right in front of them, but they do spot them. The attackers here have suffered great losses, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to hold out any longer. Does that shock dart hit? Yes, sirree! Just by the hair of the edge. Giving them another round win. It's 3-1. Going into round number 5 here. We're going to be seeing the immediate timeout called here by the side of Pokepong. And once again, you need a bit of a breather. You need to talk some strategy into this here. Taking a look at this map around, you're seeing that a very, very beautiful map of a beach setting, and one that I personally would love to visit at some point in time, if I ever get the chance to. But taking a look at this site here over towards B site. B site is a very popular site to push along with A, given they're the only two sites, but let me elaborate here. B is more popular than A in the sense that you're pushing through this choke here, right? In this, at the angle. Once you get past here, it's practically owned by you as an attacker. So for them, being able to take control of this back of site is really, really important. A site, on the other hand, you need to get all the way up towards the bridge to truly have control of the site. For A, because it's such a large site, there's so much to rotate around and space to cover that it makes it a very difficult site to hold down once you get on it. So for the sake of Pokemon, I think they need to start investing going towards B site yet again. They had the one bad time against the Sova here playing on B site, but it's not the end all be all, of course. Walls go up, and let's see how they engage this. Immediately starting to make their way over through the choke here, trying to scout it on out. No one's on B side at the moment, which is a very disastrous call to make, trying to double back every single time. It's not safe. And take a look at Baby Calvin just lurking yet again right beneath the drop chute. We'll be seeing, I believe, an off shot coming out from Tawari with the trade against Baby Calvin as well. And it's down by 2 already to start here. Can Knives Out find anything? Hard to say, as Tawari is just around the side with the op in hand, finding the elimination there. And would you look at this? One last body around. It's Spring. Spring spots Reyna, finds the pick, but gets caught out by the Cypher. That's a hard one to do because you need to be able to flick just as fast after you get that first initial pick. And even the pros have some difficulty doing that when pushed at the exact same time. So being able to find one and just dealing damage as is a good effort. Now going into this round number 6 here, looking at these buys, you are going to be seeing the op is still in the hands of Tawari, who's holding down the long angle, seeing who they can find going towards A. Won't be finding anyone directly, but there's a heavy stack of defenders up through the tunnel here. Baby Calvin might be in a bit of trouble. Has to be careful on this push here to start. The recon out towards B side lets them know that they can start making their push on in, but careful as they do it, as they could easily just be kicking off. Able to get the teleport out and rotate immediately on through. Great setup for them to start, as Baby Calvin's going to start in the rear, finding picks themselves. Taking the rotation around here, you're going to have to see if Sparkle can pull anything together. Hits the fake, and now taking a look at Cypher. He's about to meet Baby Calvin. Not a pleasant engagement.
Last player standing.
Finds the first shot there, but is careful for the next. It's going to have to be this engagement here. Misses their shot and finds the elim. There's the option to take the up, but it seems that Pokepong is not interested. In fact, they would rather not have to deal with an up throughout the entire game if possible. Would rather play rifles to rifles here. Otherwise, they would have picked it up. But for these defenders, I mean, look at this. Sparkle's at max credits. They can totally afford another op. So it's not much of a loss for the defenders here. So going into this, now having finally won another round for the attackers, you might see another commitment towards B, but the defenders are wise to the push. They hear the noise and they're ready for the engagement. They're not just going to sit back and take it like they did before. Sees the first, but not able to get the pick off. Kara Mucha just able to duck under the fray of bullets. As Chemical's going to have to try to retreat to make sure they don't get taken out themselves. Viper's Pit's been activated, so now this spike defusal is going to be near impossible to achieve. As long as the Viper stays alive and everyone keeps their angle, they'll be fine. However, you will be seeing Baby Calvin taking out the enemy Cypher. Does spot Tawari. Can they get the headshot? Yes, sirree. That's going to be the off now and no one to recover it. As the last one alive, Sparkle, is executed.
Just let them try to.
So now, a well-needed win there for the side of Pokepong. They're starting to gain their momentum, and a timeout is called by the defenders here. Let's take a look at this weaponry here. They did suffer quite a bit when it came to that push there, so I'm not surprised that you're seeing it called out here. They're still going with the op. It's an interesting strategy, but I think it's one of confidence that Tawari's trying to tote here. And by all means, if you can make it rock, go for it. As for the attackers here, they are solid with their Vandals and one Phantom, probably trying to get the higher fire rate onto the body rather than the one shot to the head. Nonetheless here, taking a look at how this all goes through, you might see a push towards A, but this is assuming that Tawari does not have an up. They don't know this, and they probably are going to commit towards A site without this knowledge. And personally, I would even say, why would they have an op? There would be no reason to go for an op here unless this guy really loves the op. And truth be told, he does. So Tawari is a force to be reckoned with for this push. Nonetheless, going into this, B side has yet to fail them. So they could still push towards B as they've been doing very well. However, the defenders want to try to get as many people on as possible to deny this push. So they're going to try to see how they can do this. That's going to be the first down. Tawari falls yet again to Baby Calvin. That means the op is out of the picture. You can't be pushing up that aggressive, especially with an op in hand on these chokes, because without proper coverage, no one's going to be able to recover or cover you in general. Spike's now going to get planted here as we're going to be seeing another pickoff. That's going to be 2. Kara is on a roll here, looking to see who they can find. Chemical does find the trade onto the Sova there, but Spring trades it on back. Just able to get off the rope. Chemical is able to lay it on down. Chemical trying here to see who they can catch. Dodges the blind, but not able to line up the shot. It's now tied up 4-4. Yeah, you're starting to see Pokepongs come alive yet again here, and it's even here into round number 9, and the defenders feeling the pressure. I think they were a bit excessive with their buys there. Great if you won the round, but you didn't, and you killed your momentum, especially with your heavy buys going into this. So now you're seeing that they have practically every ult ready to go. So this is probably going to be an ult fight rather than a gunfight. Knives out, as we're going to be seeing Tawari make their way on up. Has to be careful about this engagement here with the enemy jet. Spots them and takes them down immediately. That's going to be able to recharge their knives here. Just missing the head there. Needs to hit the shot, but not able to in time as Y2 Kiki trades it on back. It's now 4-4 in terms of manpower here, and you're going to be seeing the rotational push. Take a look over here at Baby Calvin, who does get marked and has to be careful about Sparkle, who's right around the corner. Spots Sparkle, takes out the recon bolt, but has already been spotted. So Sparkle has the advantage of shooting here. And see if they can try to trade it on up here. Does not have his gun out and caught by surprise. That's going to cost you going into this. But take a look around the side. Spring could catch Chemical. It's just a matter of corners. Oh! Not in the right position. Spikes planted, so the job is done. 3-3 here, as you're going to be seeing a recapture of site having to go underway. They're smart to try to check their rear here, but you need to be able to take out the opposition in front of you to start. They do just that. It's 2-2 now. Watch out for Y2 Kiki's on the angle here. Uh-oh. That's going to hurt in the morning, as the attackers win yet another round. With that, it's going to be 5-4. The lead having been taken by Pokepong. This is what they needed and what they were pushing for. So now, in this rifle buy for both sides here, full buys in armor as well, they're going to have to try to see who will come out on top. It's going to be a real skill shootout here. Let's take a look here from the lead of Reyna. Reyna has Empress available and could get very aggressive pushing on in. It wouldn't be the worst thing to do, especially going into these last couple of rounds here where you need some change. You need to kill this momentum that Pokepong has given themselves. Now they're able to take down the drone there. You will be seeing Yoru going into the dimensional rift to scout out everybody. Yoru just going to be coming out of it now here with the blind and teleport away. Sparkle and Chemical find a double pick. So now it's going to be on the attackers to rotate back, as they weren't able to get the picks they were looking for. They need to try to see if they can make their way over to B site in due time. Baby Calvin right above the Cypher. Cypher is ready, and Baby Calvin has no idea, but the spray almost went too wild. That could have been disastrous for Dora. So they need to be careful about how they push that next time. They are able to get the pick on to Tawari there, and now going to be starting to make their push through towards site.
Found you.
They're able to use the copy that triggered the tripwire going on in. And the spike is down, but surprise from behind. That's going to cost you as Cypher takes you down. Score is now 5-5. Looking pretty even for both sides here going on into it. It's going to have to really come up to this economy play. They did lose a couple on the defender's side there. So they will be able to buy for each other just enough to keep the rifles as we're going into these last two rounds of the first half. As for the attackers' side, they're very, very wealthy, and they need to start to tote it a bit going into these rounds. They need to play a bit more aggressive to try to mow down their opposition here as they did before. But Baby Calvin's not going to be the one to do it to start, as they lose them immediately. Kara able to get the immediate pick, which gives them entry to the point, and now Reyna has activated the Empress. It's going to be a one-man show from here on. They just need to hit their shots here, but they cannot, unfortunately. Things happen, but you do have to adapt. Coming around the corner now is going to be the Viper, who gets taken on down. Chemical caught by surprise on the corner. They just were not able to react as they needed. You can see the decoy going on out, but they take down Kara, take down the gate as well. And now with the spike sounding like it's about to detonate here, they need to get these picks now and start the fusel. Otherwise, they need to start booking it, because there's now no more time left for the fusel. There he goes, making the run for it. Can he get it out in time? Just barely, as you see, making it around the side of the wall there. Possibly looking for an exit pick, but better safe than sorry, as the defenders need as much economy as they can get going into this last round, especially after that loss of the previous. So they need to keep what they can, because they do not have the economy to buy anything better at the moment. As for the attackers, they did suffer a good number of losses there, but going into this last round, this is very acceptable for them. But it's also a very close match. It can go any which way. We are going to be seeing the Hunter's Fury even activated. Just missing Baby Calvin by a little bit. Almost hits him. Does spot Baby Calvin and mows him on down. Viper's Pit's been activated in the choke. Chemical being marked by the Recon Bolt. But dancing around in place is not what I would do. Viper's Pit and Knives Out in effect here. This is going to be a rough one to push yet again, because you're having to deal with so much CC into this. with Hunter's Fury activated here, trying to see who they can mark. They hit Tawari. They know there's someone on the flank now. They spot Dora. Dora's been taken down, and it's a 3v3 here, taking out the defender Gaz. Followed up with defender Sparkles. Last one alive is going to be Tawari in this 1v3. Has to, whoa, swinging. Must have heard their footsteps from behind and just trying to go for a wild play. Just misses the shot on him, but when it comes down to this, it's going to be a rough one. Beautiful headshot hitting off the side of the shoulder there, but I don't think they're going to be able to get this detonation in time. They're just trying to play for kills and pad their stats. Woo! What a shot. Well, that's going to be the first half there as the sides now swap here. It's going to be Pokemon on the defense while Revolver makes their attack. Going into this pistol round here, probably going to be seeing aggressive play off of both sides, but will they meet each other head on, or will they catch each other by surprise by going to the opposite sites? I believe it's going to be the latter here, but Cypher, as you can see, already on B site here, setting up some CC to make sure that they cannot push in without giving away their position. Just a matter of time before things start here, and honestly, I'm thinking for the sake of either side, you're really going to be trying to see who's going to be the difference maker here. Is it going to be just a regular duelist, or is it going to be one of your sentinels that just tries to hold down these sites? Cage has been triggered, and they're looking for the push, and Tawari is the first to lead it, wrapping around the sides immediately. They're making all the noise that you can possibly make. Let's take a look over here at Baby Calvin, able to get the pick on the Spark before getting traded back by Gaz. Now with the spike, now planting, almost there and done. It is completed with them making their rotation here. They're sitting right by the spike. This could be an easy recon bolt to send on out, but the attackers are holding firm. Going to be a trade there by Spring against Gaz, but the numbers are still against them. They're going to have to see who they can pick on off. They're really not playing together with the corners here. It's kind of a free-for-all zone, if you will. Spotting Chemical. Can they get the exit pick? They do find him. It's going to come down to this Diffuso here. Has to take out the Cypher. Cypher is peeking, but does not get off that Diffuse. Probably wanted to try to get to halfway where possible before committing against. Well, that gives that first round over to the attackers there, which is Revolver. It's one they needed going into this Pistols. With the second round in the second half here, they're going to be heavy in weapons, and they could probably try out A site to see how their opponents position themselves. It's going to be probably an easy push going into this unless every single bullet hits its mark here from the pistols. Take a look at you, Kara, with Sheriff in hand. It's going to have to be a big one. Getting marked and just committing to the aggression, but missing your shots will cost you. Going to be pushing on up from Y2 Kiki. Dora is actually just applying a little bit of pressure, but not overcommitting.
Spike planted.
Now with all this action heading around on site, you will be seeing the swing around traded on back, as there's going to be one left. It's Deck Tad Yang, and he's not able to keep up.
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here.
As you heard from Tawari there, they do not want to lose this one. It's evened up right now, 7-7. And with this full buy round here, where are you going to be going this time? Because either side has just equal opportunity to win this, but advantage could be towards the defenders here as they're making their full buys with the rifles. You're going to be seeing them completely stacked over onto A site, leaving a lone Cypher, Baby Calvin, to fend for themselves. Now just waiting for the rotation here to come on up. Take a look at Tawari, who's playing it very aggressive up through mid here, just into the doorways. But if they're not careful, Spring will catch them as they make the swing here. Just misses one another. Wall heads on up, and here it's gonna go. Oh, they do not spot him until last second, and that is what cost them the immediate swing. You're starting to hear the bullets fly and the site being taken as they trade up for guns here. They're going to be trying to see if they can make their push. Coming around towards their flank, taking out Baby Calvin, and looking for Y2 Kiki, but not able to find anything. It's coming down to a 2v2, spike planted, and chemical on point. Going to be looking to see what they can find. They spot Y2 Kiki, but can't do much other than that. Going to have to try to hide with the poison orb. Just misses the shock dart there. Going to have to see the swing. Misses, but they do take down the defender. It's just a miss here and there around the shoulders. Needs to just land one good old body shot. This one's going to be taken up here by Sparkle with one good old bolt. The lead now is in the hands of Revolver here, as the score is 8-7 going into the 16th round. All the comedies looking in favor of the attackers, as well as you're going to have Cypher Alt and Empress. So the recon and fragability is strong. Let's take a look at this lineup here going into this. Curious to see where it will land. As it sends on out, you're going to be seeing a nice overarching view of the site here. Y2 Kiki playing it very far up as it finally hits its mark there. They're going to be trying to play it safe and strategical, using a decoy out first to try to provide some cover for teleporting back. Unfortunately for them, they got caught by a stray bullet. So now the defenders here are going to have to deal with the site recapture using the recon drone to see who they can find. Not able to see anyone quite yet, but just spots at the wrong angle. Caught in the blind spot of the scope, this attacker will find the round. Now it's 9-7 here, and all the economy is now looking pretty even, as well as guns. It's going to be a tough one here, as B-side seems to be the kryptonite here for the side of Pokepong. They're really trying to see how they can better hold it down. I think in this situation, you probably need to use the Viper over towards B-side rather than keeping Viper and Jet on A. You need at least one thing of smokes to try to help cover the utility before it gets taken out. That's camera down, so no recon for you. And they're going to be slowly making their way towards B-side yet again. Baby Calvin trying to just tease the peak, but not going to be able to find anything. Take a look at these defenders here, going for a full rotation. Yoru's now going on in. Intel is key. They need to be able to find where everybody is. If they can get a well-placed blind going here, this is going to be how they take the site back. They do spot Chemical, who keeps themselves in the line of fire with the finisher against the Hunter's Fury. Decoy goes on out, but nothing to be found quite yet. They do take out the decoy, which provides them some cover, but not for long. In this 1v3, it's going to have to really come down to hitting your shots, and unfortunately, Dak Ted Yang was not able to do it. Nonetheless, not all is said and done. Yes, you are going to be seeing that right now Revolver is on a rampage. They have yet to drop a single round in the second half, but the defenders could bring something together here. I would say if you're a defender in this situation, you've been playing it very long sidelines and you've been trying to do different strategies. If they keep pushing B, why not play a bit close, right? Why not try to use your utility to try to catch them by surprise when they're overextending each time? But in this case, unfortunately, they're going to be making their way towards A site to start. So this is going to put them in a bit of a pickle going forward here. Does spot the first, and that's going to be Tawari fallen. Decoy's going out first with the blind as well. Catches the Reyna and finds the kill. This is great for the defenders. They're now up 2 against these attackers here. Revolver is now going to have to try to deal with some picks while they make their rotation. Baby Calvin playing a very front aggressive here. Really has to be careful watching their corners, especially when Sparkle's coming right from above. But the advantage here is to the low ground. You would expect high ground to have it, but not this time around.
I know exactly where you
With another Neural Theft activated here, you are going to be seeing both sides know where each other are positioned. And given that intel, they're going to be able to work off of it. Knowing that everyone's playing up through mid in the tunnel there, they're making a hard rotation back to their spawn and making their way towards B side now. The only one they did not account for, however, is the Sova here with the drone down and probably heard. They're going to have to try to deal with this engagement in this 2v1 on site. That's going to be the first down and the second. Y2 Kiki able to get the quad kill. Score is now 10-8 here. And a good idea for that rotation. First win for the defense at all in the second half there. And they're going to have to try to keep that up. They finally have a win. They know it's doable. It's not going to be a complete blowout. However, it could just as easily turn back over to Revolver here if they are not shut down. So it's going to be imperative going into this. Taking a look at the attackers here now, making their slow push onto the site. It's going to have to be a big play here with the smokes to provide some cover for the team. But take a look at Y2 Kiki. Very aggressive and cheeky push up here through the tunnel. Could definitely easily be punished, but does not, as they are able to find the first pick there. Caramucho is now going to be seen in these smokes and waiting for someone to make the peek there. They spot the Empress, but they can't shut it down quite yet, as the Empress is just a bit too powerful going into this. They have the overheal as well as the haste in effect here. So Sova's going to have to get this immediate mark, and they do. Viper Spit's been activated. In this 2v2, this is the best case scenario for you as attackers. You have knives out, and you have the Viper's Pit. But you do not expect Y2 Kiki to know where the spike is. And they find the pick off immediately thanks to Deck Tad Yang. Now going to be making the swing around. Y2 Kiki looking for the follow-up. They're able to get it, and that spike will be defused. A very good situational use of the Rift there for Yoru being able to make their way on in, because I think that was the difference maker of knowing where everyone was positioned and being able to react accordingly. Going into this here, you're now going to be seeing the attackers are feeling a bit of a crunch on their economy there. They still have enough to buy for one another if needed, as well as fund themselves. But if this continues as a trend, they're probably going to lose this map here. So it's really going to be coming down to working together as a team and pushing through the opposition. Here we go. Going to be seeing the first push up with the Hunter's Fury, trying to see who they can spot. Ops in hand, just waiting. Just dodges it to start. That's going to be the blind here. Does spot, but misses the shot. Not a great situation. They're in each other's face, but it's going to cost you going in. Sova here, Deck Tad Yang, able to find the pickoff immediately, and now has to find the second. Can they get it? No siree. Gaz is quicker on the draw, finding a double kill. Last one live is going to be Y2 Kiki. Has clutched it up before, but can they do it again? They're taking down the first, and they need 3 more to go. Just waiting for Tawari. Tawari has the angle and the shot. That's done deal. Being able to secure that round for them.
I'm amped. Let's go. I got things to do.
11-9, and it can go any which way, but the biggest crutch here is that you have to realize Tawari loves to play with the op. Just loves. You almost have to always assume, as soon as you hear an op the first time, they're constantly going to have it for the rest of the game. But surprisingly, they gave it up the op here and dropped it to pick up the Vandal. Not something you typically see, but for this sort of attack, it's understandable because the op is a very sluggish type of weapon, very heavy, hard to carry, and long times of reload can cost you in a firefight. That recon boat's not going to be able to find anything here, as Spring is just trapped up against the wall, dodges the drone without being spotted. Great positioning from them on their part. You will be seeing that Kara is able to get one pickoff with knives out, and now going to be coming up through the side as Y2 Kiki is able to make the trade before getting taken down themselves. Baby Calvin now on the rotation here. Could catch him by surprise. They're going to try to take this spike and rotate back, but that's not going to go well for them as he has full control of this tunnel. Cage is up and spots him.
Okay, they're dead. Take what's useful. My ultimate is ready.
The Neural Theft is ready to roll with, and all they need is to find one body. It's 11 to 10 advantage Revolver. Revolver just needs 2 more in order to shut out the series, but for the sake of Pokepong, they want to make sure that doesn't happen. Now I'm going to be taking a look here. Both sides have full buys with their weapons, and they're going to have to probably work against the defender's ults here, which is the Viper's Pit and Neural Theft. This is not the greatest to have to deal with going into this fight. So how will it work? Kara's just waiting around the corner there. Ooh, just misses one another, but so close at the same time. Does spot, but no one falls. Going to be seeing the drone going out, hits its mark, so they know they're there, and they're going to have to deal with the rotation. As for Y2Kiki, able to use the bait and take down Gaz as well. That's going to be an opening pick for them.
Portal closed.
Not too much else going on here at the moment, but you do have to note that they're so close to each other. They just don't realize it. Sova here from the defender's side trying to lay down some fire, but not able to get any lethal shots in. But it's only a matter of time if he continues to peek it. Recon's going on out and marks him. This is going to be dangerous for Sparkle, as Tawari does fall. Neural left utilized by both sides. The last one live here is going to be Chemical, who does get marked before seeing the mark against their opponent. They do not have the spike. I repeat, they do not have the spike. The spike is down over underneath the tunnel, and that's going to be a hard take back, especially since you got to get close to retrieve it. So for the sake of Chemical, he has to risk his life to push in through the door and take it back. And just as a reminder, look at this economy. It's not worth it. It's better for Chemical to stay alive and save his weapon and armor for the next coming fight rather than losing it and potentially having to give up another round on saves. So going for this, probably the best strategy Chemical could have gone with. It's now tied up 11 to 11, one shy of match point for either side. We could be going into overtime if both sides are going to keep trading back and forth the way they are. Nonetheless, here we'll be seeing Viper's Pit is still available as an option. They could immediately snuff out a choke, be it on A site or B site of their choosing. And that would be a very viable use of the ult, especially going into match point territory. Just as mentioned, they're going to be activating that Viper's Pit onto B site there. While the attackers make their push towards A, they're going to be committing to this completely. Unfortunately for them, they lose one to start already, and that's going to be the Reyna, who had Empress available. Without Empress, you're not going to be able to have that oppressive force that is felt by pushing in. But watch out, Kara. You're about to get lined up. Just a few missed shots around the shoulder would have been able to get it. But you're seeing a bit of a rotation here from everyone. Look at Chemical. Chemical has complete control of this tunnel, but does not pay attention to the tripwire and gives away their position. This is not good. This allows Yoru to double back and keep hold of this choke in order to make sure that they don't get pushed upon. Using a decoy, they now slowly make their way on up. This is pretty much a waiting game here, just 10 seconds above 30. And looking to teleport away. They're not trying to over-engage here. They know as long as they can wait out this time, they're going to win this. So they'd rather play this waiting game and try to force the attacker's hand rather than over-committing and making a mistake. You're going to be seeing that Deck Tad Yang is just awaiting Chemical to push out from above. And there it is, but I think they fell asleep at the wheel there and get taken out. Now Kara is going to have to deal with everything on point, and surprise, surprise, there's a gun in your face. Not looking good. Baby Calvin able to get a trade, but the spike is now planted, and it's a 2v3. Best case scenario here is that you wait for your teammate to get into position through the tunnel here underneath before making the push to site. It's going to be a rough one here, especially with the long hold they have. Beautiful placement of the Viper's Pit. Look at that. Between a rock and a hard place indeed. Not able to move on top of the point there. They're going to start for a fake defusal as Spring gets traded back, but that is going to be a collateral through and through earned by Tawari.
Match point.
We're now in match point territory in favor of Team Revolver. Pokepong here needs to get this round win in order to go into overtime. It's going to really come down to this. You are going to be seeing Kara be the one to purchase the op. An interesting play here. They're just setting themselves up on A side, but they're not going to be finding any action right away. And unfortunately for Spring, having used Viper's Pit so early, they're not going to be able to activate it here. They're going to have to deal with it being up close and personal immediately. However, with the Venom there, they should be able to buy themselves some time and provide some decay. Now Hunter's Fury going on out. Beautiful hit. Marks everyone. Taking down 2. And Yoru was able to get some intel in there as well for the team. This is perfect for them. Empress has been activated by Gaz, but Gaz is not able to keep alive with it as Chemical is the last one around. It's going to be a clutch play here, but they were just spotted before the toxins went up. Now we're going into overtime.
Switching sides. Overtime.
For those of you that know the game, I won't need to explain, but I'll explain anyway for those of you that are tuned in to watch your families. Overtime works simply as this. Both sides get a chance to play on attack and defense, and whoever's able to win 2 in a row will win the map. So it's really come down to this. It's 1-1 the series. We're in overtime, 12-12 match point territory. Who's going to come out on top? Right now we are going to be seeing here that Revolver is starting on the defense again, while Pokepong is on the attack. They have a lot of time to set up and enough to get full armor and full rifles. So their game plan here now is just pure execution of their skill set. Going to be looking for the swing here by Y2 Kiki, looking to see if anyone's going to get a little too aggressive for their own good. And unfortunately for them, no one's taking the bait. So for the defenders here, they're going to try to see if they can wrap around and play it safe for the time being. Not too much going on here, as you're going to be seeing the first bit of action be a bit of recon. Looking to see who they can spot. Does spot the Reyna, but not sure that the mark was actually hit here, to be said. Spots the first, but that was a decoy, giving away your position. That's going to cost you. But Kara does get taken down by Sparkle before getting traded back by Y2 Kiki.
Spike planted.
Coming in from the rear is Baby Calvin, but matters not, as Viper's Pit's been activated thanks to Spring finding enough kills. Oh, just wide spray from the bullet catches the Yoru by surprise as Baby Calvin also falls victim. It's going to come down to trying to see if they can catch him out in the smoke screen here. Tawari does not want to play overly aggressive and get caught out. Uses a smoke, but just gives away their position by doing so. Last one alive here is going to be Chemical. And in full decay, 1 hit point. Not a whole lot to work with. And they cannot touch that point, especially with that poison pit in front of them. They're just trying to see if they can wipe. But even if you catch everyone in the detonation, it does not matter because the sides have swapped now with advantage over to Pokepong. Timeout's going to be called here by the side of Revolver, and by all means, they need to try to see, okay guys, look, we didn't get that defensive win that we needed. Now, we're on the attack. What is our game strategy going into this, right? And personally, looking at this, you might be looking to see if you take A side, but A side's a bit difficult, especially when you have people like Kara Mucho sitting with an op in hand. So for their sakes, it might be best to go towards B side again. Most of these attacks and defenses have all come down to B side instead of A. A has been more of a wild card that they try here and there, but not many pushes from either side, believe it or not, were made through mid. And I think that's going to be a crucial part here, is that mid's not going to be about control. It's more about taking out a flanker that's trying to hold down the sight lines and then rotating off of the rest of the team that is pushing up through main B or main A. Without further ado, let's get right on back into it. Taking a look at this. Same with rifles, except no armor for Kara, Kara's going to be playing it cheeky up front. I like the idea. Is it going to work for them? We'll have to see as we're going to be going on into this here. Setting up for the walls. Here we go. Just waiting for Sova to make the peek around the side. Could they spot the Viper? Just missed. But playing it very aggressively up front. This could be dangerous for Kara as they are just way out of position. And that's going to find the pick, but it's a trade back and forth. It's a fray of bullets flying. And right now, even though the spikes have been planted, the advantage is still with the defenders here. They just need to take down one and find the defusal to win the series here. Chemical, it all rides on you, buddy. Good luck to you as you're going to be caught out from either side. They can't last out, and that is going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. With that, the spike will be defused, and this one is going to Poke Pong. With that, we're going to be going into a quick break here, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Tell me, do you wanna hear the story unfold? Cause I might turn out to be the villain you know. Dark Knight King just dripping in gold. Living my life like I got a cheat code. Welcome to my world, next episode. Sequel to the trilogy story I chose. I'm taking down the empire, that's my throne. I won't ever quit, no. I'm back in the fight. Won't stop believing. I'm back in the fight. And I'm never leaving, no. Cause it's history that I'm shaping. There's a legend that I'm making. I'm back in the fight. Yeah, I'm back in the fight. I'm back in the fight. Back in the fight. can try, but you can't take the crown from my hands. We live in dangerous times, and I'm the man with the plan. I got big shoes to fill, king up the hill. Do you feel the power shaking under me? I run with the giants, there's no slowing me down. I run with the giants, there's no stopping me now. I'm making real big moves in a real big way. Gonna shut this whole place down and light it up in flames. I got big shoes to fill, king up the hill. Do you feel the power shaking under me? I run with the giants, there's no slowing me down. I run with the giants, there's no stopping me now. Killer for hire, soldier of fortune. Gotta walk through a fire for what's important. And the warrior's blood through your veins is coursing. Killer for hire, soldier of fortune. The whole world's watching every move. Take your shot, don't act a fool. All you got and all you ever need is one bullet in the chamber. Breathe easy, take your aim, boy. Ain't nobody gonna save you. So what you gonna do? One bullet in the chamber. Breathe easy, take your aim, boy. Ain't nobody gonna save you. So what you gonna do? Do or die, you're a mercenary. One of a kind that you're burdened to carry. Go and make them proud, do what's necessary. Oh no, do or die, you're a mercenary. Now the whole world's watching every move. Take your shot, don't act a fool. All you got and all you ever need is one bullet in the chamber. Breathe easy, take your aim, boy. Ain't nobody gonna save you. So what you gonna do? One bullet in the chamber. Breathe easy, take your aim, boy. Ain't nobody gonna save you. So what you gonna do? Now the whole world's watching every move. Still your heart so much to prove. Fight It's one bullet in the chamber. Breathe easy, take your aim high. Ain't nobody gonna save you. So what you gonna do? One bullet in the chamber. Breathe easy, take your aim high. Ain't nobody gonna save you. So what you gonna do? Round after round, still in it. I'm never throwing in the towel. Only way out is winning. So give me blood and sweat, but I got no regrets. Put you to the limit, and go on, place your bets, 'cause I'm a fighter. 1, 2, 3, I move like a butterfly, still I could be fighter. Step to my ring, show me what you made of, make me believe. And I can punch, bring you down, leave you stuck on the ground. So don't test me, I'm feeling on fire, baby, I'm a fighter, fighter. I'm a fighter, baby. Baby, I'm a fighter, fighter. Yeah, I'm a fighter, baby. I'll never back down, I'll never back down. No, I'll never back down, I'll never back down. Yeah. I'll never back down, I'll never back down. No, I'll never back down, I'll never back down. 'Cause I'm a fighter. 1, 2, 3, I move like a butterfly, still I could be fighter. Step into my ring, show me what you made of, make me believe. And I can punch, bring you down, leave you stuck on the ground. So don't test me, I'm feeling on fire, baby, I'm a fighter, fighter. I'm a fighter, baby. I'm a fighter, baby. I put in the time, I do the work, one step ahead, never reverse. Blessed and I'm cursed, that's right, 'cause I put in the time, I put in the time. Sunset, sunrise, I did it again. Can't satisfy hunger inside to thrive. I put in the time. from 10 to 10 while you sleep, I run the whole night. I put in the time, I do the work, one step ahead, never reverse. Blessed and I'm cursed, that's right, 'cause I put in the time, I put in the time. Sunset, sunrise, I did it again. Can't satisfy hunger inside to thrive. I put in the time. Move a mountain, gotta do the work. You wanna move a mountain, then you gotta get into some dirt. Push through the pain and hurt, don't let it break you first now. You trying to ride a rocket straight to the sun. Gonna burn, baby, burn. Too green, too young. Gotta put in the time, I sweat and carry that cross. Have you been to hell and back? Do you know just what it costs? I put in the time, I do the work. One step ahead, never reverse. Blessed and I'm cursed, that's right, 'cause I put in the time, I put in the time. Sunset, sunrise, I did it again. Can't compromise this drive inside to thrive. I put in the time. You wanna move a mountain, gotta do the work. You wanna move a mountain, gotta get into the dirt. Takes time. You wanna move a mountain, you gotta do the work. You wanna move a mountain, gotta get into the dirt. Takes time. Put the time in. You wanna move a mountain, you gotta do the work. You wanna move a mountain, gotta get into the dirt. Takes time. Put the time in. This is my time, I've waited long enough. I'm taking my moment, don't matter how it was. No regrets, no matter how hard it gets. I'm going for greatness. Going for greatness. Here I go, here I go, here I go now. Blast off, about to leave the ground. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, I'm gone. But don't blink, you might miss it. Mode set to launch. Higher, 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 higher. Kicking and smoking, spitting fire. Say what you will, call me a liar. Don't believe me, look in my eye. Better suit up for a showdown. Give me that kingdom, hand me my crown. This is my time, I've waited long enough. I'm taking my moment, don't matter how it was. No regrets, no matter how hard it gets. I'm going for greatness. This is my time, I've waited long enough. I'm taking my moment, don't matter how it was. No regrets, no matter how hard it gets. I'm going for greatness. Going for greatness. Yeah, yeah, for greatness. Here I go, up to the top. I'll be the greatest of all time, full stop. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, you're gone. It's a knockout, you ain't getting up from. Faster, stronger, all lasts longer. This is no joke, I came to conquer. Blind ambition, fame is my monster. World's a stage and this is my concert. Gonna rise up, gonna throw down. Give me that kingdom, hand me my crown. This is my time, I've waited long enough. I'm taking my moment, don't matter how it was. No regrets, no matter how hard it gets. I'm going for greatness. This is my time, I've waited long enough. I'm taking my moment, don't matter how it was. No regrets, no matter how hard it gets. I'm going for greatness. I'm going for greatness.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. For those of you just tuning in, welcome. My name's Saminami, and we are here at the inaugural International Thomas Cup. We have a dozen teams from Thailand competing today for the top spots and to be titled the champions of the first ever International Thomas Cup Valorant tournament. A little special thing for those of you that are watching. Fun fact is the Thomas College esports coaches are watching individual players as well for opportunities to earn scholarships based on individual performance, on top of winning the championship and scholarships overall. So this is a grand chance for everyone to try to get their name out there and pursue some educational further education, excuse me. I was on a roll, then I fumbled it. So sad. Nonetheless, now we're into round 3 of the upper bracket. It's going to be AFFiX against Symbolic. Going to be starting on the defense is going to be Symbolic, while AFFiX will be on the attack. We're going to be starting here on Bind in this best of 3 series here as we load on in. Looking forward to this map here. It's going to be a good one, I tell ya. Going on into it here, we will be seeing a bit of a mirror matchup with the only changes going to be to Reyna and Gecko. We will also have Viper against the Cypher, so that will be an interesting match. As well as Raze and Jet. Both of them, there seems to be just certain agents that you always lock in. Those ones specifically being Brimstone. On this map, Brimstone is just a key cornerstone pick here for the play. Without further ado, here we go. We got ourselves a good match going forward. Did have to work with some of the players beforehand just to make sure we squared away their names. For example, with Barcode and Bacon. Bacon's going to be the one playing Sky here on the attack as I'm over them now. Unfortunately, I do not know much of any other languages. Even the most I know is just barely any bit of French. So I do feel a bit on the could know more and be more worldly. Nonetheless, we're here for some fun, aren't we? It's AFFiX versus Symbolic. Here we go. Going to be starting our push here towards A site by the attackers here. It's going to be seen that they find one. Bacon able to get one knocked out immediately. Reyna's going to be having to play it safe. Gaviscone needs to make sure they don't get picked off too early, but Infin is taken on down. Now going to be making on the rotation there. Cringe here, staying in the smoke, is surrounded by opposition on all sides. As soon as the smoke drops, they're in for a world of hurt unless they can get the pick off. Little do they know, they're going to be surprised by Gecko from behind, staying on the side there with Bacon to assist. But catch by surprise, they're able to get the pick back thanks to KK. Nope, I did not go to lunch. Believe it or not, folks, I've been here the entire time managing the stream. So I've been making sure that you guys have had a good experience so far. Hopefully you have. Working hard to make sure that you guys can enjoy what you're watching. Nonetheless, without further ado, we're going to be seeing that round 1 going over to the side of AFFiX. They're leading the charge here at the start and looking strong, might I add. So for the defense here on the side of Symbolic, they're going to have to try to see how their strategy is going to be working here into round number 2. Now going to be trying for B side here. We're going to have to see if the agents here on site, be it the Cypher and Sky, will be able to hold down the fort. Wolf's going to be able to go on out and see where they can find anyone coming out in the open. A lot of bullets going to fray here, but the one you have to really keep an eye on is Ruin, who was caught out in the open by Infin, and now it's up to the defense. They do spot Infin and are able to make the trade there with Bucky in hand. Jet going in recklessly with no care of abandonment here, able to trade up the gun and swing back, but thanks to Powell, or Plech, I'm still working that name. Plaque, we'll call him Plaque for now. Thanks to Plaque, they were able to get it going. We're not into the semifinals quite yet, Rated. I do see you there in chat, people. Don't you worry about a thing. So I can answer all your questions if you have any. I'm watching. Nonetheless, here it's 1-1 to start, and both sides looking pretty strong. We're now going to be going into this third round here with full buys completely available to the defenders. As you can see, many of the guns were picked up from the attackers here off of AFFiX. So AFFiX is going to be suffering for their hubris buys they had early on and had lost. But take a look at this setup here. Going to be going towards A side, and the one to engage it first is going to be Zoan, who just barely makes it out alive. Gaviscon is able to trade out Bacon in the showers, and the one that's going to have to back off is KK. KK cannot afford to pick up the weapon. They need to stay grouped up with their team in order to help apply some suppressive fire here. Gecko is going to, Karen's is going to be able to get the initial picks, but Gaviscon is on a roll, has a triple to start right now, and looking for some more coming around the side. Gets him through the box is Cringe. Last one's alive here. It's going to be Karen's on the Gecko and is playing to retreat. Need to make sure that they don't get picked off too easily. They want to be looking for some exit picks, and they have Thresher available, but they're going to be saving it for the next round. Beautiful shot there, but you only have 5 hit points. Not a whole lot to work with. An 8 in the chamber? Yikes, you need to reload while you still can. Even with 6 bullets available, every shot counts, but they catch you in the leg, and that's going to cost you there as Gaviscon is taking the leaderboard by force. Taking a look here, we'll be seeing ultimates available for both sides already. You're going to have the Empress as well as Thrasher. So, going into this here, we'll be trying to see how Zoan's going to be utilizing this op so early on into round 4 here. I mean, great for them to be able to purchase it, but a bit of an excessive buy, if you ask me. I think that's quite an investment, and if you lose that, it's going to cost you. Nonetheless, here we are going to be seeing a heavy stack up towards B side. Let's take a look at the defenders here, moving up with Plaque, trying to work with the Wolf here. They are able to get first, second, looking for a third pick, despite Thrasher pushing on up, not able to find anything. And yes, I know, Prudapa, that's what I had to work with them for. Nonetheless, you're going on into it. You will see the teleport did go out from one of the defenders, and now the attackers here are trying to see how are they going to position themselves to make this push here. Are they going to commit to B, or should they double back towards A? There's the op, and that's scary. You do not want to get shot by that. Zoan has him in his sights. But here comes Thrasher yet again. Going. Can it find anybody? Not quite, but the blinds go through well. However, the damage is dealt, and they just cannot hold on out as the defenders are able to get a flawless victory. Yes, I do see you all there. You're probably thinking, how is he reading this? Nah, I just do that normally. It's called being a streamer. Nonetheless here, its score is 3-1 going into round number 5 here. The defense is looking really strong. So, going to have to see how the attack here is going to handle it going into this to start. I mean, this is going to be an interesting one to say the least. Not sure what all the 5s mean. Nonetheless, here going on in, we will be seeing a split play. And, oh, that's going to be an immediate pickoff by Zoan. Up in hand onto Infant. And now as they take the spike here, your best bet is probably either getting this exit pick onto Gaviscon, which they are able to acquire, but can they get the weapon? I don't think so. That tunnel, the showers, is being held down quite fierce, so I don't think they're going to be able to get it for free. Yikes, right into the gut. So now getting these trades back and forth. Oh, can he get the third, I wonder? Cringe able to take out Barcode, but no further action to be found in the showers as we're going to be rotating back towards the market for both attackers to meet up. It's 2 versus 4 here. The numbers are against them, and right now Cypher has all the sightlines they need coming into this choke. They'll spot him. Not a chance to mark them, but they know where they are now, which gives Zoan an opportunity to prepare. Now waiting for them to peek, finds them, and puts them down. Goodness gracious, just missing the next opportunity to get that shot in, but gets it through it. After spotting their foot, they're able to figure out where the model was and lay it down. Zoan is doing wonders at the moment. A nice little 180 there out of Celebration. As we can see, we're now going to be going into full rifles here with heavy armor, but a lot of the players here are having struggles with their economy. As you can see on the attacker side here, AFFiX not doing too hot, while Symbolic is able to keep themselves up.
Let's watch him struggle.
Here we go. Keeping a look at Zwan again. They did it before. Can they do it again? Well, let's find out. Just having to wait to see if Barcode's going to be making their push on up here. Watch out. We do have the cabbages going on out. The Seekers, if you will. But Gaviscone does find Infin. That's going to be your raise down. And they don't really have many options here in terms of rotation. It's a full stack towards B-side. As soon as you hear any sort of action, ooh, that's going to cost you. You may have gotten the orb, but at what cost? Cringe able to get a double kill there, and it's up to Viper to save the day. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. I don't think they will either, because all odds are stacked against them. Oh no. Hello, Zoan. Cringe able to make the queen up. And thankfully, they will pick up the op as well, being able to provide that save there for Zoan, so they do not have to buy it again. This is an op game, and I tell you, it's one of those games where as soon as the op's gone, people will be much more relieved. But in this sort of game mode, if you give it to someone and they can rock it, by all means, run it for as long as possible, because you have to be able to punish your opponents for thinking that they can easily peek without any consequence. Here we go again, looking for the sight line for a shot. Can he find it? Nothing quite yet. Good placement of the wall there to provide some cover, but they hear things. They're just not able to see anyone quite yet. Unless they spot Sky there. Up top, they do see Sky. Can they get the shot? Yes, sirree! Through the arm! And now on the paint nade there does take out taking out Ruin. Cringe able to trade back Infant. And now we're going to be looking for the swing around here. Will Brimstone be able to find some value with these smokes? Let's find out. They were able to place them down beautifully well as Orbital Strike has been activated here. Cringe pushing through the damage, taking the risk, and it is paying off for them. Spike was planted in the end, but not much other than that, as we can see. Great play there by Symbolic to be able to just pretty much beat the odds against them. Score is now 6-1. This is a very, very dominant hold at the moment. I mean, cover me surprised. Usually the maps before that we were seeing were much closer than this, even if they were dominant. But right now, the attackers got their one pistol round, and the defenders have not given them any room since. So, with that being said, you do have some ults here for either side. You have Knives Out as well as the Empress available for the defense. But as for the attack here, you have Viper's Pit and Showstopper. Showstopper is going to be a big game changer if they can land it properly. But Infant has to stay alive long enough for that to execute. Let's take a look at the Wolf here, or Hawk I should say, excuse me, to provide some extra cover here. Karen's going to try to take some cover around the pillar here just to get some more space going. But nobody's going to be starting to make the push on up, see if they can spot anyone, but no one to be found at the moment. Trying to see what they can do to cover their angles, but I'm expecting to see an aggressive push up around the side. Bacon able to find that first pick there, and now pushing on through, finds the headshot, but barely a miss onto the shoulder there, I should say. Now it's up to the spike carrier here, KK, to try to make a play and push on in. Now waiting for Zoan, misses a jump shot there. That would have been crucial as the smoke gets placed. Thrasher is going in and is able to detain Black. So this is going to be a huge opportune moment. They take out the op, and that's going to give them opportunity to plant on site with only one defender left. Ruin is going to have to do what they can to clutch this up. Able to get the laydown. He finds the spray and gets the defuse easily after securing the op for their team. Give credit where credit's due. Great plays by both sides. Ruin being able to understand how to just focus down and keep their fire straight. Not strafing, not getting fidgety. You just focus up and keep it thorough, as you're able to track where the spray was going to line up every single shot from Little Buddy all the way to Brimstone. So now with this going in the 7-1 here, full buy for rifles, but no heavy shields. It's all going to be on light shields with a Guardian in hand. Interesting. Nonetheless here, will there be a strategy for success? Hard to say, but with the smokes like this, it should help. I'll be going for an aggressive peek here. Spots and takes them on down. No showstopper for you today, Infin. I think you have to be preempting the showstopper because you're going to get taken out every single time. Might as well get the trade versus just nothing at all. Everyone's going to be going on the rotation here. And as for the attackers here, taking a look at Karen's, who's trying to start their push up, but afraid to do so, and rightfully so. As soon as the smoke dissipates here, they're probably going to catch him out in the open. Yikes. One more to boot if they can find him. They see him, but just miss the swing. It's now going to be coming around towards the shower here. They have some activity walking on through. They get the trade on the bacon as well as Barcode there. With the spike carrier down, that's another round in the bank. It is a bit funny. Every time, the focus here is to take down Zawan. Zawan's always getting taken down towards the end, but they're always able to be picked up for by the rest of their team. So for AFFiX, having forced by that round, I believe they needed to do more of a save, especially going into these last 3 rounds of the first half. They need something on the board here. And for them, that might be trying to make the push towards B side, trying to get some visuals cut on off, because you're hitting it every single time going through A, and it's not working for you, unfortunately. Like, yeah, you can throw up the wall, you can try to make them think, oh, they're going to push again, but it's not working. You got to try to change up the strategies here. Showstopper's been activated here, looking for some action, finds it, point blank, right to the face, and they're now going to be able to place Spike down on site. Infant has to be very careful, pressing around, finds the double, through, can he get the triple? Yes, sir! Able to get that thrifty win there for the side of the attackers, which will give them free economy on all weapons. What a grand play there from Infant, finally being able to get off that showstopper and making it count to boot. It's going to put some damper into the economy of the defenders, but not by too much. They're going to have to still be wary of the op as they can totally afford another one. So now the game plan is, how are we going to go in there with the attack when the defenders have 4 ults ready to go in the bank, right? Well, let's find out here. As they're going to be trying to push their way up, we're not seeing the ult towards A this time. A bit of a surprise, I might say. As we switch on back towards there, you see Empress activate. Can they get out in time? No, Sheree Infant is there, cutting off their escape plan. Not able to get out. Seekers have been activated. Ruin is going to get hit by them, as they're going to see the Molly placed perfectly. Immediate rotation to go towards B side. Great call out there from the side of AFFiX to be able to escape. Well, watch out. They hear the jet swinging around, but they have no idea Gecko's around the corner. So Gecko is going to get a free kill here and now. As you can see, the rifle of the barrel there. Barrel of the rifle, I mean, excuse me, but not over engaging, and they should have taken the angle on it, as now you've lost both attackers that were holding down on site. You're going to have to defeat Cringe and Zwain. That's Cringe down. Can they get Zwain? I don't know. They're going to have to try to get their ammo ready, and Crosshair placed perfectly. There's not a whole lot of time left for this defusal, so it's more of a commitment to make sure they stay under cover. There's Gecko. Gecko has the shot. Just needs to take him down, but cannot take him down. They get it to halfway, and that's going to be an easy defusal there for the defense.
Last round before
We have a very, very resourceful defending team here that is symbolic. Being able to constantly swap back on and off the op is very effective, but you got to count where things are. Infant was doing a great job leading the team each time into these fights. The only downside is that they have to stay alive long enough to be as effective as we've seen them be. So we got people here in the chat. They want AFFiX to show some grit here. They just need to start bringing it. Zwan waiting for a push here. Tries to take a wild shot and catches a bullet to the head. through the smoke. That was completely unexpected, and this could cost them here as Gecko's going in with the Thrasher, able to make the detainment and find one. That's going to be ruined on down, and 2 defenders in the shower. They don't have much to work with as Moshpit is cutting off their progression, but they seemed a bit too confident and take a bullet to the head. Now it's up to Sky and Reyna to try to save it, but they cannot. There's just too many angles to cover and not enough time to do it, and the attackers were able to bring it on back. Now, for those of you here that know a bit about Valorant and are a bit superstitious, we're in a bit of a situation here as we're going into timeout called by AFFiX. See, we're set at 9-3 as we're going to be seeing here. Usually that's not what you want to have happen. For those of you that play comp, the 9-3 curse is when you, as a team with the lead of 9 against the team against 3, it becomes an immediate swap, right? You start to get reverse sweeps when this sort of thing happens. And in these more professional settings, you don't often see it, but I've come across it time and time again when it's been 9-3, and it can definitely happen here as well. However, Symbolic is a very, very strong team, and I'm very doubtful that that's going to happen here, but they could take us for a run of our money. Nonetheless, without further ado, going into this first half of the pistol round again, or second half I should say, excuse me, what is the game strategy here for the defenders? I mean, I feel like this was a bit of a preemptive timeout to be calling here, right? Because you could have used that at any other point within the game here, yet you called it right after the first half. This is pistol rounds. Like, you could just run and gun as a full stack and either wipe them or get wiped, right? It doesn't do too much, if you understand what I'm saying. Nonetheless, here, we're now going to be heading on into this, and it looks like it's going to be a heavy split towards A site. Let's see how the defenders handle it. Going in for the attack here at the start, AFFiX has the angle and finishes the kill immediately. Wall will go on up, but not much else to be found from there. Ruin does get the trade on Karen's as well. So now these defenders are starting to feel a bit of the pressure as they're all going to start taking Teleporter to push this B site. Barcode really in a tough spot here. Able to find that first. Can he get the second? Not quite, as they just reacted a little too slow. Coming around wide here, you are going to be see the Cypher trying to get some shots in, but no spike planted. They were so focused on getting kills that they forgot to plant. AFFiX and the rest trying to take out KK. They do so, and that's first one for them. Pistols going to Symbolic. Score is now 10-3 in favor of Symbolic here. And it's going to be one that shows. I mean, the attackers are opting for a hard full buy here. With, you're seeing a Vandal, 2 Guardians, 3 Guardians, correction, and a Stinger. Seems they're now trying to do regular buys as you would expect in the second round of any half. Nonetheless, they're up against Sheriffs, and the big iron on the hip, well, it's deadly, but only if it hits its mark. Ooh! Despite the concussion, they're able to get the beautiful headshot, making a trade back for one another. Trying to see if they can get some spray going in through the smoke. No action to be found just yet, but they do get the trade off against Bacon. Now going to be making their way through, seeing who they can find. Nothing to be found at all, as the spike has yet to be planted. It keeps getting interrupted as they try. And now Barcode was able to stop the plants yet again. Shot through, able to catch them. And now it's an even fight here, 2-2. But the defenders have the advantage in hit points alone. It's going to come down to this fake plant as AFFiX is able to get the pick off. It's a 1v1 here. Who's going to come out on top? It's AFFiX without a doubt. I mean, just a better weapon there in that case. You would have needed to hit every single shot to the head, or when you hit the right click where it shoots out 3 at once, it needed to be placed perfectly. Otherwise, forget about it. Nonetheless, your score is 11-3, and we're going to be looking at now full buys. Defenders are working, actually, every bit of the economy they had off of that last. And I mean, I don't blame them. They only have 2 rounds that, if they lose them, they're done for map 1. So they got to take what they can get. Going in through showers, trying to see who they can find. Nothing to start here, but watch out for Cypher going down long with a ghost in hand. Going to have to make sure you hit them right, but there was quite a mistake here made. By pushing over aggressively into the showers, you do give up control of site here. And Infant does find Ruin going towards B, but that's about it. Spike is now planted, and it's really just holding down on point is what they're doing. Have a bit of a duel out here against Plaque, won by Infant, now going to be on the flank here. Could catch out Cringe, it has to be smart in their engagement here. No one else to be found. The other 2 are in U-Haul here as the defenders are able to get the defuse. Bit of an excessive fight there towards the end of that, but you take it, you know. As the attackers, you got a lot of economy to work with. You're not hurting off of that round too badly. You can still afford to go for a full buy into this round. For the defenders, it's one you really needed. So now we're going to be seeing how they handle the follow-up round, because the defenders really need to, they cannot really afford a mistake here going into this. Because a mistake will equal a round, and then another round after that is game over. Going to be checking here from long with Karen. Zoan is the one to watch now, as they're going to be possibly going for a jiggle peek. But no action to be found. They just miss each other by a mere moments. Now going to be looking to push on up here. The drop, potentially. Here comes Karen's. Karen's does the first spot, and Barcode finds the first, but getting traded back by Ruin. Now making their aggression towards site. Karen's trying to hold it down. They're able to find the first. They're able to get the second. Can they get the third? Yes, sir! With Infant cleaning up shop. That was a bit risky there, if you get what I'm saying. It was quite close, but they were able to hold out in the end and force pistols onto Symbolic. We haven't seen pistols at all for them other than the initial rounds. So this is a bit unusual to see here. Nonetheless, you can definitely tell that AFFiX is super happy going into this. They feel the momentum. They're trying to build up this snowball effect of just constant aggression pushing on through. So for the side of Symbolic, they need to try to play it smart. And a double kill by Bacon! Able to get the initial there. Looking for the triple, but traded back by Plaque and Ruin. It's now a 2v2 with the Seekers being sent on out. It's going to hit. At least they get rid of them, of course. They need to take this time to rush the site as quickly as possible here. Especially with Neural Death being activated. Now they know where they are, and they can prepare for the engagement. Thrasher shut down immediately through the animation. A great play there by pushing up as they did. Now it's up to Barcode versus Ruin. Ruin's been nothing but the death of Barcode here. You're going to have to see it. Can he swing properly? Yes, he does! Being able to save one there for the side of AFFiX. Those of you in chat, you wanted AFFiX to come back, and here they are. They're waking up, and they're showing what they've got. But how long can they keep it up for? There were ultimates used on both sides here, and personally, I think this is really just a fight of, alright, we just got to take a round, get all our ultimates, and just let them all rip, right? Just win around and force the match point territory here to apply pressure to these defenders. We're going to be seeing an op in the hands of Infin, which is interesting here. Now going to be returning the favor that they suffered on to the hands of Zafan, or Zawan. Viper's Pit's been activated. Taking a look here, KK and Sky are not going to be making that push-up. Instead, they want to play it back and safe, but that's your op down on top of the truck there. Not a good situation, but you do make the trade there against Reyna. Smokes are down and out, and now you're going to have to see, does Cringe make the push? Not likely. They're alone, no one has the spike, and they haven't really gotten any definitive picks, right? Instead, you got to deal with A site uncertainty, and then a smoke screen of a Viper's Pit on B site. Both are not ideal situations, especially when you highlight red like that. So advantage to the defenders here. Symbolic's going to have to play it very smart. Cringe and Plaque trying to see if they can get a pick. They have the combat stim activated so they can fire at a faster rate with haste. But nothing's given away quite yet. They can just play it very, very close to them. In fact, able to get the trade onto the 1. And now Spike Carrier is the last alive in this 1v3. 30 seconds remaining. They're going to have to try to go for a pick in an immediate spike plant thereafter, but it's a big risk to do so, especially when you're getting pincered from behind without knowing. Karen's able to lock that one in. It's now 11-7. Going into the 19th round here, we're now going to be seeing the timeout get called here by Symbolic, and by all means they should. They're suffering from this defensive push. Like, they have yet to be taken down in these rounds here. As you can see, they're trying to strategize what is our push here. Like, we need to stop their momentum from continuing. So what's the plan? Let's try to just break this up, take a breather, and think, how do we go about this? The strategy here is probably could go towards B side again. A side's been a bit difficult for us to push in unless we're trying to cover through smokes and other sorts of utility. Best case scenario is that once we get through the choke of B, we'll have an opportunity to take the site. Now that's given that you need to check your corners very quickly, otherwise you'll get taken out. And if you need an escape plan, you have the teleporter right there to rush back through the showers before the defenders can make the rotation to A site again. I think that is the game-winning strategy there for Symbolic if they were to take it. So now that they have set with their plans and they have their strategy, it's go time. Taking a look at this economy, they're playing it saves. They're playing it light. They're trying to see if they can be thrifty and steal any sort of weaponry they can from their opponents. Now, it's time to execute that plan. Hawk goes out, hits no one. And now you're going to be seeing the slow retreat back over towards B side from the defenders as they do spot the wolf. So this gives them an inkling that, hey guys, there's probably going to be them coming towards B side. I need some extra assistance, at least one more body over here to provide support, because they're going to push fast and they're going to push hard. Now with the smoke set up there by the Brimstone, it's going to provide some coverage, but not enough, especially going on into this. Looking at Zowan trying to make the flank here, but Barcode is on a rampage. Gets two before taken out by themselves by Plaque, and the spike will be planted. I stand corrected. It is not going to be planted. Instead, we're going to be seeing Showstopper activated here, coming around the side, just missing its shots. Needs to get it hit, but misses where it counts. And now it's a 1v1 here. It's Reyna versus Gecko. The two deciding factors here. Who's going to come out on top? Going for initial fake plants, but not falling for it. Now going to be making their way forward. Just ever so slowly. Spots him, but the swing by Gaviscone wins it in the end. Beautiful flick there performed by the Reyna. That takes training. That takes time and dedication to pull off a move that we saw right there. They were looking right at the wall and then swam! Got him right in the head. So now 12-7. No more mistakes can be made, as we're going to be seeing here that Symbolic just needs one more.
This goes here.
Without further ado, here we go. Walls are up and the game is live. Infant up in hand, looking to see if they can catch one out. They see the rifle there. They see that barrel. Can they get the pick? Yes, sirree. Ruin is down and out. And there is the orbital strike. Empress in effect as well. All Seekers are pushing in. They cannot handle Gaviscone, who's running around the point, just blinking, healing, every single thing you can think of. There's only two defenders left, and they're on opposite corners of one another. How are they going to engage this? It's going to be a very difficult push, to say the least. As the first one here is going to be Bacon. Bacon finds the pick. Not able to get the second, and now it's up to Barcode. Can Barcode get it? That's the first. They need the last one here. And they're going to have to deal possibly with a Molotov. They have no idea that he's coming from the showers here. Do they fake it or do they stick it? No way. Barcode sticks it, and Cringe does not peek that. That is not good. And that should have been an easy win right then and there, but unfortunately, that's not the case. Barcode, with nerves of steel, sticks it out and lets their team live to fight another day. Now it's going to be 12-8 here, playing with mixed buys from the side of the attack. Symbolic really heavily investing off of stacking those ults early on. Unfortunately, it did not pay off. We're going to be seeing knives out from Zawan. They're just trying to see where people at first, and then we'll start to commit going in. Sets it on up. We're going to play in the smoke here, but waiting for some action. Zawan is playing it very, very safe. Seeing the swing! Stim Beacon's out, but not able to find anything as K does get the trade there. But it's only for so long. They get pressured on out. We're down to 2 versus 4 yet again. We saw it happen before. Can it happen again? Can Bacon and Barcode clutch it on up? Gonna be making the swing here. Does Zawan get it? Zawan falls first. And Barcode finds the follow-up there. Bacon falls, and now it's up to Barcode to get the double play. Finds it through! Can they catch Cringe? Almost had him. Viper's Pit's been activated. Trying to see if he can bait him on out there through it. Does catch him, and with enough time to defuse as well. Barcode did it before, and he gets it done again.
You only thought that was close.
Wow. 12-9. I mean, if I were to give an MVP today so far, we've seen many terrific players out here so far, but Barcode has clutched it so many times that I don't feel like there's been anyone else yet so far to deserve it as much as he has. Or they, excuse me. Nonetheless, 12-9. Here we go. Walls are up, and now the attack's going to be a slow push towards A. They keep trying, and I feel like we're looking at a bit of insanity here because they're banging their head against the wall, expecting something different to happen each time. But nothing's changed so far. You got the Stim Beacon on up, and the Thrasher is in as well. They spot Zawane, but Infant falls. Zawane able to get that double. Can we see the triple? Yes, sirree, but Ruin's going to be the one to take it. Barcode and Bacon, here we go again. Why am I not surprised at this? Going to be slowly making their way on in. Has every angle they have to cover right now, and it's a very dangerous one to do as well. They're able to take down Cringe to start, but the Spike is still playing. It's up to Barcode. Can Barcode do it? Barcode gets it done again! He can't keep getting away with this! This is unfathomable what we're seeing right now. Like, I swear, Barcode has the mountain on his back right now, and he's still climbing to the top. We're looking at a myth in the making right now. With it being 12-10, mixed buys still, and things are not looking good for the side of Symbolic. They're just not able to pick up this last round that they need for match point. So now they're going to try their way over towards B side. I mean, a welcome change at this point because A side has been so stagnant and repetitive that you need something different. Aggressive push up, going to be able to punish Gaviscon when Karen's should have been the one to fall. Checking over here towards Long Bacon. Not able to get the spray down as well as Barcode. Your 2 carries are gone. What are you going to do now? Molotov in there. And And a beautiful headshot executed there, but caught out through the hut there. You're going to be stuck over here. Will you be able to do anything more about it? Hard to say, but you do spot the Cypher just barely. They cannot get rid of the tripwire in time. And that's going to do it right there, just through sheer tenacity and CCs. They finally get the map. We're going to be heading to a quick break here, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We are so incredibly excited to announce that Varsity Esports at Thomas College is expanding. Thanks to a generous grant from the Bill and Joan Alphon Foundation, Thomas College is planning to double the size of the esports facilities and equipment, hiring more coaching staff and making more room for esports athletes to join. Varsity Esports began at Thomas College 5 years ago and has grown in popularity here and across the globe. We're so fortunate that the college and the foundation invested in esports so early on. And we're even more grateful that we can continue to provide this opportunity for more student athletes. Last year, Thomas Esports was able to move into a state-of-the-art arena in the newly constructed Sukforth Family Sports Center. Having this opportunity to expand our space even more is exciting. Thomas College Esports currently supports teams in Rocket League, Valorant, and Overwatch. This past month, Thomas College hosted the main high school esports state championships. The Valorant team at Thomas most recently competed and won their first ever NECC championship in the Emergence Northeast Division. We hope to bring many more championships back here to Thomas Esports.
Chosen, we got the keys to the town. Yeah. And no one's gonna take our crown. We're gonna bring it home and take them one by one. Yeah. Get up and knock them down and rise up like the sun. Are you ready to ignite the fire inside?
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on back. And before we continue further, just a quick shout out to the Bill and Joanne Alphon Family Foundation for their generous donation to help expand the esports program, doubling the facilities and equipment, and expanding the roster to up to 50 esports athletes. Big shout out to them for their help to Thomas College to help make this all possible as well. Without further ado, we are back into it. We are now going to be headed to Split after Symbolic won map number 1 on Bind in this best of 3 series. Now it's going to be AFFiX on the defense to start, while Symbolic will be on the attack. We do have a sub in here, I believe, for Gaviscon, who's being subbed out for Aju, who's now going to be playing on the Omen here. So we'll have to see how this works out for them here going forward. Nonetheless, just waiting to lock in the last agent here. Both teams are very, very strong, and I could see that on a different day, it could have gone the other way. But without further ado, let's get right on into it. Here we are on Split. Now, I know I'm going to get a lot of hate for it, but this is an awesome map. This is a great map ever since they released. And yeah, I got it. Not a popular opinion, but it's one that I've always been a fan of because of the close quarters it forces teams into. So that's why I enjoy this sort of map where you have your mix of long sidelines versus short encounters, and that's where things can really make a difference if you're not expecting someone around the corner. So going into this here, we're going to be looking to see if AFFiX can try to rein one back in. They're going to need this map in order to try to play for a third and win the series, but they have a lot on their plate to handle here. Will they be able to execute is the question. Let's find out. Going to be looking for the setup here with the smoke. Perfect place for it to block any sort of visual. Slow approach here coming out from Symbolic. Just waiting to jump on over, but watch out. Barcode is there with Bacon. The two just go hand in hand like a price check. We will see the stun come on out, and Zawan does feel the damage. However, if they can meet up with Sky, they'll be able to heal on up. With that said, they do unfortunately lose two of their players. They're going for the push on the B side. Make that a third. Can it be a fourth? Not quite, but there is one more defender. It's now a 1v1 here with most of their HP versus 40, and it's all going to be coming down to where those shots hit. They didn't hit the headshot as they needed, and that's going to be a punish as Infant lives to fight another day. First round going over towards AFFiX. Now, this might just be me, but I believe that AFFiX might be more of a defender-sided team. They succeed more when they're trying to wait for their opponents to come to them, and they don't execute as well on the attack. So I think that's where we were seeing them struggle so much on Bind beforehand. I believe this is going to be their strongest suit going forward. Is this the Curse of the Caster? Maybe, but only time will tell as the second round goes on now. Just making a slow approach here. They don't want to try to overcommit themselves because these defenders can quickly rotate for one another. Going in for the stun here. Trying to see if they can hit him with the tremor. Does so beautifully. And hit by the Roomba. That is a tactical mistake there. You cannot let that happen so easily to you, because that should not happen. It's so slow and so bulky that anyone can see and hear it coming. You need to be able to react to those. Nonetheless, here, they do have full control of this high ground that they have to push in against now. Bacon the turn on the corner, not able to lay it on down. Bacon does get the trade, but it's not looking too hot. He's now going to be wrapping around from the rear. Can they catch him by surprise? Catches a bit of damage into them. Now it's all in the ankles. If you can just catch him by the Achilles heel, they're going to fall quickly. Just missing one another. And the swing? You can't be real. The defenders win another hard-fought round. So what went wrong there, right? What happened? I would say that for these players, I think they were just too committed to the point, right? Because don't get me wrong, yes, you need to get on point, you need to go outside after clearing high ground. But you never covered yourself. You saw Bacon swing on you, right? And then you tried to double back on through towards a main here, right? But you didn't do it smartly. You need to try to stay on site instead because they have to push to you. You need to be ready to receive them. Well, without further ado, let's have a go at it. We're going to be seeing a split push here with Cyphers lurking around towards A, while the rest will sit towards B. They're trying to play for recon here. They're trying to see, will they get information? Will they catch anyone out? Well, let's find out as Ruin does catch Raze immediately as Infant falls. So that's going to give them an initial push that they need. And going into this, a little fun fact for everyone here, these players have been playing this tournament for almost 9.5 hours straight. Longer than I've been casting for you for these past 4.5 hours. Coming around on the swing there, you're going to be seeing Zoan able to find that first pick, and now they're going to be playing aggressively into the smoke here. Hello! Barcode catches you by surprise. Now, with the spike planted here, it's all about recapture. 2, 3. And from behind, you find Cypher, the one who was unaccounted for, saving the day and providing cover fire for his team. Score is now 2-1. We're going to be seeing heavy buys here, and the defense is not one to be thrifty about it. I mean, look at this. You got an up, but almost no shields and everything else they can in the bank. It's going to be rifles for everyone except Zawan, but Zawan has knives. So by all means, they're going to try to play fast and aggressive, try to see if they can steal a weapon from their opponents here. Coming around the side, watch out for Karen's. Karen's is going to be the one that has to retreat fast, and they just barely escape. Taking a look over here to Bacon. Bacon just waiting for the swing here for anyone to commit on the push, but they're not going to actually do that. They're going to double back here and try to make their way up through the sewer to take control through mid to, from there, decide where to rotate. Just waiting for some action now. It's KK that has the high ground. And we'll have to see if they commit. But they're not. They keep just stacking up and kind of making people feel on edge. I mean, look at this. They're not overdoing it. You can hear the footsteps. That makes KK back off. Unfortunately, at the wrong time there and caught out by Zawan with knives. Zawan now going to be making their way forward. And Showstopper is shut on down. No glory for you today, unfortunately. Karen's playing very aggressive for an op in hand in the smoke here. I'm not sure if this is the way to go, especially when you have someone right behind you like Barcode to provide some cover. Spots first, but does not get any limbs there. Taking a look at Cypher, catches him by surprise from the high ground. 2 defenders left against 3 attackers, and the defenders, ops in hand, you better not peek. They're now going to be trying to make their way towards high ground here in order to take best advantage of the op in hand. Or are they? It seems that they've decided, nope, we're not going to risk this. We use so much of our economy that we cannot afford to take losses here now. We got to play smart. We have to play methodical. We can't be reckless in how we engage this fight. Yes, we're going to lose this round. However, we're still going to have our buys. We're going to have our op, we're going to have our vandal, and we're going to have shields. This is something we can work with going into the next rounds. As for the attackers, great job on their part. They were able to make sure that they can zone out the defenders and make them feel fear. Feel that they cannot commit to this. So good on them there. Now that's tied up 2-2 here. Rifles in full for the attackers, but the defenders having a bit of mixed buys. It's really going to come down to utility and strategy that will come out on top. So let's see how they will do that going into this. Walls go up, and with the sidelines, there's Karen's op in hand, but playing it safe to start. That cage is up, and they're looking to see what they can find here. Oh, they just spotted him, but missed the shot they could have taken several times around now. It's important for a sniper to be patient, but they also need to know when to take the opportunity. Taking a look from high ground here, take a look at Cypher just lurking out in the smoke. Pushes on through! What in the world? They all grouped up like lemmings and then just got mowed down! Oh my goodness, what a blunder there on the defensive part. They were trying to find a safe corner, like their little safety cubby. They just couldn't get out though, and they were taken out because of it. It could be, as mentioned, these players have been going for over 9 hours now. They're definitely feeling the fatigue. Like, you know that this is working their mental in order to stay focused for this long. So now, going into round number 6, how are they going to engage this? Looking for the swing here by Barcode as the orb goes up, but smokes go down onto the vents, so they can't aggressively push out for the cover. It's going to have to really rely on KK to provide some support from the high ground for them and provide them intel on this engagement. Tuning in down over to the garage here. Hello, Wolf. Just missed, not once, but twice. So making the swing there, you're going to be seeing a lot of action going on through here. Taking a look at the Omen on the high ground. Omen taken down by Ruin. Ruin able to make their push on through. Now going to see if they can make the spike plant here with Aju. Excuse me. Just on opposite sides of each other. They do catch out Ruin. Thanks to Barcode superior aim. But watch out from behind. Zwain catches them by surprise. It's going to be up to Plaque here to really try to hold down the fort. They're dealing with a 2 versus 1 on site here with the rest of the team in the garage, but goes for the wrong angle, allowing for the swing from Barcode and the rest to try to see what cover they can provide. It seems they're surrounded on either side here. This is not looking good. 28 hit points and a dream, and someone in the garage there making the peek. They do a peek, but will catch them by surprise here around the side. No! Catches them and takes them out. They're going to see if they can make it out alive. Can they do that? They need to run, 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 run! And does get out alive with gun in hand. Didn't win the round there, but did quite a bit of damage. Score is now 4-2. And we're seeing a bit of what we were watching on Bind now. As you can tell, this early first half is really costing AFFiX right now, despite having won 2 rounds before. This is going to be an interesting situation. You see that Barcode is prepping for the Viper's Pit. Is this the way to go? Maybe. It will help smoke off towards high ground there, which is very important. But now you're going to have to rely on the rest of your team making the push up there. Hello from behind. Catching everyone out. It's now going to be a rush to push on in. Is this the way to go? Maybe. But we'll find out as soon as we push through this smoke. Able to take down the spike carrier and else out in market. Now the pressure's on the attackers here from Symbolic to try to recover from this. This is a 2v5 and you're just sitting out in the open. It's not looking great. There's the first, and there's the second. Aju trying to reposition themselves. Did he get it again? No. Bit of giving yourself away with the teleport there, but it was a good idea. At that point, after the other doesn't work, yes, just send in the whole squad. You're not going to find much else other than that. Now taking a look here, let's check out this economy. Ops in hand of Karen's again. Haven't seen that for a little bit, but maybe it'll work out. We'll see. The stack up's going to be going towards A site this time around, and probably a good idea to change it on up, especially given that the op is not where they think it is. It's going to be full rifles here, and they're scouting it on out. No action to be seen quite yet, but take a look from the high ground here. Infin has an angle and does spot them, but does not deal any lethal damage. Now it's a push up through main here. They take down Barcode, but not able to get Bacon. Bacon's able to hold their own and stop any push. Well, what's this? Coming around from long, Karen's able to take out Zwan from making the rotation behind them.
1 enemy remaining.
There's only 1 left, and they do spot him, but they have to be careful with their positioning here. They spot, but they need to swing better. You're feeling a bit of the panic there, because you can't see which side to go to. Ah.
Okay, we know the drill.
But those 2 pass rounds were just what the defenders here needed from this AFFiX, as they are now tied 4-4. All economy is looking in favor of the attackers here, which is symbolic, with 2 just waiting on deck to activate here. As for the defense, they only have the 2 ready and nothing coming up close, so they're going to have to work smart into this ult fight that's about to happen. Going for the start here. Let's see how they put themselves out with the smokes. Perfect placement onto the high ground there. However, Ruin falls victim early on to Barcode through mid. Making their push up here is Zawan. Zawan could catch him by surprise. Bacon has to be very careful. Why they push up through the blast, I'm not sure, but they made too much noise and gave themselves away. Bacon is on a roll with a doubles to start. Now pushing in from the raise from behind. Finds the double and gets the defuse on top of it. May pass it off to a teammate there to get the ultimate charge.
Flawless.
I'll tell you one thing. It may not be pretty, but it sure is stylish that we're seeing here come out from these players. Score is now 5-4. Going to be looking at saves here from the side of the attackers. They need to try to work some magic. They need to try to get some more economy going again. Maybe play for some saves, get away, give up around here or there. But there is only 3 rounds left in the first half, so not a whole lot of time left to do it. Without further ado here, they are making so much noise. If only they could be heard by Karen's, because Karen's is in the best spot for this. Showstopper has been activated, but no one's going to be found, unfortunately for them, as the sun goes out on Karen's. No Showstopper for you, Infin. So sorry. Barcode playing around towards the high ground has to catch out Ruin, but Ruin is just behind the smoke. Rolling Thunder's been activated, but just dodges it. The Wolf does spot, but gets caught out in the open. Zawan is quick on the draw. Now here's the opportunity for the plant here as the Seekers move their way on in. Will they push aggressively? No, they cannot. It's just too much for them to handle at the moment, especially with the concussive blast. And now the spike is planted. There's 4 people on site and 2 defenders trying to recapture it. I'm not sure they're going to have much of any chance here claiming this from the attackers. Playing a bit cheeky there, Symbolic. It will get you punished, as there's going to be the trade there. Last one alive is going to be Karen's. Karen's trying to see if they can bait it. They get the pick and the defuse to boot. You're seeing a lot more confidence in these players. I mean, AFFiX was having a rougher time in the first map. This second map was theirs to pick, and it shows. They are rocking it solid. Score is now 6-4. With that being said here, going to be taking a look. Oopsies, hidden enter on the side. How silly of me. It's going to be full rifles by here yet again, and this is going to be the last 2 rounds of the first half here, so the attackers really need this win to go into the last round of the first half. Heavy push going towards high ground. I mean, look at this. Swain really committing to this, almost perishing at the play themselves. That's a very risque push. And they didn't even deal a lick of damage to Infin, so that's the downside here. Neural Theft's been activated, and now everyone's position has been identified, as it's going to be an immediate rotation. Zawan able to find a second pick. They're the last to go and first in, but watch this. They're going to see if they can catch one by surprise. Hello there. Not catching him lacking, no siree. Now on the swing, sees Karen's, but not able to take Karen's down. There's only 1 left. It's up to Bacon, and Bacon, I'm going to be honest, Bacon, you're cooked.
Last round in the half.
And with that, we're now into the last round of the first half here. It's 6-5, lead to the defenders, but the attackers have the opportunity to even it up. Timeout's going to be called here from the side of Symbolic. Good time to call it, I would say, because you get another one in the second half. So, looking at this score here, take a look. You're having 6-1, 5-1 either side. Scoreboard's looking pretty even. with more of the advantage towards the defenders in the KD ratio. But that's not the end-all be-all, as you're seeing the way that Symbolic plays. They like to move as a pack, as a unit. They like to stack on one another and rotate together. As for AFFiX, they're more heroes. They're more the lone wolves, if that makes sense. They like to go out on their own and make a name for themselves, as we've seen Barcode do, as we've seen Bacon and Karen's and Infin. So it's really a clash of styles that you see going into this that really makes it intriguing to watch and play Valorant. But enough rambling from me. You're here to watch some games. Let's get underway. With it being 6-5 and full rifles for either side in the last round of the first half, you are going to be seeing 2 ultimates available for the attackers and 1 for the defenders. And that is it. Now going to be making the push up through here. Let's take a look at Cringe, who's going to be sending down some concussions with the Earthquake going through. Knives Out's been activated here, and Zowan's immediately in. Good idea by Barcode, however, to back off and play it safe, as Karen's is able to wrap around and provide some assistance. Bacon able to take out the flanker going towards A, and now all defenders, except for Omen, are now situated towards the rear of their spawn. Up through mid here, you are going to be seeing the 3 attackers that were left alive, and ultimates available, note that, to be able to push this through. I would suggest that Sky activates their Seekers early to identify where their opponents are. And going into this, Barcode has a huge advantage. He has the high ground here and is laying in cover fire for him. Now going up to the high ground here, could clean it up, but gets punished for the overcommit. Now everyone's just getting funneled on in there, and with that, it was just a matter of time before Black fell. Defenders win that round.
Switching sides.
Score is now 7-5 in favor of AFFiX, but the sides have swapped. And remember what I said earlier about AFFiX being a defender-sided team? Yeah, now they're on the attack. Will this spell doom for them? We'll have to see, because on Split, like I said, it's a bit different from Bind. You're hitting a lot more closer engagements than you would on maps like Bind or Breeze, etc. So this might be what they need to win, because they're comfortable playing it, they've scrimmed for it, so they know how to work it. Let's find out, shall we? Now going to be starting for this push here. Here we go. The one to keep an eye on is actually going to be IU, who's going to be playing for the high ground, ready to receive everybody here, but it's a very dangerous position to put yourself in. You get the 1 trade, but not much other than that. You might have been better with a shorty close. It's really just, you know, you're kind of in an unfortunate situation, whether you do or you don't do something, right? It's really the best of the situation you make. Now going to be zoned in with the stun here and pushing forward. Finds Karen's, and now wrapping around the side, but swinging way too much. That's when live's going to be KK, but KK cannot hold their own against a barrage of bullets. Going to leave this defuse over to Zowain, giving them up to half alt charge gained.
Was that important?
Bit of some extra shots to be seen there. Score is now 7-6. After that first pistol round there, you're going to be seeing some heavy buys for the mix in the second round. Going into this here, it'd probably be best, I would say, for the side of AFFiX to not even buy a sheriff. Just stick to what you got. Kind of just let this round pass by. Because unless you're really confident in hitting your shots here, you're in for a rough time, to say the least, without a doubt. Outlaw in hand and looking to see who they can put one into, but missing the opportunity there, especially on the peak. They did not notice Barcode in that engagement. However, everyone did spot them in the garage. Ruin laying down hellfire. Now just waiting for the turn here. They are cleaning up shop. Oh, what a murder fest. This garage is just tainted in bullets.
They will scurry.
It's now tied up 7-7. They're able to bring it on back there after being down by 2 rounds from the first half. it's evened up here, and we're going into full rifle round here. Into round 15.
This is a nice platform, Dan.
A little bit of a sound glitch there. Nonetheless, we'll be seeing here from the side of AFFiX, they have the weaponry to rock, but will it be enough against Zwan? Sniper in hand, watch out for this outlaw. And you did so well, not even taking a bit of damage there. Zwan is down and out. This is going to give a big opportunity over to the side of AFFiX, and really quite a play for the side of AU to be able to predict that positioning. Finds the second. Can we see a third potentially? Almost getting it, but it's down to Cypher. Ruin has to get the quick draw, trying to go with it. But Barcode is better with a triple kill. Score is now 8-7 here. Ultimate Economy is looking pretty even right now, but the advantage is for the defenders. Zwan just needs one more to get knives out again. And is that an up I see? Oh, you. Trying to set up something cheeky, I can see. Watch out, people. You better not play too reckless, otherwise you'll get taken out early. Here we go. First engagement is ready to push. Going to be seen here Bacon making the start with Roomba and Wolf. Wolf's going to be shut on down thanks to the Quake. Blast Radius is going to push them on back, but it's not going to stop their ascent to the high ground. This is a very hard push as Cringe is able to find that point blank bullet shot right into the chest of their opponents. And now we're just waiting for a spike plant here. You see the peek and punish by Ruin, but Neural Theft will still activate. Gives away Bacon's location, but they're not able to do anything with that information, unfortunately. However, coming from the side, you will see AU finding the support and helping gain a team ace. This is a pretty even matchup here right now. It's 8-8 here, and it's despite winning that round, you're seeing that defense suffered quite a bit as they're low on their economy there. So they could lose this round, but I doubt they're going to be losing it to AFFiX here on the attack. AFFiX would have to hit at least 3 of them out the gate in order to start leading this. Speaking of which, here comes early, and there goes KK. KK's down and out immediately, and a point blank no scope right to the body. I mean, if I was the win, I'd be panicking too, but they get it done. They got the space, and they made their way in. Viper's Pit's been activated, and the spike is planted. They have everything in the book to succeed here, and they have control of the op, as no one's holds it in hand, but that also means they can't be used against them. Going for a teleport on top. An interesting strategy, and one that is paying off, but for only so long. Barcode is in the smoke here. Goes for the bait. Cypher's right behind, and they don't know it. Cypher could catch him, and they do! Able to shut him on down and win it for the side of Symbolic here. Just with 6 seconds remaining. What a play there. That really just came down to the wire. This is so chaotic, but so fun to watch. And seeing how they're playing here, I'm actually very glad to see this push going over towards A site. I'm so used to seeing B pushes all the time, but the way they handled that A site, despite suffering losses themselves, is very, very... It's smart, right? You're saying, okay, you can take us down, but you can't take us all down at the same time. And with you overpowering them and overwhelming them, that's how you're able to make your way through towards the point. Smoke's going down, but it's not deterring anyone. They're immediately on in. They spotted the Cypher, but just for a moment. Ruin's going to have to play on the wraparound here, especially given that they've lost 2 allies and now fallen themselves. The defense here, having to play it very close, just missing the shots, and I think body blocking. That's going to be a beautiful headshot from Bacon there to shut down Zwan. Once again, we're tied 9-9. It seems for every 2 the defense win, the attack gets one themselves. If this pattern continues, the defense will win overall. Symbolic will come out on top, but they did just lose the op, and they're not able to afford another. So this could get a bit dicey here. Taking a look at this, what is the game plan? I believe it is to just rush, just full send it in. I mean, look at how the defenders are placing themselves. They are all in here through mid. Unfortunately, no one's there, and instead it's Ruin who's suffering the wrath of AFFiX. And now, because they've given up this defensive positioning with how they place themselves, they now have to act as the attackers to reclaim the site in a very dangerous situation with rifles only and knives out. But don't count them out quite yet, as Zoan is able to get at least one going to start. Needs some more, but Barcode and Infin are just on top of it. Score 10-9. Now you're seeing the break in the pattern there. And there's the win with the op. That's all they wanted to save up for, I swear. Their confidence precedes them. Nonetheless, as we're going to be going on into this, we'll be seeing no more silly plays like that hard push through mid. We're going to try to split up our forces so that way we can properly cover everywhere. Now, just looking to get on in.
I've got your trail.
Seekers have been sent, and take a look at this. They're going all the way through the garage. It's going to be up to Ruin to try to hold this down, and that's dangerous for anyone. Showstopper hits no one. They deal quite a bit of damage, but not able to confirm a kill, unfortunately, which makes it all the more difficult for them to push on through this. Great pick there by Cringe, and now going to be making their way up as Spike has been planted. Rolling Thunder's now been put into effect, and AU is able to get the pick off. However, surprise from behind, it's Karen's versus Zoan, and Zoan gets him in the leg. That's going to even up the odds yet again. It really comes down to the wire each and every single time, but in some instances, it shouldn't, right? Because, for example, when you were seeing Cringe get taken down, Cringe was not watching the other angle. Yes, they already confirmed no one's in the garage, but they didn't rotate or swing fast enough when they were getting shot at behind, which cost them their life. Thankfully, Zoan was there for the follow-up, but if they weren't, that would have been the end. And you can't have that happening here in these type of tournament games. You have to be on the mark the entire time. Checking it over here, this is Zoan ready for the engagement here with up in hand. Spots him and gets him in the hip. What a shot. Now it's going to be an aggressive potential push going towards A here, but right now Zoan has full control of Heaven. Just misses another shot, giving away their position and missing a crucial one going into it. Poison going on out, and now they're going to be making a hard push. Taking a look down at Cypher here, who can see their heads, just waiting for the right opportunity. A beautiful headshot placement. Unfortunately, it hit through the wall. Otherwise, that was a guaranteed kill right there. Let's tune in over here to Cringe. Cringe going to be able to get the blind out, find the Olymp, and they're cleaning up well. However, the Spike Carrier took and run. They are booking it to the other point. And now you're trying to think, where are they going to be playing to this? Well, it's going to be out in the open, making it very easy to cover. But they are concussed, and unless this wears off in time, they could be in trouble. Playing it very strangely, wrapping around towards high ground. But there is the start of the defuse. Will they stop it? They hit him on the once. There's the second. He's got to get this here. It's do or die now. But it seems he's going to be dying as Ruin had the op in hand and just, you know what? Enough of this. Done.
You guys are so much better than my last.
Scores now 11-10 in favor of Symbolic. They're now finally taking the lead, but it took a while to do so. Coming down to these last few rounds here. If AFFiX can hold out, they can play for a map 3 here, but they they almost have to be flawless going into this because they don't have the economy to lose any more rounds.
Get out of my way!
So now you're going to see the smoke set up here with the knives out. Stun comes out. And it's going to be a slow engagement as KK falls. They're able to pick up the weapon. Trying to get the knives. They does hit. Now see if they can get Aju. Aju is able to find one perfectly placed. And taking out the op. Zwain got a little too ahead of themselves. And that's going to be a bad situation for the side of the defenders. You lose your op, you lose your one hit, one kill, and Infant is right in your face. It's up to Aju. Can they do it? Well, it seems that what they want to do is coming from the rear. Maybe just to steal the op and book it out of there. They could try to play for this, but I don't think that's the plan to go into this. I think they should go for exit picks and just save that gun. Because reminder here, defenders don't have the economy to buy another one as well, so it's better to save this one, pass it off to Zwen, who's been godly with it, and fight another day. With that being said, now it's time to book it out of there. You did your crime, you done your time, time to go home. Oh, but watch out here. Does he catch him? Aju could find Sky if he kept that angle held, but he doesn't. 11-11, still all tied up. Real close to a match point, but this is going to be like overtime where either side just needs to win by 2 to shut it out. So how are they going to do that? Well, you can see that the defense here is playing for full buys next round. They don't have enough to really try for mixed buys here. They know better to commit like that. But look how they're pushing up. Hello, doggy, and goodbye. With that wolf saw everything in front of them, and they know better. Like, guys, they're really close. Let's not, because this seems just a bit strange. Why they're all stacked like this? So now, given that B side is completely free, the call out is made to rotate immediately, and they're going to try to get there as fast as possible with cover. Damage being dealt over to Plaque there, who's going to see if they can stay alive. And they do take out Bacon and Infant, but it is the Viper's Pit that's been activated here. So unless they take out Viper, they're going to have a hard time pushing through this regardless. Now making the swing around the side. Can they catch him? No, just seeing him. He does catch him in time, but just barely. It was a real close call, I'll tell you. And unfortunately for them, it's one that will cost them, as the defenders were able to push through with confidence and defuse the spike in time.
I'll crab walk next time. Make it easier for ya.
Match point.
Here it is. It's match point, ladies and gentlemen. And the attackers barely have enough for full buys, but not ones that are great. I mean, look at this. You got 2 light shields, a stinger with heavy, versus full buys and a beautiful economy from the defense. Symbolic, on paper, has it in the bag. So it's going to take a miracle here for the side of AFFiX to come back and bring us into overtime. Just going to be playing it safe, trying to burn down the clock, make the defenders a bit antsy by just waning out their patience. They're going to see if they try any sort of aggressive push-up. And you wouldn't be seeing it here, especially given that they have their rifles. They know that the attackers have to come to them. They don't have to overcommit. So they're truly confident in how they play this. Going around the side, here comes Black. Not able to do anything really against. They're a bit flabbergasted on this engagement here. I don't even know what to say to that other than beautiful knives out, but you did invest everything to it and get punished. So now, the defenders, the ball's in your court. What are you going to do? It's a 2v4 here. You have no ultimates, 1 cage, and now you've just been scouted out. They know you're up there now, and you have one watching the angle. Do you win this? It's going to be a rough one, because now it's a 1v4 and everyone's just going to collapse on this guy to make sure that he cannot push up.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Welcome to overtime, ladies and gentlemen. In a sense, I thought we would make it here, but I was much a doubter. Wasn't too sure that we would, given the way the game was going. So the way overtime works, as most of you know, but I'll still tell you anyway, is that both teams get one chance on either side. The first team to win both sides back-to-back will win the map. It's a real tough one as no ultimates are ready, but you only have enough to either do full buys and abilities with all shields, or try to do something strange like getting an up and nothing else. So you really got to work your economy here. Nonetheless, it's going to be the attackers here from the side of Symbolic that are going to have to show what they've got to start. Smoke them, come on out, and lets the defenders know, hey, they're coming this way, guys. Get ready. Just waiting for the engagement here to push on through. Finds the first and able to escape as well. Do they do it again? Are they going to try to trim it out again? Just barely missing the head, but the miss will count. It will cost them as they're not able to stop this spike plant. Making a lot of noise, but not finding a lot of results. So in for a bit of a rough time here to start. Gets rid of the tripwire as well. And caught out in the open. That's going to be the attackers here celebrating their first round won in overtime.
Switching sides. Match point.
Match point now is in favor of Symbolic here. They win this. They shut out the series. So for AFFiX, they gotta win this attack in order to continue the overtime. Let's find out if they can do just that. You're going to be seeing a split setup here from the side of the attackers. Half going through mid and B, while the others are on A. And taking a look at this, I said it before and I'll say it, Zwan, you need a new hobby. You need to get off this off, man. I know it works for you, but unless you always hit your shot first, you tend to get punished, and we've seen it here. Just waiting for an engagement to push on through. It's going to be up to Sky here. Bacon, seeing if they can get a snipe. Looking for the shot. Found ya! Blackened and punishes through it. Oh my word! How does that happen? How do you let that happen and let them get by you? Now the defenders are at a real situation here that they have to try to hold down each of their sites individually, but catch by surprise, Barcode's waiting for you on the flank, and the last one alive here is going to be Ruin. Ruin trying to lay down the law, but they cannot, and this is going into double overtime.
Switching sides. Overtime.
This does remind me a bit, because of how close these teams are and how close this match is. The longest overtime I have ever experienced or been a part of is when I casted an overtime that went all the way to round 36. Right now we're in round 27. So just to give you an idea, that was roughly like a 3-hour match on bind. It was ridiculous. But timeout's going to be called here from AFFiX. And I mean, I feel anyone should have, because even I'm feeling like I need a bit of a breather here after witnessing that. So looking at this here, I'm not going to give you guys much on strategy for this because it's really up to the teams and players to execute here. We're seeing mistakes off of both sides of plenty of missed shots or not lined up. So you need to really start to lock in better and try to make your spray tighter than what it's been for both sides. If you can do that, whoever does it the best will come out on top. So going into this here, A site seems to be the fan favorites here, the team favorites I should say, going into this as they stack themselves on up. They're going to be starting themselves over towards the sewers here as Symbolic is just awaiting for this push. Here we go. Match is underway, and now we're looking to see, will someone peek out in the open to start? Not seeing anything quite yet, but people are going to be making their rotations here now. Stun comes on out. Wolf is looking for any sort of quarry, but they finds one first. Very patient Bacon was, and that provided them an in to start. That's one on the books. Now they just need to find another. Catching the second, thanks to Barcode there. Can Cypher, Ruin try to make some catch up here? Potentially, but caught from behind by Barcode here. What a near flawless round. With that, the advantage is now in AFFiX.
Switching sides.
So with AFFiX having the lead here, they just need to secure this last round in overtime in order to go to a map 3. It's very, very close. So what is the strategy going in? Well, why am I not surprised? Zoan, op in hand, playing A, waiting for some action.
Find the weak point.
They do it every single time, and I mean at this point I would be predicting that Zoan would have an op playing into this, but what I would not be predicting is that Cringe would be there with them. This is an interesting one, as Zoan did take a bit of damage to start. And now you're going to actually see a push towards B. I mean, they have the option to do it, but it hasn't gone too well each time. If they're able to get the shutdown, which they do, they have an opening now, and it's up to Ruin to try to provide some intel for the team here. They're able to mark the one, but not able to connect with the Elim. Now just has to get that. They're able to set it down. Infin taking out Cringe, and the spike is planted here. It's really going to be coming down to this re-engagement, but I don't think they're ready for Infin on the high ground. Just one little swing. Surprise! Free double for you, and we are going into a map 3. We'll be right back after the break.
soldier of fortune. Gotta walk through a fire for what's important. And the warrior's blood through your veins is coursing. Kill for hire, soldier of fortune. The whole world's watching every move. Take your shot, don't act a fool. All you've got and all you ever need is one bullet in the chamber. Breathe easy, take your aim, boy. Ain't nobody gonna save you. So what you gonna do? One bullet in the chamber. Breathe easy, take your aim, boy. Ain't nobody gonna save you. So what you gonna do? Do or die, you're a mercenary. One of a kind that you're burdened to carry. Go and make them proud, do what's necessary. Oh no, do or die, you're a mercenary. Now the whole world's watching every move. Take your shot, don't act a fool. All you got and all you ever need is one bullet in the chamber. Breathe easy, take your aim, boy. Ain't nobody gonna save you. So what you gonna do? One bullet in the chamber. Breathe easy, take your aim, boy. Ain't nobody gonna save you. So what you gonna do? Now the whole world's watching every move. Still your heart so much to prove. Fight for all the things that you believe in. Now the whole world's watching every move. Take your shot, don't act the fool. All you got and all you ever need. One bullet in the chamber. It's one bullet in the chamber. Breathe easy, take your aim, boy. Ain't nobody gonna save you. So what you gonna do? One bullet in the chamber. Breathe easy, take your aim, boy. Ain't nobody gonna save you. So what you gonna do? I make it look easy. I make it look easy. I make it look good. I make it look easy. Don't think you're ready for this. I don't play no games. I'm turning up the heat. Better move out my way. And the dust gonna shut 'em on every time I walk in the room. I got the swag. Just doing what I do. There ain't seen nothing. I'm a coming. There ain't no stopping this. I make it look easy. I make it look good. No doubt about it. It's understood. I make it look easy. I make it look good. All eyes upon me, just like it should. I make it look easy. It's understood. I'll make it look easy. I'll make it look good. All eyes upon me, just like they should. I'll make it look easy. Hey, I'll make it look good. I'll make it look easy.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and oh my word, this has been a long day. It's already tomorrow in Thailand, but we're still playing it out as this has to get done today. It is now to map number 3, Sunset, with AFFiX versus Symbolic. AFFiX is going to be on the defense yet again, while Symbolic is on the attack. Both these teams are just exhausted. They want to sleep. They want to try to knock this out, but they know that they have to keep playing as there's no other time for this allocated at the moment. In the future, we're probably more than likely going to make this a 2-day thing. I promise. Trust me, I myself have also been up since 3 a.m. my time, and it's currently been almost 12 hours since. And I can only imagine how it is for the rest of these guys here. So, with that being said, welcome to Sunset. We are going to be seeing that agents are already been locked in for the side of AFFiX. They are sticking to their guns. However, the agents that are playing, the players that are playing each agent have swapped slightly. As you're seeing the breach with barcode this time around, which is interesting. As for the side of Symbolic, they're also actually sticking to their guns. Nothing fancy. Pretty much seeing everyone playing the same thing that, for the most part, as they were last time, with a couple of changes on which agent's being played by which player. Nonetheless, we will be going into here. This is the final map of this best of 3 series in the quarterfinals. Who's going to be able to make it to the semis? So let's take a look at this map here. A very wide map. You see that most pushes are going to be taking place towards A site here, while B site is not as popular due to the way the site is set up. There's that giant pillar in the center. If I switch over to the Cypher here, you'll see it. It's so large. You can see right there on the left. It just takes up majority of all the site. So you're practically playing Ring Around the Rosie the entire time. It's worse than Splits, which B-side was pretty bad on Split. This is worse. Nonetheless, here we go. Game underway and starting with the push towards A. It's going to be seen if there's going to be an engagement here with Omen. KK playing around towards A long. They got the smoke set up perfectly as needed. Zawan's going to be the first to check around the corners and find the pick as well. But careful to Infant, who's going to have to deal with this push. Finds the first headshot, missing a couple of the others, which will cost them in the end. It's a bit of a shootout here as they're trying to get the spike planted and almost gets the stun up there with Wingman, but in the end they can't. First round going to Symbolic. Now heading to round number 2 here with the mixed buys from the attacker's side. You're going to be seeing a Bulldog, Vandal, Guardian, Stinger. They are just switching everything they've got here. Whoo! Doggy. As for the side of AFFiX, they're going to be playing for the light buys here, and they're going to be playing it up front. Look at this positioning here. You see Barcode right in front, and right beside him is going to be Bacon, the dastardly duo, the two of them. And they're going to try to possibly make a push up here. Cypher gets the intel for the team and lets them know, hey guys, they're coming through main here. Help. Stun's going to be coming out here very soon as they're just waiting for this intel coming out from the drone. Blast will provide some room for them as Zawane is taken down. A fake plant on site as they just miss Infant, but are able to make the swing. Through this dogfight that we're seeing here, they'll finally get the spike planted in the end after just a fury of rotations. So it's now 2-0. Leading it is Symbolic. And they're hoping just to make this a quick one, as they want to be able to move on with the series here. As for the side of AFFiX, they're ones to drag things out. They like to play patient, they like to play smart, and given that this is a marathon, mental exhaustion is huge. So you're going to have to see how you handle yourselves playing this game. Now going to be pushing up through mid here. The swing from Bacon hits a beautiful shot with a prediction over there through the smoke. And as for Barcode, trying to play it safe inside, but has to watch out for Cringe, who's constantly checking angles. Door's going to be shutting there as they just want to be sure that no one can push through them while their back is turned. It's a good play they made on their part, because that's what happened too many times, again and again, and it does cost them. Zoan gets the trade there against Bacon, taking out Plaque, as now it's a 3v4 here. And looky here, who's going on in to find Ruin? None other than Infant. Making the swing around is Barcode, however. Just waiting for the smoke. Hello! Spike carrier's down, and they spot the Omen with the assistance from the other defenders to help clean that up. Score's now 2-1, still in favor of Symbolic, but if they lose this next round, we might be looking at another split. So, with that being said here, we're going to have to see some sort of different strategy. You know, maybe even a silly strategy. Maybe one where you just all stack together and just bomb rush a site. Just hand on shoulder, conga line style, and just go, 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 go. Sure, you might get conga line. Don't, but you never know. They're going to come on out and they find that first elimination there. Now moving on in with the showstopper, but getting a bit too reckless, which will cost them 2 defenders down. Cringe able to help support his team, pushing on through and almost catching out Barcode. Barcode does get the pick off, however, they do spot him against the wall with the recon they earned. Has to watch out for the blast, just barely missing it. It's now 3 attackers, 2 defenders here, and Karen's looking to get a headshot, just barely able to make that landing onto the body there. You're going to be seeing a hard rotation going towards B site now. They could double back towards A, but not likely, as they're just trying to get to a point. But Cyphers is still alive, so that means they will have the recon ability, as well as tripwires set in place to make this push here stalled. Little Buddy's going to be starting to plant, and the spike does get planted, so that does cause a bit of trouble for the side of the defenders who couldn't stop it. And it was a risky send-out too by the attackers, and one that paid off in the end. Here comes Thrasher. Thrasher from either side, in fact, as they're going to be making the swing around. Look at all these orbs here, so many Gecko utility. And despite getting the pick of, Cringe is able to clean it up on the swing. So now it is 3-1, advantage Symbolic. Now it came down real close, just to rotation there, and you're probably going to be seeing a lot more mistakes coming from these players as it is coming into the early hours of the morning for these high schoolers. So dealing with that is going to be a new adaptation for them. Nonetheless, let's take a look at this setup here. It's going to be split defensive hold all across. However, Barcode's going to have to be the one to prepare to be ready while Raze is rotating around to get into position. Flash has been sent as Infant is trying to lay down some cover fire. It's enough to just deter, but not stop him completely. As for the side of Symbolic, Aju is trying to help his team by providing some recon and rotation with them. And right now, they're going to be making their way over towards A site here, which is completely free. Dizzy finds no one, so no blinds to be seen here today. But Bacon does get the trade up through mid there, and now it's going to have to be claiming of A site here to deal with. Concussion goes on out, but does not stop this plant as Infant is taken out by the Omen here. Trench. Now swinging back around here, you are going to be seeing Black try to make a swing onto the defender there, but it's up to Cringe to really clutch it all up, and unfortunately for them, they can't. Score set at now 3-2. It's going to be a bit of mixed buys here from the attackers to work with. And for the defenders, not the best economy, but it's one they'll work with given that most of them survived. So they're not hurting. Given all this, they now are going to be looking to see how will they engage this fight. B looks like a good site to push, but against Cypher, it's a lot of utility to deal against. So probably best case scenario is if they can take control of mid first and foremost. Oh no, here comes Infant, but that's going to be a punish immediately to stop him from going on in. Barcode's able to get the trade up as Bacon finds the second. Now just waiting for the third pick off there. That's a triple with the quad kill. If not for Bacon, that would have been an ace. Tied up once again 3-3. The good news here is that these rounds are going quite fast. Given that the map is smaller in size, you're not going to be waiting for players to encounter one another. They're just going to see each other and go, oh, there they are. So it allows for a faster pace, which is the good news.
This is a nice spot.
Without further ado, we're tied up so far. Who's going to take the lead? Looking up through push mid yet again. Bacon's getting really aggressive with their positioning. A bit of a surprise, I might say. As for the attackers here from Symbolic, they're going to try to take some space, but they need a bit more room to start. Getting marked by that recon does not help whatsoever. Let me see if they can find a mark there. Could catch Barcode, but misses him. Hello, Barcode! And that's going to be one that costs you. Coming around on the flank here is Bacon, who pulls out their knife for some odd reason. That's going to be your first down. KK able to find the first pick, but traded back by Cringe. Scores 4-3. Leading is Symbolic. And Zawan, we have an op in play, folks. Usually Zawan likes to save the op for the fence only, but I think they're going to be a bit of an eager beaver and want to try to get some shutout picks quickly now. Let's see if they can do just that. They'll have to play aggressive for it, and that can always be a lead or punish. Let's see how it goes. Checking around the corner first, seeing if they can find anyone. Doors go down. They do spot Bacon as Bacon is taken out by Ruin on the off angle there. Bacon's going to be coming around the side here, trying to provide some extra support with blasts and concussions, but not much to say other than that. The rest of the attackers here are just biding their time before pushing on in. And speaking of biding time, you're going to see Zawan and Aju fall first as the action is just rippling on through. Rolling Thunder's been activated, and they're trying to activate the cage to provide them some time, but not a lot of time to work with. As Cringe is going to have the op in hand, finds the first, could try to stick it on out here, but is afraid that they will be flanked by the off angle.
Watch them run.
A smart teleport getting their way all the way over to A site, but all they have in hand is an op and a shorty. This is a very dangerous combination here, especially when you're facing a 2v1 holding rifles. You can easily be taken on down here if you're not careful. Spots him, gets the pick. Now it's a 1v1 here. Just misses. If KK can shut him on down, this will do it. Does spot KK for but a moment. And it's a fake out. They don't know that KK is catching him off guard. A very smart play by the side of AFFiX to be able to secure this defuse. Oh, and what's more, they steal the op. This is not a good situation for the side of Symbolic, as they went in heavy for that op buy there to use it, and now to lose it over to the defenders? Not a great situation, to say the least. So now they're going to have to deal with one shot, one kills on angles they must push in order to get the point. So all they're hoping for is that they don't encounter it as they head their way towards A. Only one they're going to be encountering so far is going to be KK here, who will give away their position with the blind to start. Drone spots him as he's going to be trying to make a swift retreat. Gecko's ability has been activated here for Thrasher, but not able to find anybody coming around the side. Lots going on, but so much nonsense on top of it as well. Here comes the showstopper, and it's waiting for anybody to peek. No one to be found, and just missing with the little buddy. Now, score is 5-4. AFFiX has now taken the lead. With it being so back and forth with these rounds here, definitely seeing that the takeaway is coming out of AFFiX here, as they're starting to gain 2 rounds per 1 loss, which will give them a big lead going into the second half here. So with only 3 rounds remaining in the first half, you're definitely thinking that Symbolic needs a bit of time to just catch themselves in order to prepare for the push. Finds a beautiful pick through the wall there, or friendly, and the second as well. They're playing super aggressive. They'll get punished for their positioning, but the damage has been dealt. What else can be said? And the trade-off there, Barcode able to find Ruin. There's only one left, it's Sova. Plaque can't do much here as Bacon catches him on the flank.
We know more than we did before.
So now they're starting to take it and run. It's 6-4. AFFiX is leading the charge. Symbolic here is going to try to have to work with their buys. They have enough economy to go full buys and support one another as needed, but only for a bit. As you can see, some of them are having to compromise with light shields. As for the defense, they're looking pretty solid, and they have yet to be deterred here, really. Cameras set up, and look at this onslaught going towards A. Everyone's just stacked up on them. The push is up through mid, and they do take out the Gecko. Bacon is down, which now gives them an open opportunity to move on through the choke. However, Zawan gets a little too eager, pushing on up. And that's going to be a double kill there from Barcode, making this a 3v4. Just waiting to see if they can catch them when they see the tripwire, and they're not going to activate it, as that does give away their position. They're just waiting for the smoke, and they spot one of them, but only to get traded back by the other. Getting marked, they now know Cringe and Aju are together, so they cannot push recklessly through towards the point the way they need to. However, they do get a double pick here, which is going to give them an opening to start, and they bring it around town, being able to secure it by a limbs alone.
Last round before the switch.
6-5 in the last round of the first half. I swear, these teams love to just go back and forth, back and forth. So now, you have ultimates available, almost every ultimate available for the attacker's side for Symbolic. Symbolic's got to start using some of their ults here going into these fights to help win them, because they definitely want to be able to tie this up going into the next half. Let's see if they can do just that here. Going to be making an initial push out here will be Ruin, but it's very dangerous because that means if Neural Theft falls, you don't get any intel. Has to play it smart and steady here going into this fight. They don't want to be too reckless.
Oh yeah, monster on the loose.
Here comes Thrasher. Thrasher trying to find what they can, but does not hit its mark. The tripwire has been activated. It's a trade 1-for-1. Neural Theft's been activated now, as they're going to start to check behind them. Just missing the Gecko. Bacon almost falling. There he goes. And now in a 3v3 here, they're just trying to pour in everything they got because they have lost the spike now. They are not in control anymore. Now, best case scenario for the side of the attackers here for Symbolic is to be able to hit someone with this Hunter's Fury, but they need to utilize Neural Theft in order to get some positioning located before they activated that Hunter's Fury, to give them an idea. That's going to be ruined down, which means no Neural Theft for you. That means you get no intel whatsoever. But take a look from the rear here. You catch one out in the open, catch two out, we'll say, and shut down the Rolling Thunder. With a 1v1 setup here through the choke. Gonna have to look to see if they can catch out KK. Do they get it? They spot him, but they haven't been able to make the limb there. Few minutes, seconds remaining, and KK is able to clutch it up in the end.
Switching sides.
Having now secured their lead with the side swap here going into pistols, this gives them a huge advantage here going into this. AFFiX has the opportunity to really shut out this series now that they've swapped over to the attack. And with this being close quarters, similar to Split, they might be in their element. I'll have to see here going into it all. From my standpoint here, taking a look at this as an outsider, I would say that AFFiX has a big advantage in overall with their mentality and their skills here, their mechanical skills, that is. And I believe that's what's helping them lead into this game here for the map. But if Symbolic can bring it back, that is what will be the difference maker here. They locked in on map 1. They just need to do the same for this third. Coming in from the rear, hello from behind, Zoan will get caught out by Bacon here, providing Dizzy to blind them, and they fall back just to knock him down. The spike has been planted thanks to Gecko's ability there to send out little buddy to get onto site. The defenders here, however, are going to try to see if they can figure it out, but just touching the spike has unleashed a beehive upon them. They just swarmed out like angry hornets on an attacker. It's quite impressive. So, with that said, now going into mixed buys here in the second round of the second half. You're going to be seeing that defenders are not going to actually invest whatsoever into their pistols, except for Zwan with the Sheriff. They want to try to save up for heavy armor, heavy weaponry going into the third round because they're holding it very, very close. Taking a look at these attackers here, they're going to be coming around to this angle here. So many explosions. It's ridiculous, honestly. And I believe this is just going to be a blitzkrieg of a fight. Just push through. Don't stop. Keep walking over if you fall. Just keep going. Able to make that trade up there, but not for much, as that's going to be a team ace there earned by Bacon. My oh my. This game's starting to get away from Symbolic here, who has not been able to hold down the defense for these past 2 rounds. Given that they're going into rifles now, they need to. They can't afford any more losses here, otherwise they're just giving away the game. So you're going to be seeing a heavy stack towards B with 2 in market here to start. Ruin is the one that needs to stay alive for the sake of utility alone.
They found my wire.
2 wires down, that's an immediate out for uses. That's not great for a Cypher because they use those wires to get as much intel as possible. Caught out by Infin, who is bouncing around. They're now having to deal with everything point blank. They get the trade with Cringe, but the damage has been dealt here. Taking a look at Barcode, just waiting to see who's going to peek there. They do get the pick off in the end from an angle by Karen's, coming all the way up through mid. Score is now 10-5 here. And despite losing that one, they will be able to afford mixed buys here going into this. No ults ready yet, which is a bit of a downside here for the defenders. Usually, they've been better about getting ultimates ready to go by now. Unfortunately, that's just not the case, and they're going to suffer for it, most definitely, as they're having to deal with 2 ults going into this next fight, especially from Thrasher here. Taking a look at the Gecko here, they have no idea Cypher is right around on the flank here. They're completely oblivious. That's first shot, but he swings wild with the shots, not able to find anything as the spike is starting to get planted, but denied immediately. However, they can only hold out for so long as the support comes out. 11-5 here, and Symbolic, it's coming down to these last 2 rounds. You can't afford these losses here. Otherwise, you're done. It was such a strong team to see starting to fade away now. It's... I don't know what to say to that. It's just... You can see the exhaustion out of these players. They're kind of just going. They're going with the flow. They're not breathing and taking the time to process what's happening. It's just, all right, let's keep it going. Come on. Yep, we got this. Like, I can imagine their voices sounding like this. It's just so drained from this. Gonna be coming up towards the side here, towards the stairwell. See if they can catch the Gecko. Not quite, but gonna be making the swing. You went into a mess of trouble there. Spike does get planted. However, now it's 3v4. And who is this? Despite everyone starting to make their way through, take a look at Karen's. Karen's is trying to book it behind them. They're able to get rid of the first scouting. But they just can't land their shot on everyone else, unfortunately. And it comes down to a simple the fuse. Going into match point territory.
Please. Is it off? It's off.
Oh, I'm sorry, not match point. That was the defenders who won that one. A little bit of tunnel vision on my part. Apologies, folks. But they were able to bring one back, finally. So that gives them another day to fight. It's 11-6, still in favor of AFFiX. But if Symbolic can do what they've done before, they can bring this back by just starting the snowball effect. And it's interesting, usually you'd see a timeout by now within the first or second half, but none have been called yet. And we're so close to a match point here that I just think the players don't care about trying to take a break. I think they're just trying to run next every single time. Just fire, forget. Ooh, beautiful headshot there against their opponents before Karen's was able to make the trade back against them. Karen's trying to get away, but cannot in time. Coming around from the rear, look out, it's Zawan. Zawan able to make that follow-up. Last one live here is going to be Bacon. And that's not for long. Another round win. What's impressive about seeing that fight take place there is that what happened was most of the attackers there from the side of AFFiX funneled themselves into the A hallway, but then never left. You had some start to go towards A main, but they just almost didn't. They almost were like not sure where to go from there. And from at that point, they were starting to be collapsed on all sides possible, making them lose any sort of options for escape. Now going to be pushing up through B. Choke here. Almost hits the shot, but gets away from them. Trying to get the orb. Baits it enough to check Cypher out and keep him away. Now Zaman does get the trade, but they get taken down themselves. It's now a 2v3 advantage here for the attackers unless they can catch another one out.
Spike planted.
Oh, hello there. What an unfortunate time to reload. Hate to see it. 2 a.m. mentality. Truly. I agree with that. As we're going to be seeing here, Spike is planted. One defender to try to save it all. But it's not going to amount. Here we go. Match point territory.
Match point.
It's 12-7 here. The defenders have almost every ult ready for use, and it's about time they start using some of them, as they'll need it to probably win these next few rounds, be it they tempo or just fire and forget. It's almost like a neuron, is the way I see it. Oh, I do appreciate you looking out for me, but not to worry. I've done 12 hours of casting before. I can do it again. I just won't speak the day after. As long as I don't yell, my throat should be fine. A beautiful shot there from Barcode, but here comes the Rolling Thunder. Unfortunately for them, it hits no one, and Cringe is there ready to receive. They're throwing in the Thrasher, trying to see who they can find. The Spike has yet to be planted, and do they hit the Detain? I'm not sure, but they still get the trade. One remaining now. It's going to be Karen's. Karen's able to find that first. Now going to be looking for the last two. If he gets it here, off of the Neuralink, this is going to be the shutout, here and now. has one more time to look towards point. There they are. You know it. Now you have to be prepared to face it. One more to go. It's going to be a shot in the dark. Does he take it? Does he give himself away? Does he push through? He gets the shot! Clutching it on up. AFFiX advances in the tournament.
I knew your every move.
Alright, we're going to go towards a break here to find out who's next in the series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We are so incredibly excited to announce that varsity esports at Thomas College is expanding. Thanks to a generous grant from the Bill and Joan Alphon Foundation, Thomas College is planning to double the size of the esports facilities and equipment, hiring more coaching staff and making more room for esports athletes to join. Varsity esports began at Thomas College 5 years ago and has grown in popularity here and across the globe. We're so fortunate that the college and the foundation invested in esports so early on. And we're even more grateful that we can continue to provide this opportunity for more student athletes. Last year, Thomas Esports was able to move into a state-of-the-art arena in the newly constructed Sukforth Family Sports Center. Having this opportunity to expand our space even more is exciting. Thomas College Esports currently supports teams in Rocket League, Valorant, and Overwatch. This past month, Thomas College hosted the main high school esports state championships. The Valorant team at Thomas most recently competed and won their first ever NECC championship in the Emergence Northeast Division. We hope to bring many more championships back here to Thomas Esports.
suckers come. Get used to my name. Next to number one. Next to number one. I got this feeling in my bones. I got this fire I can't control. I got this burning in my soul. I got this fire I can't control. You're in for the ride of your life. You're in for the night of your life. You're in for the ride of your life. You're in for the night of your life. They drop me, they doubt me, 'cause they do not believe. But one day they'll say they should have bet on me. I wake up, stay up, do it all again. Through years.
Alright, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the lower bracket of round 3. It's going to be Symbolic versus Revolver. Here we're going to be seeing Symbolic on the defense here for this best of 1, while Revolver will be on the attack. We're headed over to Lotus, which is a 3-point map, similar to Haven, except there's some doors within the ruins that can move still. Reminds me of Trials of the Hidden Temple, if any of you are old enough to even know what that is, from Nickelodeon. Might be just an American thing as well. Who knows? Regardless, in the show, it was pretty much akin to you had to go through a ruined, like, made by the people that did the set, and you would go through different challenges and revolving doors and Aztec Mayan-looking places. It was a really neat show to watch growing up. Nonetheless, here, taking a look at these selections here from the teams, are going to be seeing a bit of hover over the Gecko here from Ruin. There was a hint of Clove, but it seems they decided against it. As for the attackers here from Revolver, they're practically locked into their selections here. I'm a bit surprised to not see a Breach, as I found that Breach has been pretty meta for this map specifically, but the rest seem about appropriate. And with that said, its difference maker here is going to be the Raze and the Breach. Which one of the two will support their team to the fullest? Let's find out now. And I do want it to be known that, let it be said that for this competition to be happening, we do appreciate all players being able to stay up this late. I know it is a strain, but people are doing their best to pretty much play to be the champions of the tournament. And these champions are competing for esports scholarships. And Thomas College is still accepting applications for this fall. So if you're trying to go somewhere for school, try Thomas College. They have a solid program out there for both the arts, the technology, and the general education. One I would recommend wholeheartedly. Without further ado, that's enough yappering from me. Let's get right on into it, shall we? Starting off with round number 1. Here we go with the attack here. Revolver making their way fast and furious going towards the point, as you're going to be seeing a retreat coming out from Plaque. Plaque's going to have to play it very safe as the Killjoy. Great agent to have on the site, but can only deal so much being alone, and within this round 1, they have to deal with rotation and utility that they lack here going into this. And we're going to be seeing that setup here from the different angles, as Cringe is now going to be trying to wrap around ride with the Killjoy here, Plaque, and they are just missing their shots, but they get it in the end. They find 2 of the attackers here. Now Revolver has to try to hold down the point, but it's not as easy as it might sound. Just missing the shots onto the little buddy there. A flawless round going over to Symbolic to start. starting into this with the mixed buys here, you're actually seeing a lot of ghosts in hand, probably from the previous round, but maybe they don't go for full with their buys here. I mean, I'm totally wrong, but you can always think, right? Seeing a good number of Spectres and 2 Vandals on the lineup there. That's quite a full buy there. You lose those, that's going to cost you going forward. Nonetheless, they're probably buying to win. They want to just try to lay down everything they got. Anticipating the push here, going towards A, they make their way forward. Sparkle able to get the first knockdown, but has to get rid of that Killjoy there, and that's exactly what Aju does. Now coming up through mid here, let's check on this defense here from Plaque. Plaque's going to have to play it back, but for the attackers, they're not going anywhere. They're kind of just waiting this out and seeing if they're going to be pushed upon here by the defense. Symbolic's been known to do it before, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him do it again. Now making those swing around, beautiful shot off the shoulder, counted as a headshot, but traded back by Zwan. It's now a 4v3 in favor of the defense here, but don't count out the attackers quite yet, especially given that they were able to take down Zwan themselves. There's now the trade up here, and defenders are the ones that are on the back pedal, having to recover themselves. But what's this? Ruin finds one out, lacking over towards A, and now it's going to be a slow rotation here from the attackers, probably to B or C site here. Best case scenario is, I would say they need to make their way over towards C. B is an alright point, but it's right in the middle of everything. It's super accessible to everyone else, so you gotta be aware of such a rotation, especially given that you just saw the turret there. The door alerts them that there's people around, and they have very little time to make this plant. They're going to have to do it immediately after getting up on the stairs. It's down and going, but watch out here for the flash. Tremor actually is utilized here, but look at their position here. Just catches them out through a random shot, and a shot through the wall to the head, earning them another round win. It's one that they will take very readily going into this best of 1 series here, as they still have the Vandals that were dropped from their teammates. Now going into this here, you will be seeing the full buys coming out from the attack. They are ready to try to put everything into this fight here. They want to win this. As the defense, they did suffer quite a bit for having to lose so many players there in that engagement, so they're probably going to be playing a lot more thrifty than what they would like going into this. Nonetheless, round starts, and here we go. The site is fully peppered by Plaque's utility here, which will help buy some time against anyone else trying to push on in. Does stop Little Buddy from making it all the way to start a plant, but that's about it, as they already made their way past, so it does not matter. Door gets taken down, Plaque, but Ruin able to take out Tawari as well as Zwing. Muck trying to provide some space for them after they've made the plant, but with this chaos ensuing, they can only deal so much damage. Nearly falling victim to their own teammates' abilities. First round win there for the attackers. It's now 2-1. Both sides looking pretty even on economy overall. Vying for one another there to make sure that they can go into this fight fast and readily. Gotta try to see if going C-side is really the move to make. I mean, Plaque has his utility here, and they haven't had a need to not have it. But that being said, Plaque doesn't have all utility, which is very dangerous. This could be a free push here for the side of Symbolic to make their way, or I should say, Revolver to make their way in. Excuse me. Now, being able to take the site freely, they're going to start to make this plant here, so the defense is going to have to rotate around. Coming in from the high ground here is Plaque and Gecko, looking for some sort of pickoff. They just spot Sparkles, but not able to find the headshot on him. That little blind will give away the position, but only for but a moment. Gaz was able to find the triple kill. Now 2-2 here. The series is evened up. And it's all coming down to just rotation, rotation, rotation. It's been very successful for them on Seaside, as they have been unstoppable, making the push onto it every single time. Yes, the first 2 rounds they weren't able to really hold it out. However, the past 2 rounds, they were able to just out pressure the defense who's trying to make the rotation in there, because they are keeping their economy so tight that they can't afford the utility to stay on site. Line there puts Black in a world of trouble, but they somehow miraculously make it out alive. Getting spotted by the Roomba, and a beautiful headshot on the flick there. Just missing due to the concussion. Little Buddy's now going to be planting in the corner with Thrasher activating. However, Rolling Thunder and Flash is going in. However, it does not find any value, as they've already made the plans and they were able to turn and adjust as needed. Now going to be looking for some action here. Tawari is holding just beneath the point here to see if they can catch someone, but they get a little too energetic on the swing, which costs them here. However, good, well-placed fragmentation grenade does deter any defusal to start. As you're seeing trades back and forth, it's now 2-2 here, and the spike is still beeping away. 1 left. Chemical has to stop this defuse. And they might do it. They do it indeed. Chemical was able to hold on out for the team to be able to stay alive, survive, and live to fight another day. With that, it's now 3-2 here. Looking into the full buys now, and some armor. These teams also have alt economy ready to go on deck. As you're going to be seeing, Dormion is having their lockdown just 1 point away. As for the defense, you're coming close to Plax as well. However, they got 3 ready to go already, up to bat. Looking to see if we're going to see this engagement here and now, but check it out. We're going to be seeing the Opt coming around first. Looking for an early pick out. Very adventurous, the one is, but when have they not be, of course. Now just waiting for the peek around, and there it is. Beautiful execution. However, not a great enough rotation, unfortunately. Trying to juggle away the op there to make sure it's safe and doesn't get taken. Gaz trying to see who they can find, but has to probably just fire it off random, even though no one's nearby. Lockdown's been put into effect here, which provides the perfect zoning opportunity for the side of the attack. Moving in, they're taking as much space as possible from the defenders without them knowing, to be able to catch them by surprise. We're coming out from the flank here. You're going to catch the first and the second. A great play on their part, but now you have the 2 defenders left. One with full health and the other as well. But the smoke is there to stop them. And in this situation, do you want to push this? Do you really want to try to give up this op when you're looking at this kind of economy? I don't think so. Best case scenario is that, look, alright, you guys get this one. I'm going to have to drop my Vandal because my guy with the op died. And I have to recover this from him. It's too much of an expense to lose. And that's how it is sometimes in battles. Like, you've seen it in real life too. There used to be a weapon out there that, ooh, caught you by the surprise, did they? Indeed. But going back to what I said, there used to be a weapon out there, a beautiful headshot, that was so expensive when it was made that people would practically fall over each other to try to recover it. And it wasn't that great of a weapon either. I think it was like the Thompson or something weird like that. It happened in like World War I and World War II, but enough of that. We're here for the Valorant. Now looking into the save round, they were unfortunately unable to recover the op, so that's going to be a huge expense loss on their ledgers there going into this. However, they're not afraid to make this push, as they're going to play aggressively into this fight, despite it being a save round. Maybe get a wild shot here. That's going to be spiked down, which stops any further progression, but they're missing their shots. Thankfully, Aju was able to provide some cover fire for them, and now they're trying to play for thriftiness. However, I don't think they realize, they do realize they used Chemical's ult just to be able to steal that spike. Otherwise, I could have sworn they were just running to the other point and had forgotten it. That would have been pretty funny otherwise. Nonetheless, here Spike's going to be planted on A side. And look at the sight line here from Sparkle. Sparkle's going to be lined up perfectly to catch out Gecko from long in just a matter of 3, 2, 1. missed the shot, but gets it in the end. And all that's left is Plaque using Dizzy as bait and completing the ace. Beautiful execution there from Sparkle. Score is now set to 5-2 in favor of Revolver, surprisingly. Symbolic, as we were all watching just from the previous match, was a pretty strong team, especially on their first map. So seeing them struggle like this, I wonder if it's more of a mental thing completely, because all of these teams are just going into these matches. It's 2 a.m. where they are at. It's almost a 12-hour difference from there and here, which is amazing. Plaque able to get that first pick on the gas as well as the second. Maybe looking for a third here. Thrasher hits no marks, which is going to be a complete waste, unfortunately for them. Just missing the mark on Chemical. Now waiting for the swing here. Sparkles peaks first, but they just hit off the shoulders of one another. The blind tries to go on out, but doesn't make anything of it. However, that's a triple on out. Will we be seeing the ace here? Almost just thrown there by Cringe, but at the end of the day, they just need to win. Yeah, we can see some of the chatters here saying, man, I wish I could be sleeping right now. Would love to get some sleep. And I would agree with you. Like, sleep's an important thing. That's why you had to make sure you slept before this tournament, because this was a big thing to prepare for. Of course, we'll try to make sure we work things better going forward with future events. So just keep that in mind. Nonetheless, it's 5-3, advantage to Revolver. Here's the weapons. Not too much of change. It's just rifle rounds back and forth, as we're going to be making our way forward here towards C site yet again. Player favorite, Dizzy. Beautiful hit with the blinds there. So try to make them just use as much as possible there. Plaque gets the trade on the Sparkle. So that's going to be your little buddy not being able to plant for you on the site. However, you do get rid of all Killjoy utility in C, which is just what you needed. Despite all the gunfire flying through, no faded kills to be found yet other than the first two. Nonetheless, here, checking out through mid here, you see Ruin almost catching them out, but it's going to be a double fake making their way back over to C site. C site's going to be very vulnerable, especially if they get swarmed all at once, because Zwan only has an op in hand. If they line up, by all means, yes, it will be collateral, but other than that, hello from above. Not much you can handle there now, is it? You're going to be able to take that spike and make their way through. The blind goes out, but does not find anyone. It's now going to be about this plant here, and Gaz is able to get the elimination onto Cringe there as Spike is planted. Here comes the Thrasher, making his way around the corners here, hunting for whomever they can find. Site is completely cleared. This gives them an opportunity to start making a push for the defuse. There's no utility available for the side of the attackers to try to stall out this spike, so it's all going to come down to pure skill. They were able to stop little buddy there from completing the defuse, and they go for a fake to start, making the swing, but a beautiful flick, able to execute that play. They're looking at the op, but they're like, nah, we don't need it. We don't need the op. We're here to play the game, and we're just going to play without this op. This op doesn't belong in the game. No one likes it. Moving on. I can imagine they're saying that, of course. Nonetheless, here you see one ult available for both sides. You're on the attack and the fence, and it's going to be a lockdown versus a showstopper. I'm really looking forward to the showstopper here, specifically because of the fragability it has. It may just catch only Killjoy, but it's still a valuable play here. Looks like they may be trying to line up for their satchels, but not quite. Roomba's going to be going on in here to see what they can scout on out, and it does activate everything. Both of them fall at the exact same place here to start. Here we go, showstopper, but they shoot it in the wrong direction. If they fired right ahead of them, they could have had it. There's the first, but caught from behind. Plaque sat in the corner there and now has lockdown activated. So they're going to be able to zone this point. The only one around here is Gecko, and Gecko has to just run and gun this as he's run out of time. It's now activated, catches no one, but the damage has been done, that's for certain. One left. Can they get the defuse going here? They do catch Chemical, but Chemical isn't going down anytime soon. They can catch him from above. This is going to be the biggest play they can get. Just have to make the wrap around. Oh! Pistol whipped. Right now, Revolver is taking these wins and running with them. They have not slowed down at all in this half. And with 2 rounds left, they have a really good setup going for themselves. It could be close here if Symbolic can bring it back on the defense. If they can get these next 2 rounds, they're going to be in good sitting going into the next half, as it's already a tough enough situation being down 7-3. So without further ado, here we go. Walls go up, and here's the engagement. They haven't tried whatsoever to go towards A side, except for the last time Sparkle got an ace. So, and I wouldn't really count that as the full plant. However, a beautiful pick on the cringe will give them an open entry into this push towards A side. Thrasher is in effect, and let's see if they can find anyone here. Can they? No, sirree, as that's not going to be the case. Picking up Dizzy, they actually go all the way over towards B side to recover Thrasher. Watch out, teammates are in the way of each other, and they just can't see with all the goop in their face. Nobody's going to be able to make the plant there, but Tawari cannot stay in it, as it's just hurting them too much. Good shots, but unfortunately has to reload. Now going to have to see if Little Buddy's making this defusal here. Here comes Thrasher. Little Buddy was denied the defuse. So given that Thrasher does not find anyone from the hallway, they have to realize they're probably up high or in the rear towards their spawn. Gonna start with the fuse of a fake defuse. There we go. As they now try it again, and it pays off for them. Aju was able to bait them out into the open to be able to secure them around.
Last round in the half.
Alright, you know the drill, ladies and gentlemen. If you have guns, if you have money, if you have ultimates, you have abilities, if you have anything worth a dang, you better use it in this half, because you're not going to get it when the sides swap. As we're going to be seeing here, 1 ult available for the attack, and that is it. Unless the other teammates get a good number of picks here with orbs, they're not going to have much to work with pushing into this fight, especially against the fence, who has Rolling Thunder and Omen into the night. Or into the shadows, I believe it's called. Oh, that's the one I'm always unsure of. Beautiful blind coming out there from the Gecko. They're trying to use the Roomba to scout out what's going on there, but they really just don't have any sort of intel. And when you're hearing a lot of people around, I just wouldn't commit to going to the point, right? They're all stacked. You understand they're all stacked. Let's just rotate, guys. Let's try to go over to A site. Maybe that's going to be unmanned, and just try to lock that down. Oh, they better move fast, as Aju is just waiting in the wings for anyone to come through. And no one does, but the smoke is in place to provide some cover as needed as Spike is planted on A's side. You are seeing the teleport right beside Zwan, and they're going to be looking for some opening picks here to start this rush. Rolling Thunder's been activated, but it's a trade 1-for-1 here. It's now a 2v3 with the defenders at a disadvantage. Now checking over to Zwan. No frag being activated right now, and Dizzy does not activate in time to catch out Zwan. So a beautiful headshot to be seen there first, then trying to catch it on the Chemical as they start the defuse, but there's not enough time to just dance around like this. They just need to commit. Is there enough time? I unfortunately don't believe there is, and this one's going to the attackers. What a way to end the first half, on a detonation after you clearly won the gunfight but didn't win the objective. Now that the sides have swapped, this could play into the favor of Symbolic. They have been a better attack team through and through, as we've seen. So for Revolver, how will they handle this with the way Symbolic plays it? Because they are very aggressive when they're in the zone. Score 8-4. and a whole lot of planning going down. We'll have to see how this stack up here to rush A will actually properly execute. I'm not sure if it's going to go well, but I am sure that a lot of bodies will go flying. Let's see what happens, shall we? Taking it from the perspective here of Ruin, who's going to be the last one in. We'll be seeing a double takedown, triple takedown against the attackers here. That is Symbolic. Symbolic doesn't really have a whole lot to work with, and with that, that's the first round of the second half, already out the gate. Score is now 9-4 here, as we're going to be seeing these defenders here from Revolver are stacking up quite nicely. They now have a big lead to work with, and they're going to be going for these mixed buys here from both sides. Interesting. Neither side is playing really for a save. They're trying to full commit this. And if you take a look at the attackers here, every single one except one of them has... Every single one has a Singer. I think this is the run and gun strat. Here we go! Just lay bullet fire. Oh my word, Tawari is just in there.
One enemy remaining.
Talk about ridiculous. What did I just witness? After a blind, everyone just kind of started falling down like dominoes.
I have so many questions.
My word. I mean, that was a full commit there. Do you do it again? Oh, no. Oh, I think they do it again. Chat, I think they're going to be doing it again. I mean, more power to you, but I'm not sure this is the strategy to go with here right now. I mean, you need some economy. You're down by 6. As Symbolic, you need to start getting some wins back, right? You want to stay alive in this series. Gonna be making the swap around here. Catches Tawari out in the open here. As you're seeing Cringe get aggressively forward. Caught in the muck, so they can't move much there. They do catch out Chemical as there's trade for trade for trade. As we're seeing Gaz finding a triple kill with the Outlaw. A great play, to say the least. Now tuning in here over to Dorami. I'm always butchering your name, and I do apologize. Nonetheless, here we'll make our way towards B-side here. Gaz in the wings, but caught by surprise. In the blind spot, the worst spot to be.
Spike planted.
With the spike planted here, one defender against 2 attackers sitting back at sight, no less. How are you going to handle this? Zawan has the Outlaw in hand, and it's a beautiful gun to have to work with. Just waiting for them to drop and pass on through. And you can definitely tell that the Killjoy here, Dora, is very on edge, we'll say. But they do get the trade. And if they can get this last pick off here. Oh no, he's looking away, but just for a moment. There it is. Able to lock it in and find the pick.
Clutch.
That makes it 11-4.
Oh, my genius doesn't stop in the lab.
Well, you got yourself the Sheriff and the Outlaw here, folks. In the hands of Dora. What are you going to do with that? Because you're the best and the worst of both worlds in that aspect. Are you not? Nonetheless, here it is 11-4, and the attackers now have the economy to do proper rifle buy, even with a bit of a mix like a Bulldog and Guardian. Will it pay off? I'm not too sure. I'm not sure if they're fully committed to this map here or not. I would love to be proven wrong, but I've yet to be seen. So, as Tawari is able to find that op pick against Zowan, 2 op players loving their weaponry here. He's going to be making the peek, misses the shot, and it will cost them, certainly, as Dora also falls here. They're going for a hard rush on this plant, and now it's up to the defenders to try to reclaim what they have lost. Just misses the shots as Chemical is able to get a double with the showstopper. Beautiful execution, the shutdown plaque, and there's one left. Defenders able to hold on out and get this defused, leading them into match point territory. Orders. Things are looking really well for Revolver here to be able to come out towards the semis and quarters, into the semis, into the finals potentially on the lower brackets. As for the upper bracket, well, still having to wait to see what is going on with that there, as we were waiting for the semis to begin after we had finished the quarterfinals in round 3. We're almost there, folks. We're almost done for tonight. Keep holding on out, and don't you worry. If you can't hold out any longer as a viewer, there still is the VOD for both Twitch and YouTube to check out later on Thomas College. But enough of my rambling. We're seeing a huge frontal assault here from the defense. They're able to get a triple to start here, but they get the trade back thanks to Gecko. Gecko does drop the spike, and ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it. Revolver advances in the bracket, while Symbolic has to say it good night here. Alright, we're heading over to a break yet again. Once you see the title change here, you'll know that we're about to start the next match. Until then, I'll see you shortly.
Until Tell me what you see in my eyes. This lone wolf killer gonna rise. Thunderclap flashing in the sky. I will survive. It's not over until I say it's over. It's not over. No, it's not over until I say it's over. It's not over now. I ain't giving up, no, 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 no. Ain't giving up, ain't giving up now. It's not over. No, it's not over. It's not over until I say it's over. I put in the time, I do the work, one step ahead, never reverse. Blessed and I'm cursed, that's right, 'cause I put in the time, I put in the time. Sunset, sunrise, I did it again. Can't satisfy hunger inside to thrive. I put in the time. Like a fine wine, I put in the time. Every day more beautiful than the one I left behind. Ain't got time to sit and cry. Gonna fall before I fly, but don't rise. Give me the whole damn elephant in one bite. License to hunt and kill, yeah, this is your invite. You keeping up with me, you're 9 to 5, that sounds nice. I'm 10 to 10 while you sleep, I run the whole night. I put in the time, I do the work, one step ahead, never reverse. Blessed and I'm cursed, that's right, 'cause I put in the time, I put in the time. Sunset, sunrise, I did it again. Can't satisfy hunger inside to thrive. I put in the time. Move a mountain, gotta do the work. You wanna move a mountain, then you gotta get into some dirt. Push through the pain and hurt, don't let it break you first, no. You trying to ride a rocket straight to the sun. Gonna burn, baby, burn. Too green, too young. Gotta put in the time and sweat and carry that cross. Have you been to hell and back? Do you know just what it costs? 'Cause I put in the time, I do the work, one step ahead, never reverse. Blessed and I'm cursed, that's right, 'cause I put in the time, I put in the time. Sunset, sunrise, I did it again. Can't compromise this drive inside. boats floating on a southbound breeze, somewhere between heaven and the tall pine trees. Hard land, I'm missing you. Guitar playing through the night, it felt pretty good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. Good as one for the price of two. It's been a long time gone since the truth's been told, and I've seen my head cut us low. Come on, save my soul with a bar guitar and a honky-tonk crowd. Buy me a ticket, Lord, put me on a train. Don't matter how I go, I even walk through the rain. Southland, I'm missing you. But where the sky's high and the moon is low, I found some country tunes playing on the radio, and I know that I'm there. Oh Lord, I know I'm there. It's been a long time gone since the truth's been told, and I've seen my head cut us low. Come on, save my soul with a bar guitar and a honky-tonk crowd. Been a long time gone since the truth's been told, and I've seen my head cut us low. Come on, save my soul with a bar guitar and a honky-tonk crowd. With a bar guitar and a honky-tonk crowd. I woke up feeling like this gon' be my day. I got that poppin' fire every step I take. Living that wild life, not stopping out no way. Just seeing green lights, won't never touch the brakes. Let me tell you something. 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 Right now, right now. Right now, right now. Right now, right now. Right now, right now. Got a real good feeling. Got a real good feeling. Like there is lightning deep in my bones. Got a real good feeling. I won't hit no ceiling. I'm going higher than I've ever known. Got a real good feeling. This place is jumping off hard as it can get. No, we won't ever stop dancing on the edge. We like it dangerous.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Hello again, everyone, to the Thomas College International Thomas Cup for Valorant. It's now going to be Revolver versus Pok Pong, a rematch for 4th place here in the lower brackets. We're going to be starting here on Split. Defending first is going to be Revolver, while Pok Pong will be on the attack. Really looking forward to this map. As I said before, this is one of my favorites so far. How long? You were here 4 hours ago, is that metric? Well, we've been going on for at least 6 hours and 45 minutes, according to the stream clock here. But for everyone else, I believe we've been potentially 10 to 12 hours already for the entire tournament as a whole, for the players and whatnot. Excuse me. That being said, here going on into this, really looking forward to what both sides can bring to the table here after experiencing such a long and grueling tournament. Now looking into this here, I cannot confirm if this is a best of 1 or a best of 3. We only went in right after selecting the first map after a few bans, so I want to say best of 1. If we go to another map, I will be sure to let you all know, but play under the assumption that this is a best of 1 for 4th place. Nonetheless, both sides are locked in, and Tawari is now showing their flexibility playing Deadlock here. This is another new agent that I have not seen until today be utilized. So let's take a look at what they can play. Let's see here. For this Tawari, they have the abilities as a Sentinel with a Sonic Sensor, a Barrier Mesh, Grab Net, and Annihilation. The Sonic Sensor it works similar to a tripwire that concusses and makes noise whenever anyone passes by. The Barrier Mesh, as it says, makes a barrier. And the Grab Net is a type of grenade that causes slowness and forces someone to crouch until they remove a tracker on them. I'll tell you about Annihilation later as we start up the match here and now. Take a look at this. Going to be coming up through the center here as we're looking to see a pick through Vent potentially, but neither side really pushing too aggressively to start. They're going to be using the Wolf to scout out from Sky, and a perfect nade to push on through. Shut down the Roomba with another paint nade to push on back while finding an Elim. A great aggressive push-up that we can see here, allowing for this plant on B to start. Now going to be waiting for that plant. Baby Calvin locks it on in here, and now it's up to the defenders to try to see if they can recover this whatsoever. Chemical is able to have the assistance of gas to help take down the opposition. It's up to Waikiki to try to push back here against the one defender that is Chemical. Chemical is hiding in a very dangerous spot and now caught into the poison, having to give away their own position and caught on out. That's going to give the first round over to Pokepong. Now I'm able to confirm this is in fact a best of 1. So this will be it for the 4th place here. Now one last thing. With Deadlock is their ultimate, Annihilation. Think of it as an auto lock-in. What happens is when activated, it will spread out, and if you as an enemy get caught in it, if you're the first one caught, you get wrapped in a cocoon, and unless your teammates help get you out of it, when you reach the destination, you will perish. So this is an interesting character to see put in place here, and with these barriers, they kind of just block off anyone from being able to see. You're not able to go through it, you only go to the side. I appreciate it, Purdy. Nonetheless, here it's going to be a full stack going up through mid here. Look at this in the vents. I mean, looking at their weaponry, you're seeing the mixed buys and a lot of close quarter combat waiting to engage into this. But that's not going to be happening here, as they are going to be playing for long coverage, waiting to see if they can find anyone with the mark, using the Wolf to scout things out and make their way on in. No one to really stop them, but little do they know, Chemical is right around the side. Surprise from behind! Able to steal that Bulldog is a very big play for them here. It's going to be up to Chemical to try to help initiate some of these picks to provide weapons for their teammates here going into this. At least they all just do a mad rush to the site. Now making their way on through, but what do they know? From behind, there's going to be Spring catching out Deadlock to start. Then the Omen and Raze. A beautiful execution from behind. And with that, they're going to be starting up 2-0 here in the map against Revolver. Revolver's not doing too well to start here. I do think for this map, Deadlock is a great selection because the barrier mesh, for example, is going to pretty much spiderweb out and block people off from being able to push forward. And they're just a great sentinel character that love to have on my team at any point in time. Without further ado, here we go, as we're now going to be making our way towards this point here. I'm going to be looking to see if there's going to be any action to start. We are going to be seeing some shots fired from Dev, but he's just trying to take out the barrier mesh, which is also giving himself away. And surprisingly, the allies can shoot through the barriers, just the enemies cannot. Intriguing. Oh, and I did not sneeze. It was a cough, but I'll take it anyway. Nonetheless, we'll be seeing Spring get taken out first before being traded by White to Kiki. And moving on aggressively through is Sparkle. Hello there. Satchel will detonate, but only soon after the paint nade catches him out first. One enemy remaining. It's going to be the Cypher, and a team ace is earned. It's now 2-1 on the board here, and I think we're in for another long one because these teams are about as good as they get. They really bring it down to the wire. So it's all going to be coming out to really mechanical skill here. Oh, and it goes invisible. Intriguing. I did not know. I thought it was always, you could see it. Nonetheless, you're now going to be going in. It's a heavy stack going towards B site, but take a look at the Viper, who's now having to deal with not even being able to pass. They are completely blocked off and taken down. Talk about a quickie. Now going to be saying in the little bomb buddy. Roomba finds no value. Pain Nade's going to be able to make some space here, but not too much at that. As you're seeing, oopsies, pardon me. Forgot that does that. Looking for the slow movement. Oh, we're going to be seeing now with the Rays pushing on in. Gets the showstopper after a suicide. We see Kara gets the blind, but is able to not catch out Gecko, as Sparkle was just a sliver of health to live it through. Trying to get the stun in there, but not too much. Has to watch out for the poison there. Lots of bullets going to Frey, and they get him with the swing.
Gun here.
With that, is now tied 2-2, and yes, I know if it was a best of 3, you would lose your mind. Unfortunately for you, we still haven't done the winners bracket yet, have we? So that's going to be a best of 3 to end the night when all is said and done in the finals. The game now is, we are playing for 4th place here between Revolver and Poke Pong, but you won't hear this till 3 minutes later, of course. Nonetheless, with the weaponry set as it is, it's going to be a mishmash for the attackers here, while the defense is looking pretty solid. Leading the charge here is Tawari, providing the shields with Showstopper shut down. Great plays by them, as Gaz is able to find a double with that Stinger in hand, and it's just one of those where you just run them down. Now 3-2 here, and they're playing back to back to back to back here. This team, they saw each other in the winners bracket earlier today, and now being able to play for 4th here, they're trying to stand out and show what they've got. Baby Calvin was one to make mention of with how well they played, as well as Y2 Kiki. So gonna have to see, despite all this endurance games they have to go through and the mental exhaustion they are suffering, can they still perform at the level we saw earlier today? Roomba's going to be heading on out, but immediately shut down. No boom for you. Bird's not going to be able to find anything as the drones start to make their way through. You see the teleporter around as 2 defenders find picks. However, they will be able to trade one back thanks to Baby Calvin. Now going to be making the prepared setup here around the choke. Here comes Thrasher. Thrasher's going to have to be eliminated immediately. Unfortunately, Kara is the first to go down. Having the reload there is probably the worst thing they had to experience. It's up to Deck Ted Yang. Tried their best but could not stand firm enough. And this one's going over to the defenders yet again. Revolver is looking pretty good. With that, that's going to put our score here at 4-2. And economy-wise, these defenders are looking really good. I mean, take a look at this economy here. They have full rifles, full shields, ultimates in the bank ready to use, and they can afford to lose 2 to 3 more rounds while still getting some more money out of it. As for the attackers, they're thrift shopping, if I'm going to be honest. They're trying to work with what they got, and it's not that much, honestly. So it's going to really come down to whether or not they can find a pick here to start going into this engagement. Deadlock here coming around the side, trying to just play it back, as they do have to make a lot of noise to get rid of that barrier, as it takes a while to take down. Now going to be going for the aggressive push up here. Waitakiki just gets in around the cubby here to the mailroom without Sparkle knowing. But Sparkle's a bit suspicious, making their way around. However, not suspicious enough to check your rear. Always, always, always check your corners. Tad Yang was able to save his teammate there, who would have been dead otherwise, thanks to the sensor. And right now, the defenders are down numerically, so unless they can get a trade up here with Doraemon, there's not going to be looking too hard for them to start. Playing it very safe in a back. Saw them just for a moment, and it is a 4v3 situation here. Coming in from the rear, we're going to be seeing Chemical to wrap around. Does spot the Viper as well as the Spike Planter, so that's a double right then and there. Beautiful setup there for the defenders to try to recover upon, especially after taking out Sky. One remains on point. It's Y2 Kiki. Can they make something of it? Unfortunately not, as they're taken on out. And this is going to be another defuse earned here by Revolver. Now, if I'm right, I believe that Pokemon here, having won in the series earlier, they were on the attack to start every single map, and they were pretty strong for the most part. However, they did do a lot better on the defense going forward. So, to say, is one team a defending team versus an attacking team based on how they play? It's a bit hard to say here, as they're both pretty equal in skill, I would say, so far. But nonetheless here, we're going to be seeing a split setup, heavily pushing towards B here with a Spike left and Spawn, probably to see if they can poke, engage, and then wrap back around. The blind there, going to send them away to start as the barrier mesh is set on up. But watch out from the top here, guys, playing a very dangerous game with Fate, trying to push out from the smoke. Not a good idea here, especially with no recon. Smokes down in the vent, and as this one lifts, might catch out spraying here. Oh, no need to do that, as no one was in vent, and you gave yourself away for that. However, luckily, you were able to get a double setup there. This paint nade there is going to be set up beautifully to provide a smoke screen, despite being traded back. There's a bit of action going on in here at the garage, as Kara is able to take down Deadlock. This will give them the intel they need to be able to react and adapt. However, it's going to be matched here by the enemy Cypher. And now, the last one with the Spike here has been marked. They know where they are, and it's going to really come down to this. With that, another win for the defenders. Score is now 6-2. Taking a look at this, we're going to be seeing Ultimate Economy. It's even on both sides here. 2 for the defenders, 2 for the attackers. Rifles all in the hands of the defenders here. So Pokepong is going to have to try to get a win off of this one here. They were able to do a full buy for spring here, but I'm not sure if that should be the move to make. There you go. Yeah, going too heavily into this round is not worth it, especially when you're trying to be a bit more thrifty. Speaking of thrifty, how about we take a look at this showstopper, eh? Gonna see if they can catch him mountain time. Has to hit him from downtown. Just missed. Unfortunate for them. Baby Calvin has to watch out for the Roomba. It was a bit close. Could have caught them here. And get caught out by the judge. It was either the judge or the nade. It's really however you want to pick your poison. An unexpected blind immediately to save them from the choke push. And this is going to come down to Waitakiki to see if they can try to get some pickoffs as they run away. They do not want to engage this, and they have been marked. They know where they are, and this is not a great push. However, they do get the kill, and they'll be able to play with a showstopper going into the next round. It's now 7-2. 3 ults available with a 4th on deck coming up for the attackers. While on the defense, they've only used the 1, but Thrasher is very soon. Timeout's going to be called here by Baby Calvin, as they need a bit of a breather, especially given that this snowball has grown out of control. They've not been able to stop this defense from inflicting pure pain and pincer movements against them. Let's say for the sake of Pong, there we go. It's been a long day as well. Give me a break. They're trying to just see what they can work with their strategy here. They have enough for rifles this round, but they don't know about the op that's in the hand of Gaz, and that's going to be very crucial to identify as soon as possible. Going into this fight here, however, we're going to have to try to see if they can take control of high ground. High ground is going to be the biggest asset they can earn for themselves. If they can do that, they'll have higher chances of winning these last 3 rounds of the half. Nonetheless, the defenders are not going to be ones to just roll over easily. Let's see how this goes. Now going to be seen here with the setup heavily stacked towards A. Take a look at Tawari, who's still playing with the barrier mesh front and forward. They could immediately activate Annihilation here to try to just yoink someone away and give some through the barriers to make sure they can't reach. That's a beautiful nade after Gaz. Here comes Annihilation. Who's going to be pulled? Seems they're able to save him from the Annihilation. Lucky for them. And here is the showstopper. Accidentally hits the wrong corner. That does cost him. However, you will be seeing the attackers here have hit their momentum. They are now on a roll. And against one defender here, they have a huge opportunity to work with. Goes for the swing now, as you're going to be seeing them try to deal some damage in. Baby Calvin is trying to just trick him with movement, and trick him they do. Gain that quad kill in the end.
Blinded. Spike dropped. Get out of here. I've got your trail.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
One down.
Last round before the switch.
Help a girl out, would ya? Cheers, mate.
Here.
Go get him.
Shadows traveling.
Switching sides.
Over there.
I need this. Yes, this should do. That goes there. Oh, this is a nice spot. This goes here.
Here.
Next spike, wings.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
I've been muted this entire time and I did not realize it. I am so sorry, chat. I was talking about how we were looking into this engagement there, trying to go towards B site.
Look for my shadows.
Sometimes I can't see the red because of my filter, so I do apologize. A little bit of a technical difficulty. Nonetheless, they will be winning that one there. It's now 9-4. The defenders able to bring one back for themselves. Pong really needs to start earning these as much as possible, especially going into this mix buy and rifle round.
Here.
So for this, it's going to be another engagement towards B. You can already see them peppering it onto the map. They want to try to take full control of B tower and mid-bottom as soon as possible without giving control over to Vent. Tawari's going to be the one to lead the charge here first. They're just waiting there in the smoke, but what's this? Everyone else is actually hunkering down over in the garage. Tawari being the lone person out, trying not to get picked off themselves. The one who has to pay attention is Kara, who's now going to be laying down suppressive fire and stopping the spike plant. It does give away their position, but does not matter as they have the bullets to spare. Tawari playing around the side, or Gaz I should say, excuse me. But in the end, they were only able to take one down. Nonetheless, here we are going to be seeing going into this full rifle buy round that is still going to be playing with a mix of saves for the defenders while the attackers have just enough money to do full buys. Some of them are not able to get full shields, unfortunately, just due to utility, but that's what you have to trade off when you play the characters you do. So given that, 4 seconds now, and the walls are rising. Now it's going to be a hard, aggressive engagement here from Y2 Kiki, or just waiting on the high ground to see will anyone come after them. They're playing it very sneaky, and they were able to shut down the first there. The grenade just lands onto the steps there while little buddy tries to go for a concuss. Whole lot of action, not a whole lot of fatal damage, as they're going to start to back off of this fight. Still trying to play for the peak, but watch as Cypher has been playing it safe this entire time, trying to gain intel for his team, while they wrap around through the sewer, up through mid, bottom, and towards B site. You hear them call to be careful, but there's Baby Calvin, able to get that first pickoff that they need, teleporting away to escape death. You see Viper here taking a bit too many shots over to their arms, and that's going to be a bit of a danger there going around towards the side. Y2 Kiki is just sitting in here, but the barrier is right in front of them. There's no one that's really actually going to push through this. I say that, and yet here we are. Baby Calvin's going to be the first to fall as Viper is trying to trade things on back. See if they can get away. They do in time. With 30 seconds remaining here, they're going to start to have to deal with spike planting, but little does everybody know, spike has been planted on A side. It's been a whole ruse going towards B. So now they're going to have to deal with running all the way over to the other site in order to stop this detonation. For the attackers, this is imperative that they get the picks off here, especially given that they're all stacking up, going through long. Will the Omen be able to do it? Well, let's find out as they're waiting. No one to push them. Gecko is the one that's going to have to be the hero to set them up for some plays to start here. And it was a beautiful double headshot that was just soon after confirmed on the Kara. Yep, you knew it, Piri, as my mic was off that good number of rounds ago. Nonetheless, it is now 10-5 here, as we're going to be seeing them play with one ult available for both sides. It's going to come down to rifles and mixed buys here. Mixed buys for the attackers, rifles for the defenders. But the defenders, well, they're doing as best as they can. As you can see, 3 of them have light shields here. And it's not as solid as they would hope to be. So this engagement is going to be imperative going into this, as Cypher is trying to hold down all visuals on point. If they're able to capture his tripwires, they will be the defenders will be in trouble. Here comes Thrasher. Thrasher gets caught in the tripwire and hiding within the cage to provide themselves some cover here. We go. It's going to be setting up with the satchels there to make some space to start. And now coming up through the rope. They're the last one alive. And you can see the panic as they try to whip back and forth, trying to figure out what they're hearing. It's now 10-6. Really, all this comes down to is if they can get one round every other 2, they will win this series here of this best of 1. But they have to stay consistent in doing so in order to achieve that. So going into this here, especially with these light buys, they're looking to try to take whatever they can off of their opponents here. Like Y2 Kiki, who's going to be pushing up aggressively with their judge. They're right around the corner, and this is a perfect place to catch them off guard. As soon as they see a rifle through the smoke, that's when you gotta hit them with the shots. This could be very big if it pops off. Unfortunately, it does not and doubles back. They're gonna have to remove this net off of them and just make it around the corner, missing the blind. No one's fallen yet. No one's taken enough damage either, surprisingly. We'll be seeing a beautiful headshot from the air. Catches out Gaz immediately. As for the rest, you will be seeing the healing come on out. As Tawari and team trying to see, do we really commit to this? I'm not too sure about that. I mean, we'll have to get another pick to truly commit. The barriers are in place, and they are able to get a pick on through it. Not just 1, but 2. Nade coming on out, and look at this Omen here. Chemical just around the side. I think they've been spotted. Yes, they have. They get the trade-off there, and it's up to Omen to try to get the pick off. And they cannot. In fact, it's going to be Gecko who's coming out on top of that duel. They're going to be using the little buddy to start the plant, but caught by surprise by an off angle. What a play! They need time to get rid of this decay, even as little as it is, but there's not a whole lot of time for planting and a whole lot of time for reaction either. It's going to be 150 versus the most beautifully placed headshot that won't be earned, as it's going to be a complete shutdown there. Karamucha gets the defusal. With that said and done, it is now 10-7. This was a totally winnable situation. Unfortunately, it catches you by surprise. It usually does. You either find them or you don't, and then at that point, you win the gunfight, right? So, you do what you can with what you have. Going forward here, we will be seeing the push has been called to go towards B, if not through mid. I dare say that their best try here might be trying to take vents where possible. But you have to make it look like you're going up towards B tower first. Thrasher going on in. Going to be using the Roomba to dodge the tripwire here and catch Cypher. Here we go. The showstopper is ready to go. And they spotted him. That's going to be Cypher on down. That's 1 defender out of 5 out of there. Make that 2. Is that 3? Indeed it is. Things are looking pretty disastrous. Oh, hello. Didn't expect to see you there. Y2 Kiki is going to be trying to make a push up through the angle here, but they have to be careful with Deadlock, who's just around the side. Muck is going to zone them away, but just for a moment.
One enemy remaining.
Spots Y2 Kiki and dealing a great amount of damage, almost falling victim to the paint nade. But they live in the end. It's now 11-7. Alt economy is looking in favor of the defense here, with one on deck from Baby Calvin. However, they're going to have to start using them in moderation here, as if they do not, they could lose these next 2 rounds, especially given their mixed buys. The attackers being able to fool by this is a godsend for them, as they needed this going forward, where they have the advantage in both abilities and weaponry. Here's the push, making their way towards B again, as Viper's Pit's been preemptively activated through mid. Not the greatest use here, I'm going to be honest, especially since you have not confirmed anyone coming through or needing to come through this way. They can just rotate around and away from the Viper's Pit. They don't, and because Viper Pit's been activated, they feel a need that they have to stay in it in order to keep it up. Otherwise, that's a whole visual and alt gone away. That being said, here we are going to be looking to see who is going to find any sort of value out of each other's abilities. Will they find someone just peeking out from the smoke, or will they just find someone as they enter onto a site? Well, let's find out, shall we? No one's been able to do anything quite yet, but we are probably going to see something here and now, as Spring has stayed in this the entire time. Here comes the paint nade and the blind. Oh, there we go. I believe we are caught in the cocoon here with Annihilation. And they secure it. Able to get the Annihilation kill. What a play. It's a very, very good entry for them here to start. Now coming around the side. Spots them with the shorty. But catches them with the spray. It's up to Spring to deal some damage now, as they're going to run out of smoke integrity sooner rather than later. Especially being the last one alive here, it's all up to them to clutch it up. Unfortunately, they cannot. The attackers win this round.
Match point.
Here we go. It's match point, ladies and gents. It's 12-7. The defenders need to aim for overtime now for a chance at 4th place. Otherwise, they'll be done for the day. It's going to be full buys with one light on deck. Tad Yang, who's going to be rocking a Stinger. They might be playing close quarters, of all places, but given that they're playing back of high ground, it's a bit different, to say the least. Hawks going forward and hits the blind beautifully so. Lots of nades going out and about here, as we are going to be seeing Chemical scout out everyone on site. They do see Sky and they're going to react based on it. Y2 Kiki playing outside the door here. Not going to be caught out outright, but look out for a showstopper, as they've only given away their own position. Tad Yang really needs to be able to play with this here. Vandal in hand, and now position found against their opponents. There's a mad rush towards B site, but doubles back towards the vents. Lots of noise being made, but no actions being found, as Tawari is able to find that pick off there towards A, and they double back potentially towards A side, I dare say. Gotta watch out for Cypher. Cypher was there and waiting, able to find that first pick off. Just misses the pass over there as they spot Omen Chemical, but if they push out right now, they only give themselves away. So defense has to play very smart into this. They need to make sure they don't get caught on out. Now going to be coming around for the swing here. Here comes Thrasher. They're able to make the cover for each other, and it's down to Viper and Gecko. Who's going to come out on top? They're practically both the same in terms of health here. Just waiting for them to swing from behind. They have no idea they're about to be ambushed through the smoke. Unfortunately for them, that's going to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, Revolver comes out on top. We're heading back on over to a break, and then to the Winners Series. I'll see you all in a bit.
We are so incredibly excited to announce that varsity esports at Thomas College is expanding. Thanks to a generous grant from the Bill and Joan Alphon Foundation, Thomas College is planning to double the size of the esports facilities and equipment, hiring more coaching staff and making more room for esports athletes to join. Varsity esports began at Thomas College 5 years ago and has grown in popularity here and across the globe. We're so fortunate that the college and the foundation invested in esports so early on. And we're even more grateful that we can continue to provide this opportunity for more student athletes. Last year, Thomas Esports was able to move into a state-of-the-art arena in the newly constructed Sukforth Family Sports Center. Having this opportunity to expand our space even more is exciting. Thomas College Esports currently supports teams in Rocket League, Valorant, and Overwatch. This past month, Thomas College hosted the main high school esports state championships. The Valorant team at Thomas most recently competed and won their first ever NECC championship in the Emergence Northeast Division. We hope to bring many more championships back here to Thomas Esports.
Tell me, do you wanna hear the story unfold? Cause I might turn out to be the villain, you know. Dark Knight King just dripping in gold. Living my life like I got a cheat code. Welcome to my world, next episode. Sequel to the trilogy story I chose. I'm taking down the empire, that's my throne. I won't ever quit, no. I'm back in the fight. Won't stop believing. I'm back in the fight. And I'm never leaving, no. Cause it's history that I'm shaping. There's a legend that I'm making. I'm back in the fight. Yeah, I'm back in the fight. I'm back in the fight. my soul. The gates are open, so release the bulls. Don't hold me back no more, unleash the beast inside. Stand up with my pride, I was born to toe the line. I'm ready to light the fire inside. Chosen, we got the keys to the town, yeah. And no one's gonna take our crown. We're gonna bring it home and take them one by one, yeah. Get up and knock them down and rise up like the sun. Are you ready to ignite the fire inside? I'm a fighter, making noise in the streets. Haymakers like a fire, throwing hooks to a beat. I got my finger on my pulse, it's steady. I was built for the speed. Automatic shift gears, I'm ready. Headstrong, I believe. When I close my eyes and count to 10, all I feel is the adrenaline. And when the pain begins to set, all I hear is long live the champion. Long live the champion. Long live the champion. Long live the champion. Call me names, call me reckless. Crash through like a storm. Filled with fury, I'm relentless. Like a soldier at war. Doesn't matter if the world is shaking. I don't flinch, not a sound. And when everyone around is breaking, I'm a stone in the ground. When I close my eyes and count to 10, all I feel is the adrenaline. And when the pain begins to set, all I hear is long live the champion. breaking barriers, I keep on crushing it till I am done. I didn't get here by accident, no, I've been gunning it since I was young. Better believe I'll be standing here, there ain't no moon that can outshine the sun. I didn't get here by accident, no, I've been gunning it since I was young. Second to none. Been gunning it since I was young. I'm standing at the edge now, it's about to go down. I'm gonna take it higher. It's time for me to light it, so they can't deny it. Hey, bring that fire. Bring that fire.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. We are back yet again for the Thomas College International Thomas Cup for Valorant. We're here for map 3 of the upper bracket here, where it's going to be PDS versus AFFiX. PDS 2 is going to be on the attack to start, while AFFiX will be on the defense here. Now, we will be seeing the lock-in for Clove immediately, which is a bit of a surprise, as we have not seen Clove on this part of the map, or the series, I should say, before. Clove usually had been selected for other different maps, but this one is a first, as you'd usually see Raze selected, or even a Jet picked over them instead. Nonetheless, they do have great utility going into this, so we'll have to see how they're going to be best utilized. That being said, everyone from the side of PDS2 is locked into their choices, while AFFiX is still hovering on theirs. They have just under 20 seconds now to lock it on in. And after this, we'll be having the second and third place match, with the one after that being the finals. So without further ado here, let's get it going here on Sunset. It's up to either team to win it more than the other, as they've already completed the map against one another, and they're tied in this best of 3 series. So Sunset will be the determining factor. What's going to be going on in the heads of these players here going into this? I believe, if I'm right, we might be on a 12-hour difference, and in that case, I believe it's 5 a.m. in Singapore right now, which is quite the feat to deal with, playing all throughout the night. These players are only being kept up on adrenaline alone, I tell you, trying to give it their all to win the cup. It's a bit slow for the load in here, as we can all see. Things happen. Nonetheless, we'll be trying to take a look at going on this attack, whether or not Clove will help them to initiate. As mentioned before, Clove can deploy smokes at will, even after death, while also using abilities that cause things like decay or haste for self, as well as heal up. So I would consider them more of a fragger rather than a controller, a duelist, if you will, I dare say. But we'll have to see how things go overall. I, for one, am looking forward to how these teams are going to be helping each other out with their composition. I mean, you're seeing Gecko played here for the side of PDS that you don't typically view with the newer agents like this. So in terms of meshing well, we'll have to see here. Compared to AFFiX here, who's sticking to their guns with the good old bread and butter of Barcode on Breach, KK on Omen, Karen's on Cypher, Infin on Raze, and last but not least, Bacon on Jet. I believe Bacon was on Gecko last time we were on Sunset here a couple of matches ago. Regardless of that, let's see how either side is going to prep themselves. We're going to be seeing here a start for the first point. They're going to play split, but it looks like they might actually try to gather up towards A and A lobby. A side is the popular one to take a start with, and we do hear about a potential DC here. The pause has been enabled, so we're gonna be waiting here for a bit, unfortunately.
Right there.
Since we'll be waiting until it comes back online, we're just gonna hit it over to the Be Right Back, or actually a quick message from our sponsors.
We are so incredibly excited to announce that varsity esports at Thomas College is expanding. Thanks to a generous grant from the Bill and Joan Alphon Foundation, Thomas College is planning to double the size of the esports facilities and equipment, hiring more coaching staff and making more room for esports athletes to join. Varsity esports began at Thomas College 5 years ago and has grown in popularity here and across the globe. We're so fortunate that the college and the foundation...
Sorry to cut back so soon, but it seems that they came back sooner than expected, so now the match is underway. Let's take a look at how they engage. Going to be seeing the first push here from KK, trying to provide some smokes to cover, but watch out from the angle. Bacon's got the first and second pick, looking for the third, finds it. Will we be seeing a perfect ace to start? No, not even before I can get the words out, they are taken down. But watch out from behind as they get caught out by Barcode. A very quick engagement, to say the least, my word, but one that will pay off in the long run. Taking a look here, you are going to be having some heavy mix buys here for the side of the fence. I think they just want to try to shut this thing on out. They are ready to advance in the series and take the winner's bracket to the very end. But little do they know, whoever loses this match here will have to play, I believe, a best of one against Revolver, who's in the lower bracket, and the winner of that will play in the finals for first place. Now, without further ado, we will be seeing that Jet just barely able to make it out alive. They do take out Bacon immediately. Taking the swing here is going to be Karen's, and if they get the spend, they're trying to use a Guardian into this. If they had a Phantom, they would have just mowed down all of the opposition here. They're able to make a swing thanks to Bacon turning on the side. Darwin trying to trade it back, but not able to find any picks. The spike is planted, and it's up to Gecko to really hold out this point in a 1v3. It's going to come down to this clutch up play. They see the first, but are not able to stop it as they are taken on out. Now going into this with 2 rounds in the bank here for the side of AFFiX, you're going to have to really see something coming out of PDS2 in order to try to come alive, if that makes sense. We'll be seeing here that it's going to be full buys for either side with a bit of change up here and there. I would say best strategy for them going here is definitely going to be taking control of mid and A side. A side has been one they have yet to push entirely. They got caught out early on over in mid and couldn't move from there. So now is their opportunity to make something of themselves. Tuning in over here on the pincer maneuver here, checking each side as the blind and smoke is placed. They're able to get that first elimination there. Looking for the swing, but catch out the attackers here. MN trying to make sure that they don't get caught in the blast radius. LWS is able to take out Bacon, and Barcode falls as well. They're going to be making a mad rush to B side here, where Cypher will have to be ready to engage. Just waiting for the push here. Spikes planting, and they give themselves away with that first shot into nowhere. 2 defenders remain now, and it's going to be up to KK and Infin. Infin's going to be the one that they try to keep alive here, but has to hit all these shots immediately. Misses the spray on it, but does get the initial. Hold up. What's Cypher about to do? Cypher gets the kill immediately onto the spike there, denying any sort of defusal possible. It's now 2-1 in favor of AFFiX here to start.
Can I get a drop?
I have to get myself written down. There we go. Now I'm taking care of it. It's full rifles for either side, but with a bit of light shields on the side of the defenders here. You'll see them still playing very split. They have their strategy ready to work with, and they're quite comfortable with this execution here. And all the more too, as being able to comfortably play your game is all you can ask for going into these matches. Not going to be looking for an angle here with knives out. Not finding anyone quite yet. Tuning over to the attackers here. They're applying some cover fire, but no action to be found, much less any chips in the armor. Just waiting for a pure opportune moment. Does spot Scarier, but not going to engage quite yet as no one has fully committed to another. Catching a bit of stray bullets there, but still living to tell the tale. Now is time for an engagement here. Here's the swing and the takeout by Scarier. Scarier is going to be traded back by Karen's while Darwin trades back. Looking for a pickoff here. Gets stunned. Infant does get the kill with the pain aid, but Omi is able to shut it out with a double, followed by MN. This now puts us at 2-2 here in the series. We're going to be looking to see some ultimates used here potentially, as both sides have 2 available for use. Going to be looking at Showstopper and Narrow Theft, while Narrow Theft and Thrasher are available for the attack. What is the strategy going forward? Well, probably just going to be a hard rush as they're evened up, and it's going to be light buys from the defenders. They just are kind of just playing it back and seeing whoever they can pick off, right? Karen's looking for some intel here to start, but not finding anyone quite yet. Does spot them and sees practically everyone from the opposing side.
Cage trick, they found my wire.
Now, after taking down the wire with the paint, they are mostly out of utility at this point. So you can see the pepper of dots from the side there where they want to rotate. They do not want to engage in this fight, especially after taking out Infant. And now they can see the opposition pushing forward. They're going to be making a mad rotation here. Given that they've spotted Cypher out through mid, they could make a play off of it if they choose to. Barcode has to be careful.
One enemy remaining.
Refreshing.
But they get taken out themselves. Rotation towards A is fast and furious. They can't do too much as they fall victim to the blinds. Now, with it being lead for the attackers here, PDS is going to try to take as much of a lead as possible, having only given up 2 in the first half here so far. If they can lock down all the rest of these rounds in the first half, then we'll have a strong second half to work off of. As for the side of AFFiX, they're going to have to really work with this op here in hand, try to find who they can pick off. But it's really going to be coming down to Infant here, taking the initial peek. Stuns, smokes, you name it, everything's going on through. They're just sending stray bullets of awry everywhere they go. Now looking for the op. The op gets taken on out by Omi. Clove now could potentially take control of it if they chose to.
Camera taken out.
But they won't quite yet here, as we're going to be seeing them push on up. Looking for anyone they can come across here. Trying to see who they will find. They get the op in hand and are trying to just juggle it away now, so that it's in their safe. No, they don't want to. They want to get rid of it. The op is gone from the playing field, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunate. No more fun for you. Now they are wasting quite a bit of time here as Barcode is just holding down this angle. No one's progressed in their push here, and a pickoff through mid by Infant gives them a lead. Now going to be looking for Thrasher here to find somebody, not seeing anyone, and runs out. Nero Theft will identify where everyone is as the Showstopper has been activated. Say hello to my little friend. Going to be coming in with tons of damage. The revive coming out from Clove. Clove, however, not going to be able to find any value off of their resurrection, unfortunately. I feel like it's a very weak ult as you just get caught out in the open way too easily. As after all, you're just waiting for them in the animation like, I'm losing her name, but the other person that can provide resurrections. And there's some animation time that takes effect while someone's being resurrected that they can get taken down while they're still mid-air. And that's practically what you see out of Clove here, which makes her out, I think, pretty weak overall, despite the rest of her kit being quite strong. It's all about being able to escape when going into these fights. And looking at this economy here, it's pretty even on either side. Door is going to be closed here as they just hunker on down. They take out the camera and are now in a great position for this push. They see them, they make the trade, but at what cost, you might ask? A duelist for a controller. Now going to be taking a look here for the push-up. It's going to have to be a rotation going for A side as a lot of noise is being made and a fast rotate in place. KK is the only one on site for now, relying on Infin to provide some insight for visual. And that's quite a big smoke of an orb, even bigger than Omen's, I believe, which is substantial in size alone. Going to be seeing Omen taking down the start here, but they cannot take out Clove. Cypher comes around the side to see what they can trade, but that's not too much, unfortunately. It's now up to Barcode. What can they do? Missing their shots, just drifting side to side a little too much. Their sway caused them to miss each and every single shot. And now that it's 4-3 here, advantage attackers, PDS 2, they're going to try to see if they can continue this lead. They had a lead, or they matched with the lead going in the prior 4 rounds there before it made even with the one defusal. So if they can keep this pattern going, they could be very strong going into the second half. Blind and stun goes out immediately. No hits, however, as the doors close. The attackers here are going to be starting to make their way forward with haste as they try to make sure they can take as much space as possible. Now I'm going to be taking a look at Raids, however, trying to play aggressive potentially? Not quite. It's going to be seen that they break down the door and they're playing a bit cheeky out in the open, which causes them to get picked off one by one. Being able to find that first. Can they find a second is the question, however. Just going to be waiting for this engagement here by Infant and KK. KK is going to be playing it back towards long A, while Infant is just trying to play around the corner. You're hearing a lot of noise, but not a whole lot of action, unfortunately. So it's really just a matter of patience. They get the peek and the stun off beautifully done as well. Now Bacon has to see if they can do a perfect shot here as they find it right there, just missing the follow-up as they get blinded. That blind is so crucial in winning or losing them the fight. It's now a 3v2 with Cypher trying to make the swing and stop the plant. They do so successfully, taking out the spike carrier and their backup. You hear Cypher there calling himself Prometheus, but I don't know about pushing a boulder up a hill personally. Nonetheless, here we will be seeing that no hurt to the economy. We're even once again 4-4. Whoever makes a mistake on one of these rounds here as they make their buys will cost their team, I believe.
Yes, this should do.
Nonetheless, here it's going to be stacked all the way up, going towards mid and B once again. B is going to be a bit of a poke and C, while the rest are doing what they can. Showstoppers in effect. Do they stop this cage? It does get the elimination. This is going to give them a huge opening to now make the push on the site as Rolling Thunder has been activated in response. Catching out Karen's and Infin. That's going to be Nero uplink. They see him up through mid there. The defenders don't have much to work with, and having been marked again twice, they're now surrounded by baddies on all sides. And have to be seen who they can catch out in the open. They get him with the knives. Bacon is the last one alive here in a 1v4. They're going to have to hit it with the ace, but surprise from behind, they catch him. That's going to give them an opening that they need in this 1v3. If they can try to find it, then they'll have a better time pushing in. Unfortunately, Darwin was quick on the draw. 5-4 in favor of PDS here. So looking at this here, you are going to be seeing ultimates available, but it's only going to be closed for Not Dead Yet. As for the rest, you'll have Showstopper, Neuro Theft, and Rolling Thunder from the side of the defense. Best case scenario is if you really want to be aggressive and you know where your opponents are, get Breach into position to activate Rolling Thunder and just lay into them to make it a nice swift round. Not going to be finding it first. Here we go. They're trying to see who they can find. They take out Scarier, so that's going to be your Raze down and out. They spot Gecko, and here comes the Rolling Thunder. Just as I said, they just want to unleash havoc and push their way on in. They're able to provide some cover fire here as Bacon starts to push their way up. Spike Carrier is down, and it's going to be up to Bacon to see if they can provide cover fire support. However, Clove is now with not dead yet, being able to trade it on up. Behind them, however, is going to be a Breach. Can Breach do this? He hits the flash twice, giving away his position, and the Spike is in control of the defenders here around the side. Forcing out everyone from that corner there will give him some clear advantage here. However, the more bullets you spray out in the open, the more likely you are to be caught. Spots it with the swing, is expecting someone to be in there, but they did not listen to their teammates as KK was just waiting around the corner. Unfortunate for the attackers there when they definitely had that in the bag. Regardless, it's 5-5 and it's still a very, very close match that we're playing here. Full buys from either side with one mishap from Karen's, but it's one you have to deal with because neither side's doing too well in terms of economy. Now we're going to be looking to see what they can work with here. It's going to be a stack up towards B, and not a bad idea with the rush going forward, but you're going to have to be very effective in taking out this Cypher to start. Will you be able to do it? Only time will tell as the doors shut over towards the garden there in mid. It's now up to either side to make an initiative here in order to start taking space. You see the cage, or the fog there, now down in, and they're going to try to play it a little bit safer, rotating back and forth. Thrasher is available here, so they can try to use it to scout the area out before committing to the push. And right now we're seeing that Cypher has no one to stop him, as MN is slowly making their way towards A site. This could be a very good play here for the attackers, as they're not going to be stopped, especially when KK is not checking the long A. They need some other defender there to assist, as there's too many sitting around B site to provide support for A. Cypher's made it all the way towards the spawn now. This is a dangerous situation here. Catches out the Omen and is looking for something else, but they get themselves caught in the open by Infant playing too much with their abilities. Now coming around the side, LWB is trying to see what they can do here about playing it back in safe, as Neural Uplink has been activated. The Neural Theft, I should say. Now going to be pushing in hard and aggressive here. Scarier gets caught up by the Cypher ult, but here comes Thrasher. Thrasher does hit the detainment there to start, but Barcode is swift in his response. Goes for the bait, but traded back by Clove and Darwin.
Last round in the half.
Right there.
Last round of the first half here, it's scored 6-5. It's not looking too hot for the defenders either, as having lost that previous round, they have no economy to go for full buys into this fight here. As you're seeing from the attackers, they could easily just as win this, as they have all the money to spare. Nonetheless, here we go. The first one going to be pushing on up here is Karen's, probably trying to see what they can do about a camera setup and play it to run away. Just has to have a moment of freedom here to make sure they don't get caught out in the open. They see them, and they take out the camera immediately along with the tripwire. Not a great situation here for the defenders being able to hold down this choke. However, here we go with the setup. If they can get 2-3 points for Darwin, he will have Rolling Thunder to go into the play. Looking to turn the corner now, spots them with the ponytail to start, and now making their way on over. Here comes the Raze on the hunt, but not able to find the Jet, who was able to escape with swift response. Now going to be making this rotation. Clove is going to be the last one to make it around, so they're really relying on KK and Jet here to hold down the fort until they can react to it. blind misses its mark, but it matters not, as they're going to be trying to look for some intel here with Cypher Camera. They spot him, but that's about it there, as KK does get the trade-off, and the spike carrier is down. Just missing Scarier here, and they're going to be trying to play aggressively into this. Finds that first hit pick, but has to play it very safe in the smoke to make sure they don't get taken out themselves. Taking a look at Infin, being a collateral to Omi and Darwin. Score 7-5. Now sides have swapped here for what was a fairly even game so far, is now showing the lead over to PDS 2. They've been pretty much keeping up with it throughout the day today, and they're trying to really get this shutout here. Taking a look over at the attackers here, they're going to be positioning themselves going towards A site, and they're in for a rude awakening as everyone is there to meet them. It's now just a matter of time before we head on into it. Initial thoughts here for this engagement is that you're going to see a bit of a split between A long and A main, and in such a case for a pistol round, I would rather everyone just stack together and just do a mosh pit of a push here going in, rather than just some hunky-dory strategical split up. But as I say that, this is exactly what's happening. They're going for the split. They're trying to check their corners, make sure they don't get caught off guard, and they catch them by surprise from behind, getting 2 limbs there to start, while Clove is able to trade it on back with some healing for overheal. However, Bacon does trade it back by 2-fold. They are able to take down the tripwire, but it's in a 1v4, not the greatest situation. Has enough bullets to put them down, but needs to hit every shot consecutively, and that's hard to do in this sort of game, consistently.
No more charges left.
Now 7-6 here. The attackers are starting to bring it back. AFFiX is really trying to win this on out here tonight. Going to be looking to see what they can acquire here, as the defense is going for very light buys. They're keeping a bunch of classics. You got 1 sheriff and a Bucky to work with at the moment. However, the only one towards where the attackers are pushing is going to be Clove, who's lonesomely sitting on B site here. This could prove to be disastrous, mind you. Smoke comes out, and there's definitely a call out already that, hey guys, I have a lot of utility coming at me. In fact, they're running at me this instant. Help. Now that they're having to deal with a spike plant, it's going to be a mad rush towards B site to recover the site that's been lost. A couple of defenders now making their way around the corner, but look at Infin. Infin has a judge in hand and just waiting for somebody, anybody to push on through. Looking for this paint nade right here, and now they see the first swing. It's going to cost them, I tell you. Now looking for a Cypher. Can they make something of it? A beautiful hit there to most of the body and head, but that's going to be about it, as the game is tied up 7-7. Going into the third round of the second half here, known as round 15. This is where you're going to start seeing more of the heavier buys, the rifles, the shields, the abilities on top of that. They're going to be looking to see what they can perform with here going forward.
This goes here.
Now just waiting as a matter of time. It's another stack up towards B side. It didn't fail them the first time. It's not going to fail them the second time, especially given that it's only a Cypher they have to deal with. 1 camera down for the side of the attackers, but MN still has not theirs anymore. It was taken out lickety split. Spike is going to be planted here, and as I said that, there it goes. Infin gets the first pick on the Clove there, who's rotating back around and wide. It's going to be a blind there. Darwin dealing some massive damage to the body, but nothing consecutive to the head. With the clear out there, they're trying to just lay down some pressure as they push into this. Karen's is able to find Scarier, but they're now looking to just clean up shop. They do so, winning it and taking the lead at 8-7. Yeah, you're definitely seeing AFFiX as more of an attack-sided team compared to defensive. They were a bit more nervous about pushing out, pushing in, but on the attack, they are so comfortable and willing and ready. So what does this mean as a defender? Well, you're having constantly your utility destroyed, correct? maybe it's time to try to change up where it's positioned as they keep running past you without anyone to stop them. So let's see how they do just that. Gonna be looking for the initial engagement here. Emin has to be very careful around this corner. Bucky in hand takes immediate damage from the boom bot. That is a terrible thing to have happen to you. Clove is sitting back aside here and in a very precarious position. Finds that first headshot, but that's going to be about it that they can work with. As the last one alive here is El Diabetes. Plays with the blinds, but the blinds are not enough as they just pressure on through. It's 9-7. After that last fight there, they have enough for full buys, but you are going to be seeing the timeout called here by the side of PDS2's coach. Probably going to be taking a look to see what is our strategy here. Right now they have won 4 in a row. They've made a huge comeback compared to the first half, and now they have the lead. This is very dangerous for us here that is trying to win the series overall. So strategy-wise, I would say you kind of look at this and you say, okay, we don't have the greatest economy, but we have one good enough to match them. Since we can match them, we need to start playing a bit better on angles and make sure that we use our utility better to not get destroyed so easily. You're seeing a lot of things taken out by Emin and Karen's. They just can't keep their utility up. It just does not get activated, doesn't get tripped. Instead, people are on the constant lookout for it. So what you need to do is try to be a bit cheeky with where you place it. Put in spots that they don't normally go, or just where someone expected to be alone would happen to run through it quite easily. Well, without further ado here, with the score being 9-7 and alt economy in favor of the attackers here, could be seeing some play activated here and now. Without further ado, let's get it underway. Gonna be making the swing. It just misses the headshot by the hair of the crosshair. Nonetheless, it will count as they're now going to be seen on the rotation here. Take a look at Omi, the Clover, waiting for the push-up and punish for it too. They're now going to be seen for this engagement here from Darwin. Darwin has to play very, very smart with the TP onto A site here. Spots the one, but has no idea right above them is Jet. But Jet does get taken on down. Darwin did a great duty, but it can only last for so long. Now waiting for Scarier. Scarier is taken on out. You're going to be seeing the match for match of Cypher ults here to notify one another where they've positioned themselves. Just waiting to get the queen up there. After distracting, KK gets the elimination. Been a long day so far, most definitely. Score is 10-7, and the attackers have yet to drop one in the second half. AFFiX looking superb in their push right now. It's going to have to see some magic coming out from PDS here if they want to try to come back on top. You see 2 Buckies in hand just waiting for an engagement here. They push through, face to the Roomba, catching one another. Takes down the spike carrier immediately as well, and they do not realize that their spike carrier has fallen. So this could be disastrous for the side of the attackers. However, Karen's is going to have some assistance from the Jet here, which is Bacon, to push on through. However, Clove proves me wrong and gets a double kill with a Sheriff in hand. With that being said, it's now 10-8 here. Going to be seeing full buys from either side, but the economy is definitely hurting for the side of the defenders. Just waiting for a moment to see who's going to push past their chokes here. They could try to make another commitment towards B, but they have to really commit to this push here without slowing down if they're going to go all in. You'll see the blind go out immediately, and watch out, you can't even stay there as you've taken an initial amount of damage with the showstopper hitting point blank onto MN. That's not great for you as a defender, as you're going to have to deal with it, especially losing not just one, but two of your players. Now just looking for some limbs. There it is. It's a 2v1 and caught from behind. Karen's finds him. It's 11-8 here. We're coming up towards match point, but not there quite yet. The attackers have been looking really strong, but they need to finish strong as well in order to be successful.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
So let's see how they do that here today, as it's going to be 4 ults available for the defensive side. They just gotta let her rip. Will they do it on side or will they do it up front? We'll find out very soon here going forward, as we're about to see this engagement here. Making the start here is AFFiX, and now here comes Scarier, just waiting for a chance for the showstopper, but never finding the opportunity to use it. Bacon able to get that double kill, and now pushing their way through. There will be a double back making their way towards B here to stop anybody from contesting them. Just a matter of time as we're going to be rotating on through mid here, taking a look at Clove and Breach. There's their target. If Clove can get the trade here, it's going to help even up the odds, which they do, but they're going to need a little bit more. Cypher going to be trying to make a bit of a peek here with Bucky in hand. Catches him in the shoulder, but with the Bucky, you need to probably hit more towards the chest in order to get full value instead of the head. Nonetheless, here we go. It's a 1v3 and not a whole lot of time to defuse. It would have needed to start defusing now, unfortunately, and they could not, which gives this round over to AFFiX.
Match point.
It's match point, ladies and gentlemen. This is where it all matters. You're going to be seeing full buys from either side with light armor from the side of the defense here. It's really going to be coming down to skillful and mechanical plays in order to try to be victorious. Just waiting for the opportunity to go on in here. What are the attackers' mindsets going into this? If you were to ask me, it's probably going to be calm, but they're definitely feeling on edge. They're waiting, just waiting for the opportunity to come for them to just say, we finally made it through this thing. But you first need to win in order to get to it. Narrow Theft's been activated, giving them locations on the two attackers here. Clove's going to be the one to push up first around the side, as over here it starts to decay away. Just waiting for the engagement. Spots the Omen, who is able to fight on back, believe it or not. Cypher tries their best, but cannot handle the pressure in the end. It's now 12-9. Being so high up there in the void, you are going to be seeing that things get a bit funky here and there. The defenders being able to win that one does provide them the well-needed weaponry that they require. And Omi is almost capable of getting another resurrection out. They have 6 out of 7 orb points. Quite impressive. Now, taking a look at the engagement, it's going to be a stack up through mid. Who's going to be the first to engage? More than likely, it's going to be Gecko, who does not actually want to push up. They want to stay as far back and away as possible, including Darwin. They know what's on the line here if they get taken out one by one recklessly. Now coming around the side, Omi is trying to make sure that they can stay back. They could catch someone out if they make another swing here, and they do just that. They take out the spike carrier with Overheal in effect. They run out of bullets, but not much can be done there. As you can see, as soon as they go for a resurrection, they are done. Score is now 12-9 here, as already mentioned, and if the attackers get this, they will shut out the series. It's up to AFFiX to really hold it all for his team that it's on the line for. Dizzy going on now, not going to be able to find anything quite off of it, so they have no idea if there's anyone there at all, much less being blinded.
Wingman's on defuse.
They're going to send out Wingman for the defusal here, time to move on in as they're going to be making their push out of the smoke there. Mosh Pit is in effect, and there's not a whole lot of time for the Fuses. They need to get the kill here, and now they do just that. Do they have enough time? No siree. They may have if they suck it, but probably not in the long run.
Attackers win.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be map number 3 there. AFFiX wins and progresses towards the finals. We'll be right back in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Get into some dirt, push through the pain and hurt. Don't let it break you first now. Ooh, you trying to ride a rocket straight to the sun. Gonna burn, baby, burn. Too green, too young. Gotta put in the time and sweat and carry that cross. Have you been to hell and back? Do you know just what it costs? I put in the time, I do the work. One step ahead, never reverse. Blessed and I'm cursed, that's right, 'cause I sunset, sunrise, I lead again. Can't compromise this drive inside to thrive. I put in the time. You wanna move a mountain, gotta do the work. You wanna move a mountain, gotta get into the dirt. Takes time.
I think it's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, men and women alike, welcome to the third place match. It is going to be a best of one. It is PDS 2 versus Revolver. PDS is going to be on the defense to start, while Revolver will be attacking. It's going to be a best of one, and the winner of this will go on to the finals for first and second place. It's all come down to this. Every single moment that you all have tuned in for leads up to this final few matches here tonight. We've been through the thick and thin of it all, and it's time to bring it all to a close. Let's get right on into it. Welcome everybody to Bind. As we're going to be loading on in here, take a look at the agent selection here. As I'll hover over it right now, you will be seeing Clove staying with Omi, which worked very well for them last time overall when playing this matchup against AFFiX, but only to a certain degree. They've been going through exhaustive plays here. And I bet you while all these players are tired now, they will definitely appreciate everything that we're doing for them here come the next day, when they can actually watch back and see how they played and point out, look at me, I was able to do this, I was there for the tournament and here for the cup, I was up there winning. Nonetheless, here we go. The match begins, and we're going to be starting out with Gaze leading the charge here, trying to do some peeks around the corner. Keep an eye on this push-up here, as it's going to be Omi, the Clove, with the visuals. Smoke is set up now, and they're looking for another place to put it. They just spot Raze, but it's a little too late. Now being able to trade 1-for-1 there, you are going to be seeing the engagement. Raze falls to El Diabetes. A bit of a fancy name, if you will. Nonetheless, Scary was able to get the trade on to Wari, and now it is a 4v2 situation with Spike already planted. They're going to see what they can do to stop this defuse, but they don't have much to work with there. Despite a beautiful setup of the Molly, it took too long for it to deploy before they could stop it. So that's going to be round one, going over to the defenders there, playing it very smart and very methodical. Taking a look at this round two buys, it's going to be a bit mixed with lighter. Expecting to see some Spectres here and there, but we are seeing the Bulldogs enabled, and that's quite the heavy buy there. They best win this, otherwise this is going to cost them as they trade over towards the attackers, who could just buy up after this round. Here we go. Now making a split play towards B side here. The defenders have to play it very smart and back, but take a look towards Shower. So Wari taken out immediately. So that's going to cause some trouble there for the side of the attackers to make any sort of push, much less thrifty saves off of this round. Do they commit towards B side, or do they double back towards the Shower? Well, it's only really going to be determined once a pick is found. John and Sen are now going to be playing it set back, and there might be John Sen just as is. Spike is down out in the open. They spot the Gecko and get the elimination there. The last one alive here is going to be Chemical. And Chemical only has a Sheriff in hand. They can try to take Orb. They can try to see if they can go for exit picks, try to build up their ult as fast as possible. There's a number of paths they can take. In such a situation, you got to be very careful, especially when you're facing someone like Omi, who has a Marshal in hand, just waiting for you to peek around the corner. So it's going to be a bit of a rough engagement here. Chemical, I wish you all the best, but the odds are stacked against you. Here we go for the peek and the win. Just missed off one another, but Clove finds it. They just missed one another. Close. So now, with a flawless round one off of that, pure eliminations alone, they were able to save just enough to do full buys into this round here. This is going to be a big difference maker going into round number 3 here, as they're going to be trying to see what is the strategy to press through into your opponents. I think, personally, as soon as you get past that Venom wall going towards B side, you are free range to take full sight, especially if you get rid of John Sen. John Sen is one that you need to watch out for, especially when it comes to the smokes they provide, because they're endless. As long as they stay alive, you're just going to have trouble pushing through a blind. And there's also the fact of a fast, aggressive push. Clove is going to try to make their way as quickly as possible, but it's not going to be quick enough as everyone's already pushed on past and playing in the aggress. They're able to get the spike started the plant, but look on out. There's going to be a swing. Johnson is down. That means all smokes related to poison are gone. As such, they are at a huge disadvantage here as defenders. They're trying to do some pot shots for throwing it in, but take a look here at Gaz, who's going to have a big angle as the smoke disappears in mere number of seconds. It's up and away, and they spot Clove. A lot of blows being traded, but nothing to be found as the showstopper is not going to be able to hit off today. Gaz with the triple. That's their first attacker win for a round there, and one they well needed, especially given that Raze here, Gaz, has just 2 more points they need for their ultimate, so they could go get an orb, get a pick, and then just run it down on the point to point blank contact. They live to tell a tale. Bonus! Nonetheless, here as we're going to be going on into it, let's see what happens here as we're going to see a fast push up by Johnson and Sky to try to take control. Poison orbs up and running. The boombot is down, however, and they're just going to have to start taking this orb here if they want to, because they have the cover as needed, but no one else really there to help assist with it. You have to be real careful about Clove. If you can bait Clove to thinking that you're not there and just using a lot of wasted potential, then they'll try to double back. But it's all about timing. You gave yourself away in that case, so you're going to have to fully commit. Making it around the side there, catches them in the head, making those trades, and getting the double. If they can find a triple here, this is going to be the one that sets them up for victory. Just waiting to see who's going to be peeking. Oh, just missed by a hair. Smokes are down, but the spike's not going anywhere. Best case scenario is you have to rotate now, because you're not going to be able to do much from here on out. They use Brimstone to fake out a rotation by making a whole lot of noise.
30 seconds
An interesting play here, but you see the jiggle from Johnson as they try to double back, and the defenders win another round. With that said and done, it's now 3-1 in favor of PDS 2. They've been very strong and methodical with their rotations and holding the sight lines, and it's worked out very, very well for them. As for Revolver, they're a bit back and forth. You've seen them shine here and there, but they haven't been consistent enough, and that's going to be their biggest crutch, is that unless they develop some more consistency, they're going to have a hard time making these pushes. So let's see what can happen here as it's 3-1 and the walls are up. The engagement's going to be going towards B site yet again. If they can find one early, that will allow them to make a fast aggressive push like we saw early on. Boombot going on out, but not finding anybody to start. Let's take a look at how this nade is going on out, but not going to be seeing anybody. An immediate double burst makes their way on the site, and they have full control of the point right now. No ults available except for Showstopper and Thrasher from the attacker's side. And speaking of Thrasher, here he comes, just missing its target as they get blinded. Trying to play it safe here from the angle. The Showstopper hits El Diabetes, which does shut down Gecko from being able to do anything. And then makes the trade as Seekers are put into effect. The Cabbages trying to see who they can stun, but not being able to find everyone they're looking for. It's trades back and forth, and it's the defenders that come out on top. Being able to put this at 4-1. Now seeing this here, we will be seeing that defenders have been winning practically non-stop here except for round number 3, which was the change-up, and it's forced the attackers here into hard pistol round mode. For the defenders, they have tons of economy to work with, despite losing a couple lives here and there. As long as they trade around who gets picked off, they're able to buy for one another and cover each other's expenses going into this. Let's check out the showers here, making a turn around the corner here. would they find someone? They definitely see the rifle, and they get the elimination, predicting where they were standing. Clove is there in the high ground, Vandal in hand, seeing what they can find. But they're not able to spot anybody as the spike will begin to plant. Oh, stand corrected. Spike does not, unfortunately, as Wingman gets taken on out. The attackers are hard rotating, but take a look at Scarier, who's having to deal with the action point blank themselves. They're dealing with a lot of shotgun shells in their face, as Omi has been able to find 2. LWB is taking out Chemical, but Sparkler is able to trade it back before being eliminated themselves. Now with 5 on the board to 1, this is looking like a very dominating map here. Orbital Strike is ready and available for Chemical. It could go in early, could go in later. Probably best to try to save this Orbital Strike for Spike Plant. You need to make sure you take full control of a site first rather than using it too early, so that way you can use it as a failsafe to stall either before or after the molly is deployed. It's going to really be coming down the timing here. Can they do it? Let's find out.
Stim beacon down.
Stim beacon out in front and center. You might see a bit of an aggressive play from Gecko here. Most certainly do, as Johnson makes the trade on the Sparkle. Orbital Strike taking care of the rear of sight, as they're going to not catch anybody, unfortunately. Catches Gaz, but it's up to Sky to try to stay alive. I think Sky is best to escape through the portal, but their body does in the end. It's a 3v3 here, but the defenders have ults ready to work with, so they just need an opportunity to lay it down. Chemical needs time for the plant here on the point, but just can't quite yet. They don't feel safe enough to do it. Now you're going to be seeing here the Revive needs to get a kill or help get assist on damage. Gets the kill, so now they're going to be able to stay alive. Overheal is in effect, and they're pushing on through to underneath. The spike being planted is not going to be able to get any more than that. It is interesting. The Overheal doesn't actually heal you, but just keeps you alive with temporary health, as you can see with the 90 plus HP, similar to what Reyna earns. Nonetheless, it's now 6-1, and being 6-1, the attackers need at least 5 rounds to even it up here going into the second half. If they do not, we're looking at a potential 11-1 if they get held out for these next 5 rounds. And that would be disastrous for Revolver, who had been trying for so long since the very beginning when they fought off in the winners bracket, had lost, and now have made it all the way to the semifinals, fighting for 3rd and 2nd place. Just waiting for the engagement here around the side, taking a look for Clove. Clove's going to have the perfect angle here for this engagement as knives are out. Knives out here is going to lead to this fast engagement, and Tawari might have DC, but is now back. Knives does not hit its mark there. And the last one alive here is going to be Dormion. And that's about it. They're not able to really get any picks out of it as the defuse was done. It's 7-1. With this being said here now, it's going to be a bit of an economy collapse for the side of the attackers here. They need these next 4. And I'm going to continue saying, like, they need every single round they can get going forward here. They cannot afford many of any losses. Defense is going to be a smooth sailing if you can handle it. In this case, they don't really have the smokes to handle this. You see that there is the Viper as well as Clove. But in comparison, you got Cage, you got smokes from Jet. You also have smokes from Chemical there. Like, everything goes into pattern that you could just smoke out an entire point and then push the site and not be seen. That's just how amazing it is. They're able to stop the plant and get the trade here with Thrasher on the ready. Wingman is going out trying to get the stun here. Gets support from Clove and the rest as they're able to get another flawless victory. It's 8-1. Not looking good. I mean, we're seeing ultimates start to be bowed up here from the attacker side. You get a 1 off for Gaz, Dormion is ready with the Nero Theft, and Thrasher is ready to engage as well. You just need to start making this push to site. Best case scenario for them is that they use Thrasher going towards B site in order to lock it down. As long as you can get close enough, these two players love to play together. You're looking at Sky and Viper, MN and John Sen. So best case scenario for them is to get as close as possible before activating it and catch them together at once, so that way you can get an initial pickoff. Now with this and poison set up and off, they're going to try to see if they can hold out this hookah here. Using Jet to peek out through mid. It's up to Scarier to see if they can catch him by the legs, and there is a high possibility to do so. Just barely missing it. That could have been detrimental. The Wolf does spot Cypher out through mid as he heads on into the market there. It's not too much action heading off otherwise. However, you will be seeing a bit of a playback from either side, just missing one another as they misengage. Not too much else to be said here, but you will have to keep an eye on the Sky. Sky is going to wrap around here in 3, 2, 1 to check the corner and see who's there. Not going to say anything quite yet, but does catch Brimstone. That's going to be a great opening pick for them, as they are just playing way too slow, rotating around. They're not really able to find anyone, and because they've given up so much space, they're now suffering from the lack of smokes and space now that they're going to have to overcommit for. Taking the lead here is Gaz. Gaz is going to try to move in with the nade. Nade is in a great spot, and they find El Diabetes. So now they're going to be pushing in immediately. Thrasher going around, but not going to be finding one immediately unless nothing to be found at all. Coming around from the rear here through hookah. They're ready for the engagement here, but does anyone have the ability to stop this defuse? I don't know. They're able to use Muck to try to poison things out, but it's going to be a trade back and forth here with just bullets of spray. That's going to be the showstopper there. Does not hit anyone, unfortunately, as the spike is getting defused. Can they stop it? They do. Just barely, I believe. No, they don't. They lose the round despite a beautiful ace. That one goes to the defenders, who was able to get it by a mere fraction of a second before getting shot in the head. A hero without a cape, indeed. John Sen gets it done. No fear in their engagement there. Great play by them, being able to stick it out and trust their teammates to have their back, to hold it, and make sure they get that win there. Terrific play. Moving forward here, you're not seeing any changes from the defense's engagement. In fact, the attackers are still going to be trying to work the same thing over and over and over again. Because right now, B-side is their best site for them, because they've gone in each time, they've been able to play it each time, that it's just come down to mechanical skill that they've been lacking in. So they just need to start to pick up a bit in order to start taking control of this fight. Sparkle's going to be holding on to the off angle here, just waiting around the side. Dizzy throwing on in. Does he find anyone? Maybe. Wingman sends a concussive blast, allowing for a double kill. Hellfire's been activated here with the orbital strike. El Diabetes falling on back. And El Diabetes knows, look, we can give up this one, guys. Look, we're already up by 9. We're in the green. We're doing really well as a business unit. We're going to win this hands down. So says I. Getting a little too into it there, but look around this corner. Check it out. They are just hungry to find the elimination there. Just missing their shot, trying to pistol their way on out, but it's not enough. LWB is able to find a double pick there, steals the op, and is just booking it to the other side of the spawn. Great pick me up there. Despite the round loss, you just earned an op in the last round for free?
Last round before the switch.
Well, I'll be, as they're not going to be needing the economy for it, but it still is nice to have. As you're going to be seeing here, the attackers are the ones that are suffering, but given this is the last round of the first half, if you have money, if you have economy, if you have any sort of abilities or ultimates, you better use it, because you're not going to get in the second half. Going on into this here, we are going to be seeing what the engagement is towards A site, and it's really going to be coming down to this engagement here. Get ready for fast-paced talk. just waiting for a shot here, throwing in with Dizzy, not able to find anything, missing the shot there. It's now going to be the engagement, pushing on through there. You're going to be seeing Chemical to set up the stem beacon. Next is Hookah. Hookah's going to have to catch out the Scarier with Gaz. Gaz now falling. It's going to be up to Chemical now to try to stay alive here, but check out on that high ground there. Jet now being able to stay alive, hoping with the spike plant. You will be seeing a trade back by Sparkles, being able to find 2 while Scarier takes down the Cypher. It's now a 3v3 here. Spike already on point with Seekers activated, and now it's for the engagement here. Watch these Seekers lead Clove here into the Hookah as they turn around the corner. They know they're there, and they're pushing on through. They're getting aggressive, and they're ready for the action. They're able to make the trade there, make the second. Can they find the third? Thresher is down and out. They're going to have to sit there in the shower, try to see if they can take them out. They do so indeed, giving them the last round win.
Don't even start that time.
And now we'll finish the first half. Here we go into the second. It's 10-2, and with the side swapping, this can go any which way. We've seen that Revolver started on the attack, got a point, 2 points off the destination for the second, but they were not looking strong. They were struggling, and rightfully so. These players are tired, they're exhausted. This marathon has put them through the ringer. I know, going through these sort of LAN events myself, although this is more of an international event being hosted here in the US for high schools in Taiwan, in Singapore, I believe. It's an endeavor all the same. And we're going to be seeing here how this turnaround here, will the defense swap be their saving grace, or will they get shut out in the end? Let's find out. Tawari here, just waiting around the side, just trying to see if they can find someone. Just not quick enough on the draw. That's going to cost you there in the showers, giving up a heavy gun over to your opposition here. LWB is going to be sitting on back while the rest of the players are waiting for engagement, but the spike has been left in the market, which now is being retrieved by Gecko to run their way over to A site. Checking in over Gecko here. Sparkle just waiting for the announcement. Hey, send it on up. There it goes. It's up, up, and away. Able to get those blinds set today. The spike is now going to be planted by Wingman here as Sparkle is catching it from behind. And it's going to be an engagement here that will be costly. Coming around through the hookah there. Scarier is trying to see who they can pick up from above. But Sparkle stays alive through this engagement for mere moments, of course. You have some great strategy being called out here from both teams. I mean, take a look at this. Not everyone's fragging on the board, right? And that can definitely be a detriment to your team when you're trying to get these plays, especially as we're just on the cusp of match point. However, do not discredit their tenacity for being able to work together and play on a stack. What these players are showing is that they take a command, they work with it, and they stick to the plan. If things go right, they'll make a new plan on the spot and work together. They never go here or say, oh, it's all over. They always commit, because it's never over until it's over, as we've seen with plenty of matches here today. Nate coming on out, just going for a wild spray, but misses it wide. Trade on back. LWB is able to get the judge in hand there. Spike is easily planted here by the attackers, who are now able to heal on up. The defenders need every possibility they have to get past this here. LWB is able to get the trade onto Tawari, but is it going to be enough? They're using one to the fuse to start. It's the Wingman. Can Wingman stay alive? No siree. They have a Guardian in hand, needs to hit every single shot successively. It might have been better just to keep the pistol. Don't get me wrong, a Guardian is great, but only for an initial fight. I would rather you use a Guardian if you're going to be point blank rapid firing your opponent, or if you're from a distance sniping. You never want to be at mid-range where you need fast fire rate and spray when you're surrounded. That's one where you need a stinger. That's one where you need the pistol, the frenzy, anything that can help you in those close combat situations. Even the Bucky is a hit or miss. I'd rather have like the Stinger or Spectre in such a fight. Nonetheless, here we go. The walls are up, and this is match point territory. Defenders, you gotta lay it down on the line here. It's do or die now. Here we go. Smoke is down and in front. We're gonna have to see if they can prepare for Chemical around the side. They deal some damage, but Chemical is not caught out in the open. They have no idea he's sitting right in front of their faces. This could be very, very dangerous. But keeping the smoke up is a beautiful play here. It's a trade for either side, and you are seeing that Raze has almost fallen on the defensive side. It's very dangerous in situation. Just on the opposite side of one, there's Tawari. Same situation where they're just waiting for this engagement. As soon as the doors open, the bullets will fly, in a frenzy at that. Just waiting for the push. Where's the call? When's it going to happen? They hear noise. Here we go. And it cost you. Unfortunately, they were not able to get the full commit that they were looking for. And now they're finding the picks against them. Omi finding a double kill immediately. The last one live here is going to be Chemical. Now we're on the hunt. Do we play for the plant? Sure we do. There's 30 seconds, but you could now do some map roaming to see where they are. Thrasher's been activated and they are searching. Where's he at? Don't see him anywhere near there. Oh, but watch out from behind. Clove trying to get the triple here. Can they achieve it? Yes, sirree.
Attackers win.
That's going to do it there for third place. Third place has been earned by Revolver. However, we're not done quite yet, chat. Stay tuned as we're going to have our final match here tonight in a best of 3 for first and second place. I'll see you all in a moment.
We are so incredibly excited to announce that Varsity Esports at Thomas College is expanding. Thanks to a generous grant from the Bill and Joan Alphon Foundation, Thomas College is planning to double the size of the esports facilities and equipment, hiring more coaching staff and making more room for esports athletes to join. Varsity Esports began at Thomas College 5 years ago and has grown in popularity here and across the globe. We're so fortunate that the college and the foundation invested in esports so early on. And we're even more grateful that we can continue to provide this opportunity for more student athletes. Last year, Thomas Esports was able to move into a state-of-the-art arena in the newly constructed Sukforth Family Sports Center. Having this opportunity to expand our space even more is exciting. Thomas College Esports currently supports teams in Rocket League, Valorant, and Overwatch. This past month, Thomas College hosted the main high school esports state championships. The Valorant team at Thomas most recently competed and won their first ever NECC championship in the Emergence Northeast Division. We hope to bring many more championships back here to Thomas Esports.
amazing.
Chillin' with cash and cars, but somewhere lost my past. It's hard now at the combo gym, getting back my art. With the fury inside, you can't match my spark. So, regard for a shot in your chest. I got the instinct to do it in this battle with death. This is my time to rise, you can't ride on my steps. I'm gonna win, and it don't matter who challenge me next. So I can power through you with no risk, leaving your soul twisted up in my close fist. Take notice, I'm saying it's the coldest, baddest erratic fighter you can face on the foes list. The knockout king to all my opponents. I'm taking every moment to win, baby, I own it. Yeah, I stop the zoning with flurries and combinations, saying you a hate me, cause my skills are way great. I'm back to, I'm back to, I'm back to, I'm back to, I'm back to. Let the truth be told, I feel on fire with my passion flow. I'm back to, I'm back to, I'm back to, I'm back to, I'm back to. Let the truth be told, I feel on fire with my passion flow. I'm back for my glory, yeah. These guys talk big, but I'm more prepared. On my redemption road, I rip my foes when I trip and flip modes. You can't slip my blows. I'm on the comeback. It took out all of your headsmiths, and with the glow, I'm the champ that the fans hit. Hard, rugged, star-studded, and mighty, and leaving you all bloody and making your face ugly. Jab, hook, uppercut, for my blow and it impacts up your gut. You wanna try to beat the champ, you ain't tough enough. I think you move through your best, and I counter punch. Man, I fake for precision, ain't hitting for your brain, cause I train with the wisdom, gain vision through the pain. I will bang through the system, stay vicious in the game, and I'm back forever. You can't stop my reign. I'm back to, I'm back to, I'm back to, I'm back to, I'm back to. Let the truth be told, I feel on fire with my passion flow. I'm back to, I'm back to, I'm back to, I'm back to, I'm back to. Let the truth be told, I feel on fire with my passion flow. Put 'em up, show me what you got. I wanna see how you rock, if you're great or not. Wanna take my spot, better train the box. I put the game on lock and my ring won't stop. I'm back to, I'm back to, I'm back to, I'm back to, I'm back to. Let the truth be told, I feel on fire with my passion flow. Rock, ready, no stop. Yeah, it's getting just up over my block. I'm locked in the clinch, I'm about to go off. I was lost, but now back as the champ in bars. Go rock, ready, no stop. Yeah, it's getting just up over my block. I'm locked in the clinch, I'm about to go off. I was lost, but now back as the champ in bars. When I break through, I shake fools with great moves and train to stay loose. My power stays brute. Hit me if you want my chin. It's like granite. Keep throwing your best out, but I'm still left standing. My rock steady, my heart's heavy with fire. Call me the trailblazer, I'm taking this game higher. I move fast like a speed bag, throwing right crosses over your weak jabs. It feels good without the implants in me. Here to show the world that my skills wanna skin deep. I charge in the wind speed, moving in the frenzy. Show I'm the champ, leaving something to envy. I say defiant in the sweet science, ready to rumble in the jungle on these weak lions. Yeah, I'm a legend, a street giant. If the last 3 rounds gets me food, keep trying. Back to, I'm back
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finals! Once again, for those of you that are just tuning in, my name's Sami Nami, and this is the Thomas College International Thomas Cup for Valorant. It's been a long day, to say the least, and by golly, honestly, never have I come across any sort of other competition like this to date, and I'm happy to have been able to stick through it from the very beginning all the way up to this moment at the end. This finals is going to be a rematch from an earlier match that we did cast, which was PDS2 versus AFFiX. It's going to be a best of 3 for the finals here. The winner earns scholarships for their team. So we're looking in to see how this will go tonight. Defending is going to be PDS2 to start, while AFFiX will be on the attack to start. And they've locked in Harbor. Harbor has not been used at all during this entire tournament. So to see it finally locked in is quite a surprise, given that for the number of times I've seen Breeze here with AFFiX, they've never used Harbor. So this is going to be interesting. Looking at both teams, how is subscribed? They have been through the ringer. They've stuck through it through thick and thin. They've come all the way back from the lowest of the low and the very top to be in this final moment here. Whoever's going to win the first 2 maps will win it all. Let's make our way here over to Breeze, a sunny side beach area where objectives will be found in a high-tech facility and a ruins, both A and B. Here's one of them now, A site here with the high-tech facility to help process everything for the plant, while over on B site you have what remains of a once prosperous castle in what I believe to be Peru or Puerto Rico. As they do tend to be right on the beach there, they're more than likely on an island. Nonetheless, going to be going into this first round. Look at how the stack up on the map is here. You're going to be seeing AFFiX start with their main push through B here. It's going to be a heavy one, and one that's met with tripwires, so they better watch their toes. Without further ado, it's opened on up. Now could be making the push up here. First one to be captured is Infant, but immediately able to make that trade and get the double elimination. Now going to be wrapping on around here. You're going to have to see Darwin and his theory fall true, trying to see a power superiority here, being able to make the trade with Bacon. Just missing what could have been a very disastrous play there. It's now left to Jet here. Omi, who we've seen on Clove every single time so far, but not this time around. They've selected Jet. It's going to be imperative that they hit their shots here. Unfortunately for them, it's not today. As we're going to be going into this now, it's 1-0 to start the board. Right now, AFFiX was one of those earlier matches that you saw the chats talk about them a bit, saying, oh, AFFiX, yeah, whatever, yeah, you see them, they're there, they're just kind of throwing. But in reality, they weren't just living through the matches, they were actually moderating how they played it themselves. To be more precise, this was a marathon of a tournament today, and we're going into potentially 10 hours of stream time alone. Imagine that, add 4 hours to that, you're looking at over 12 hours of game time for these players. Having lasted out and being able to perform at high level they are is huge, monumental in fact. And with that, they're able to play with a complete wipe against their opposition here. Looking over at PDS 2, there were 2 of them. We were able to catch it. The very first one today on stream was PDS 1. So their second team here being able to make it to the finals says a lot for the school to be able to say, yeah, we got it. We made it there. And we're something to brag about. Now, I know I was talking over all of round number 2 there, but take a look at this rifle selection here, as it's going to be mismatched for the attackers while the defenders are heavily buying. The attackers were able to win these past 2, giving them a huge advantage to start this, and Omi is playing ever so aggressive out in front, a dangerous place to put themselves. In fact, they could get picked off here just as easily by Karens, and now it's going to have to be met by Scarier, the Reyna for the defense, as PDS2 is now going to be making their push on up. But little do they know, they're too little too late, as they've already been rotated against. It's going to be El Diabetes to make the trade here, but can he get a pick? I'm not too sure. They're going to have to be forced back, and the play is there. They find one that lurked around instead of running to the point. If you are too hesitant in your plays, you will be caught out. A beautiful shock dart to help nail down Bacon as Karens makes the trade. Scario taking out Barcode, and from behind, Karens better watch their back, but it doesn't matter if they're already taken out in the front. It's now 1-2 in favor of AFFiX. Both sides are going to be able to full buy here in the 4th round with a little bit of mishap, unfortunately, for the defenders. Regardless of that, it still will show, as they're going to see whoever comes out on top in this round will have a huge advantage here in economy alone, as they'll be able to afford going forward. Whoever wins twice in a row will start to push the other down. And that's really where it's going to count. Got to be setting up for the play here. Going towards the high ground. Omi just missing their shot completely. Darwin able to make the trade there. And looking for a second. Playing out openly into the smokes is a very dangerous game that they love to try to play with. Now seeing the Harbor ult. The Reckoning is now going to hurt everybody that is an enemy within the vicinity, causing concussions and stuns. The vision's been blocked and trying to see if they can catch out Barcode, but Barcode is a wise to the plays as Narrow Theft has been activated by the enemy Cypher. They're going to be marked yet again. However, it matters not as they were able to get that trade there. It's up to Harbor to hold down the fort. They can't lay down the spray. They need to, and MN 485 gets a triple. This is going to be the Fusel earned by the side of the defense, making things even 2-2. It's all coming down to this here and now, as you can see. Not too much to be said otherwise. Looking to see what else they can find here. Will they be able to make the push up, or will they have to play it safe for the side of the attackers? They will be forced to play site regardless, but maybe they try to go for more limbs rather than spike pushing in this case, as they were stopped twice now. And it's been just a series of 2-2, even for even, blow for blow, from every single match here today, which is fantastic. But it does make for a long match. Scary are able to take down Karen's immediately, which gives them an opening in manpower alone. You're going to be seeing the push up here from Barcodes and Friends, but will it be enough? They need the trades here, as they're able to get the one while just taking minimal amount of damage. Probably needs to take the time for a reload here where possible, as they only have 11 bullets left in the chamber. Playing a very dangerous game with Faith, as the spike has been planted. It's a 2v1, and this is super manageable for the side of AFFiX. They just need to make sure they stay in place. Now going to be taking a look here. Let's see how the defenders make this recapture of site, pushing the point. It's going to be a bit difficult to start, but they catch them by surprise, giving them a free defusal yet again. And with that, they now take the lead. PDS 2 is up by 1. Going into this here, you will be seeing that they're going to try to do a force buy with Guardian and Vandals, while the defense is going to just try to help support one another for those that were taken out early on. Just looking for the right angle to throw his tripwire. See, Cyphers get very, very creative with how they line up their lines. In many cases, quite unpredictable, hard to destroy situations. Now we are going to be seeing coming in from wide here. Could see Diabetes trying to get a pickoff, but the one to really keep an eye on is Darwin, who makes the swing, but is punished for their aggressiveness. Now Hunter's Fury has been activated here and hits its mark, finds an elimination there, and that's going to be the opening that the attackers need to start making a push towards a site of their choosing. And it's going to be coming out big here from Reyna if they can find one on El Diabetes. But here's the swing from MN. Cypher here is going to have to try to see if they can take 1 or 2 down in order to trade things up, and they do just that. A third is just going to be a bonus at this point. But they've done their job. They've evened the odds, and now it's a 2v2 setup where whoever gets the first pick will come out on top. Just seeing it right there, as mentioned. Now it's up to Reyna here. Reyna has full health and light armor, so they could work this. Just need to catch one against their shoulder there, and they will be able to get that pick off in manpower. However, you are using Jet as a bit of a decoy here to try to play it back, and just catches them out by surprise. Better watch your back, Reyna. If you're not careful, you will be shot from behind.
Scanning ahead.
That was a bit of a misplay there, I think, from Karen's. They were a bit overwhelmed, like, what do I do? What do I do? I gotta get moving. Go, 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 go. But they didn't truly check spawn to make sure they were safe. And as such, it cost them in that one. I think if they were faced head-to-head, Karen's might have been the better shot here against El Diabetes. Even the stats are showing here in the game. Regardless of that, it is what it is. It's 4-2, and they need to make a comeback here for the attacker side. Defenders, they're looking to hold down. Now looking at Darwin again, Darwin loves to push on up through the smoke. It is a very dangerous thing to do. They've even been marked, which will put them in a world of hurt. Now that that's taken place, it's now a full-on onslaught as Infin's been able to find a double kill. Make that a potential triple coming on out here. Just missing the shots now with 2 defenders left. One coming from above, behind. Hello, Harbor. Great wall bang there with beautiful headshot execution. MN able to find a trade, but is going to have a hard time with this wave in their face. But finds a way around no matter. Has to watch out for the recon, gives away their position, which is a very dangerous ploy here in this game. Could they get the clutch up here? It's really going to come down to placement and spray, and they just could not line it all up. So that's going to give the attackers a well-needed round themselves, putting that at 4-3. And it will even up the economy here just slightly, enough to make some mixed buys here for both sides. Whoever's going to be saving, however, will have better odds going into these next 5 rounds. We'll see how this works out. Many ults are available for the side of the defense, while the attack only has Empress. So I expect to see Karens just run it in there with Empress immediately to try to make some space after they get some recon. Immediate push through with the knives out. They spot them, and that's going to be the recon going, but nothing confirmed quite yet. There's a whole lot of action, just not a lot of fatalities. As I say that, you're going to catch the first, the second, and looking for the third, but it's traded back in a 2v2 here. Here comes Harbor. Watch yourself, as it's going to hurt you. It's up to Cypher to save the day now. Making his way around the side through the poison and waves. Only has a Guardian in hand. Not the greatest thing to work with, especially pushing aggressively as that. Because placement is everything. It cost him there, and now it's even up 4-4. We will have a DC here at the moment from Omi. They should be able to connect back momentarily. But let's take a look at the map while that is going on. Taking a look at this here, we do already see that everyone has full rifles to invest in here at the start. As for the others, you're going to be seeing a setup going towards BB main. If they can get past all these Cypher traps here around the side, they'll have full control of the site unless Jet comes to assist. Right now, B site has been left alone to Cypher every single time, and Cypher's great as a sentinel to hold things down. But he can only do so much when he is overwhelmed and his traps don't hit their marks. So he becomes very vulnerable without his abilities. It seems the timer has turned, the pause has been turned off, and now we are counting down yet again. Taking a look at this, you are going to be seeing a lot of people, lots and lots of people centered around A site here, but there's no one to be found. So this is not a great situation for Cypher. He can hold out for now, but will it be long enough for rotation to help him? Let's find out. Going to be making the push on through here. Let's tune in over to Harbor, who's going to help start this lead up. They're able to take out one of the tripwires, but not the second one so far. And here comes Hunter's Fury, been activated. They find MN to start, so that's your Cypher down immediately. All utility, gone. Useless. Not valid anymore. And we're going to be seeing the recon put into effect. Look at that marking there. Able to spot two of them at once. And find the pickoff from downtown. Now has to deal through the wave there, which knocks him back just slightly. Coming in from wide, you will be seeing Omi able to see if they could assist with the rain up. And get a pick off themselves. It's now a 2v2 here. Can Jet do anything? No siree. The defenders were able to hold on out. And this gives them the lead yet again. PDS 2 is on top once more.
good, doesn't
Alt-wise, we're not seeing a whole lot of use out of Empress from either side. I think they really need to start using it within mid-matches, like mid-halfways, because Empress is very quick to build. You only need 5 slots for it. 5 or 6, I believe. Yep, 6 slots, which is one of the smallest building ultimates there is. That's the purpose of a duelist and an entry fragger. They go in immediately. We'll be seeing Viper's Pit activated here in the choke, so there's not going to be much of a push coming out from the attacker's side unless they catch a wild bullet right into Darwin's head, and that's exactly what happens right there, right now, as they're able to get it to start. A little bit low on their swing, their low sensitivity bites you every time, as Karen's is just missing their shots there. But not to worry, they just spotted the last 2 defenders, and with the spike planted and Empress in effect, they have all the time in the world to hold this on out. It's up to the defenders to try to bring it on back. The duty's on them, and it's not an easy one to say the least, as they're going to have to try to see what angles they can cover here. If possible, they want this Vandal here, which allows for higher fire rate and automatic. Looking for the shots, they do spot them, but not able to get the follow-up there. The attackers even it up 5-5. Taking a look at this here, you will be seeing the defenders are now going to be the ones that are suffering a bit from their economy loss. They've taken too little from their wins and losses, and it's starting to affect them now as they have to play for a pistol round, given that the next round will need full buys. So let's see how they engage this encounter, because Darwin is still in the same spot, way too close, and I think they need to play it a bit further back for their own safety. For the defense here, take a look at Omi. Omi has an angle and could catch Infin immediately. Beautiful shot on their part, and now can take a gun from them. Maybe pass it over to Darwin. Darwin's going to be able to take it to start here, but it's passed over to Omi. And now they're just trying to hold him out in choke. Does spot the Viper. That spike carrier down despite losing L Diabetes. And they're looking to see who else they can pick on off. There's the second, causing a triple kill on the board. If they can find any more, they're going to. Makes the swing around. They're spraying and praying. Barcode trying to stay alive here. Spots, but the quad kill in the end.
Last round in the half.
Well, you know the drill. If you have money, you have ultimates. If you have abilities of any kind, you better use them, because you're not going to get them once the sides swap. We're in the last round of the first half here, and the score is currently 6-5. The attackers need this round in order to make things even across the board. And this is their go going forward. So rather than trying to push A yet again, the push is towards B, and a good one at that, because they've been going to A each time, and it's only been half and half for how it works. Everyone makes it on through without any sort of trouble with no regards. That's going to be one down there, but they're going to need a bit of help going into this. Viper's Pit's been activated as Infin has walked into the tripwire. Viper's going to have to stay alive here to make full use of this pit. A beautiful shot from Bacon, but watch out for the Hunter's Fury. Spots the Cypher, and now catching the Reyna as well. It's up to the Viper to hold on out. Has to really be careful with these angles. Could get caught by surprise. Definitely going to be. As you see right there. Didn't really check behind them as they were getting shot at immediately. And it will cost them a round that would have evened the odds. So now the sides have swapped, and it's 7-5 going into this 13th round, excuse me. Now that it's PDS 2 on the attack, what is the game plan here for the defenders out of AFFiX? Are they going to try to hold tightly together? Are they going to try to rush their opponents? Or will they sit back and wait for them around corners? So many options, so little time. Nonetheless, it will all come down to execution. Taking a first stab at it is going to be going towards B site. Leading the charge is El Diabetes. And to meet him head on is Infin. Let's see who's going to be coming out. Looking for the swing, just misses their shot. A crucial one at that. If they found it, would have been a collateral headshot through and through. Making the peek around from top here is Barcode, but not going to be able to find anyone themselves. To match that fury is Darwin and MN. Trying to now make the corners. Karens finds a pickoff with Infin, but the swing catches them by surprise. Now they have an opportunity here as they turn the odds against these defenders. Finding picks one after the other. It is up to KK. Finding that first, they do a fake plant. Trying to make their way over to rotate properly. Can they spot him in time? They do spot him. They get the trade, but unfortunately for them, Darwin was right there to help take one for the team. This puts us at 8-5. PDS still staying very strong and going in with their buys here in the second round of the second half. Going forward, they're going to try to continue this strategy every single other round where possible, as they have no reason not to. See, even the purchase of the Outlaw here by Jet Omi will be able to find one down long range. If they're lucky, they will catch out KK. But the first one to fall is going to be Infin with a well-placed shot to the head by MN. Now going to be seeing the plant here. KK is helpless to the plant. They can't do anything, unfortunately. Having to place those shots well needed. They just missed their marks, unfortunately. Finds a beautiful shot there, but does give away their position, earning PDS a team ace. 9-5. What great work hours for an office. Please, I would rather not work 9 to 5. It's probably one of the worst things to work. It takes too long to get to work anyway. Nonetheless, are going to be seen here for this engagement. Sova prepping the drone to go on out. It is a bit interesting as Barcode usually does not play the Sova. He hasn't in prior. So to see Barcode on Sova now instead of a Cypher or something of the sort is different. It's different to say the least. Now going to be taking a look for the high ground here. Watch out for the sides as you're going to find Infin takes out MN before being traded back by Omi. Now going to be coming on through to the off angle here. Taking a look at Scarier, who falls to Karens. Excuse me. From above, death comes. As you're going to be seeing Darwin try his fate. Trying in this shootout. Barely able to make it out alive. You can see the panic as they shook their stream. Now it comes down to 3 attackers, 4 defenders. Whoever can get the pickoffs here is going to come out victorious. Barcode coming around from the high ground does hit this spot, and it's Omi who's left alive here. Could try to fight this out, but let me remind you, this economy is not the greatest, and they'll take whatever they can get. So now it is 9-6. Let's take a look at our economy here. We've seen the rifles plenty of times. Both sides can do full buy. Nothing there. But what's really imperative are the assaults. Scarier and Karens are both sitting on their Empress. Neither one has activated theirs. We're halfway through. And personally, if I was either one of them, I would pop mine when I saw them start to make a push anywhere. Because an aggressive Empress is a scary one, especially when they have haste. That's one that you don't handle well against a gun like a Phantom. High fire rate is the worst to be on the receiving end of. Now just waiting for this engagement here. It's all coming up towards B, but look at the spray of bullets just out to the side. KK finds one through the smoke. Now just waiting to see how they engage this push here. The blind is right there on the side, but the Jet is undeterred. Infin did not care for the blind and just stayed there. Kind of just jiggling around, waiting to see if anyone comes. They're real eager. They're just waiting with anticipation for someone to push. They're like, come on, I'm waiting for you. Barcode going to be trying to make that push there. They do spot one another. Let's tune in over here to Barcode and Darwin. Darwin trying to see if they can make a play here. That dart is not going to be able to find anyone, unfortunately. As we're just waiting for this engagement here, Infin does find a pick off through mid, and now it's going to be a wraparound here where they spot the Jet. Jet down, and Viper with it. The spike carrier is down and out. It's going to be up to Scarier to try to make this a victory for themselves, but they are surrounded, and the odds are stacked against them. Here we go. Barcode able to get that pick off, and the defenders win a well-needed round. It's 9-7 here, as we're going to be seeing the attackers play with light buys. It's all pistols for them, and Infin on the op. Usually it's Karen's that would take the op here in this situation, but because Karen's is on Reyna and Infin is on Jet, the role has been swapped. Also look at this ult economy here. Infin's about to come up on Knives Out as well as KK on Viper's Pit. As for the attackers, Omi's coming up on Knives Out, same with Darwin on Viper's Pit. It's going to be a hard setup here going towards A side. Keeping our eye on Bacon here to try to see how they engage this push. Just hiding from the recon bolt there, just long enough for it to pass. Now we'll be able to double on back here with the damage reduction orb. Just misses each other, but catches in the end. Beautiful shot by Infin, and they're now going to be making their way on through as they get a flawless victory. Sorry that we didn't get to see anyone else for that camera, but just wanted to give you guys a look at how Bacon was able to hold that without feeling any fear. Just complete trust in his teammates to cover his back. It's 9-8, and the lead that PDS once had is getting slimmer by the round. So PDS now has to try to see what is going wrong. What is stopping them from getting these pushes? And personally, I think they're doing a little too much on the flanking, on the scouting. I think they just need a full commit to a site, as they did earlier in the pistol rounds, and just push. If they do that, they'll be fine. We'll be seeing MN just spotted there by Karen's and waiting for the engagement. Hello there. Immediate pick off, giving them a well-needed advantage into this fight. Bacon immediately taken on down by the attackers here, who Eldibias tries to work against, but is surrounded on all sides, panicking and cannot do a thing. This is tying it up 9-9. We're going to be having a timeout called here by the side of PDS, and understandably so. I mean, you just took 4 rounds in a row losses by elimination. And you're probably feeling a bit flustered. You're trying to figure out, what do we do against these guys? These guys have been on top of us this entire time. We're trying flanks. We're trying splits. It's not working. And this is where I'm saying, stop being so creative. Just be simple. Just stack and go. Stack and go. You saw it on when you were playing on the defense. The attackers at the time, AFFiX, when they did stack and go onto this point here on B side, they got in. They may have lost 1 or 2, but they got in, and they had a Viper's Pit to activate as well. You guys need to be able to do the same thing because you have it ready to go. You just got to engage. If you do that, you'll have a better time going into this. Now with the timeout coming to an end here, have they figured out their strategy? Will they be able to push up as a team, or will they try for something special again? Let's find out. As the defenders here are going to be still sticking to the split play. Nothing really to be surprising here. But as we're going to be seeing from PDS, they are set up to go together. But for how long is the question. We'll take a look at Infin first with op in hand, trying to go for a cheeky pick right around this corner. Bam! Right to the head. Beautiful execution. Be able to help take the lead and fluster their opponents with how fast their friend follow. Now going to be making the push here. They did mark KK. They know that KK is just sitting around there, just missing a couple shots here and there. What they need Viper to do right now is just activate Viper's Pit before having planted, but it all is the same, of course. They just need to swing on KK here, and they finally do it after so long. Now it's coming down to the rest from behind. They do take out the Viper's pit, and with one remaining here, it's coming down to Omi, who could not see a darn thing. And with that, the defenders take the lead. AFFiX is looking really swell here right now onto their defense. The attack, they were struggling a bit more, to say the least. But now that they've got their footing, they are digging their heels into the sand, and they aren't moving from it. As for the attackers here, PDS, they're still struggling. You can see it. Both economy, communication, they're getting flustered. The mental is waning down, to be certain. Viper's pit been activated for the defensive side. A great use of it in this case, clearing out the entire choke, making it really uncomfortable to push. Is that a fist? Nonetheless, Hunter's Fury has been activated. A beautiful shot and execution there. They're able to find Infant with a pickoff there and follow up on the double. Triple to pick off, to say the least here, but the pressure is on. It is now 11-9. Lead going to AFFiX. We're coming down to just before match point here. The attackers have had a really rough time. They've lost the past 6 rounds in a row. They need some sort of change. You have 3 ults available. You have Hunter's Fury, you have Empress, you have Neuro Theft. Need to start using something. Let's see what they do. Going to be making the push in here, and Infant is the one to push up through mid. They just happen to meet each other every time. Unfortunately for Infant, they weren't quick enough this time around, which is going to cost them the op, as well as their entire team's positioning on site and around. This is a disastrous situation here to deal with, but they do make the most of it, as Harbor was left alone and allowed to just completely sit back aside. I mean, look at Harbor. Harbor has been able to get a triple here. Can they get a quad? Yes, sirree! So you gotta watch out for the people on site. The closer they are to you, the worse it is for you, because they're more likely to make swings than those that are staying wide, where they have to rotate around different obstacles to try to push you as an opponent. So unless you take care of Bacon here immediately on site, you're only hurting yourself in the long run. So with this being match point and the weapons being scarce, what will happen? An aggressive push up here from the side of the defenders. I mean, aggressive might be an understatement. Just, wow. Look at how far they went. Are looking to see LDIB is trying to sit on back. See if they can catch someone out. Will they? They might get caught themselves. Uh-oh. That's a problem. Infant on the flank, being able to get 2 for the price of 1. Haven't been taken out themselves, and 1 enemy remaining. A lone Cypher on the flank without control of the spike. This is probably the worst case scenario for you on the attacker side. It's really going to come down to being able to get every single pick. They need as much intelligence as possible to figure out where everyone is positioned. Luckily for them, this entire site is cleared, but they'd be very afraid to make a push in regardless, given that they are about to be pushed up on the flank by Harbor. That's going to be the first one taken on out. But what about the others? Let's take a peek here over at Harbor, who will catch them on the flank. Spots him and hits it with the spray. Map number 1 goes to AFFiX. We're going to be going to a quick break here, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You were made for this. Living in a blacktop jungle, running with a wild-eyed hunger. Everybody try to test ya. No shelter from the rain and the thunder. Fighting in the concrete wasteland. Watch them while they sink like quicksand. And everybody try to shake you. And they could come and try, you don't give a damn. You're stronger now, can't hold you down. You're breaking out. You were never born to quit, you gotta stand up. You were made for this. Keep on throwing rocks and fists, you gotta stand up. You were made for this. Stand up. You were made for this. Stand up. You were made for this. Standing on the edge of nowhere. You can make them freeze with a cold stare. Everybody try to change you. Stand tall, head first into danger. Swing until you stun the crowd, yeah. Lay them out 6 feet underground, yeah. Everybody try to hold you. Ready to brawl, foul mouth, never kosher. But you're stronger now, I can't hold you down. You're breaking out. Because you were never born to quit, you gotta stand up. You were made for this, so keep on throwing rocks and fists. You gotta stand up. You were made for this. Stand up. You were made for this. Stand up. You were made for this. Heart attacker, a lip smacker, run them down like an off-road tracker, a firecracker, a chip stacker, a sucker punch with a real heat packer. A heart attacker, a lip smacker, run them down like an off-road tracker, a firecracker, a chip stacker, a sucker punch with a real heat packer. But you're stronger now, I can't hold you down. You're breaking out. Because you were never born to quit, you gotta stand up. You were made for this, so keep on throwing rocks and fists. You gotta stand up. You were made for this. 'Cause you were never born to quit, you gotta stand up. You were made for this, so keep on throwing rocks and fists. You gotta stand up. You were made for this, yeah. Stand up. You were made for this, yeah. Don't have to wait for it, 'cause you were made for it, yeah. You were made for this, yeah. Whoa, you were made for this. This is not another story. This is not another drill. I refuse to be another number now. Never staying down. This is something real. I'm a name that you'll remember. I am more than just a thrill. I am gonna be the greatest ever now. Watch out, I'm a force that you will feel. And it goes something like, I'm victorious. It's my time. There's no stopping this, 'cause I was born for this. I do it for the glory. I do it for the glory. I'll be more than just a fable. I'll be written in the stars. I will never be too afraid to bleed. Giving all of me, even when it's hard. Oh, I started as an ember who was made for kerosene. And now I'm raging like a fire, burning up through everything I see. And it goes something like, I'm victorious. It's my time. There's no stopping this.
Alrighty, here we go into the second map of the finals. This could be match point territory for AFFiX here. They won the first map, and now they're looking to shut out the series. They want that top spot in the Thomas Cup International, and by golly, are they going to fight for it. Here we have, on the fence here is going to be AFFiX to start, while PDS2 will be on the attack. We will have a sub in here for John and Sen, and out for Darwin. Darwin has now gone over to the coaching role in order to better support their team in this match, because they know it's going to take a whole lot of teamwork to get through this. They need this win on Ascent in order to go to a map 3. Will they be able to do it? We'll find out here. As we're going to be seeing the agent selection here, Clove has made another appearance, this time selected by Infin. Karen's still locking in the Reyna, which has been a consistent pick for them all throughout the tournament today. I'm surprised that they love the agent so much that they force to run it every single time. If it works, by all means, I suppose. As you're going to go in, and I just remember the other agent that I was always trying to think of, Sage. Moving aside from that, you will have Jet, Killjoy, and Sova, which are going to be matches from either side, but they're going to be playing meta for Ascent here on the side of PDS2, with the Omen, Jet, Sova, KO, and Killjoy. Let's see who's going to come out on top. Here we head on into Ascent, and for this first pistol round here, I'll make a quick mention of how this map works. You're looking at two different sites, and this is a very, very overused map. I swear, this is the community's favorite map ever since it was first introduced into Valorant. They have yet to give it a break from the competitive pool. Regardless, the biggest game changer here is going to be seen through mid, the courtyard, bottom, catwalk. If you have control of mid, you have control to go any which way on the map. So, for these attackers here, it's going to be crucial that they take control of this first before pushing to any side. If they can find an immediate pick and a choke, such as the Reyna or Sova, they can make their push, but this is still going to be topping the rest. You will see the recon go on out, not to find anyone, however, as Bacon is forced on back. The spike has been dropped over just in front of the fish market of B. They're looking to see who is going to peek out a little too early first. Both of them trying to reassure each other as Clove and KK are going to prepare for a double swing here to set up a crossfire. Just waiting for the engagement now. Scarier is going to have to deal with the field dropping very soon, but they are giving away their position quite readily. Just missing shots to their head, but will be punished in the end by Jet here. Going to be seeing the engagement now as Jet has not just taken 2, but 3 lives of their enemies. Now waiting for more to come on by. El Diabetes has to be very careful on their engagement. Omi takes out KK, but that's going to be a trade up with Infin. The last one around is El Diabetes, who took down Barcode, but not before being traded by Karens themselves.
We get a pick, we move in.
Set themselves up very strong and aggressively so into this first point here. As round 1 goes over to the defenders, AFFiX is going to now work with their buys, playing it strong. So many of them have purchased the Guardian, and yet what I've seen out of college matches is that almost no one, and I mean no one, uses the Guardian. It's a bit sad for me personally, but I understand the reasoning why, is you can get better value out of the other weapons in hand. Now, speaking of a Bulldog, for example, which has a high rate of burst fire in the set of 1, 2, and 3. Spotting the Killjoy there, and the KO. Spike Carrier and Assistant are down, leaving just one lonely Sova to try to fend for themselves. Just missing Barcode there, but not long for this world. They did a great pickoff there against the enemy Killjoy, but that's going to be all that they can amount to, unfortunately, as they just get overpressured otherwise. They will be able to provide full buys now going into this next round, which will give them an advantage into this fight. But they will need to win this next coming round with as many people alive as possible in order to have a sturdy economy going forward for the first half. It really comes down to execution here. Will they be able to do it? Time will only tell. Karen's is going to be the one to set up the angle first against Scarier, as Scarier is going to slowly make their way on in. Tuning into them now, looking out for the corners. Peekaboo, I see you. Karen's finds the pick. And it's going to be Bean with the double there on the side. Now looking for the triple. The flash does not make it over the wall, unfortunately for them. And they're able to steal the weapon in a flawless victory of the third round, allowing everyone a weapon to pick up. Not everyone was able to get a weapon, unfortunately, but they're not hurting for one either, as they are already up 3-0 in the second map. This is big for the side of AFFiX, but for PDS2, they need to work some strategy here. It's a good idea to try to make a hard push towards A, because B has been a chokehold that you haven't been able to get through consistently so far. So even if you're caught outside of A, you can try to set up some smokes and move quickly, because you have enough to work with. And you have the recon to force it as well. Being going to be trying to check back and forth. Watch out for this catwalk here, as it's just come around the side in 3, 2, 1. Just missing one another, but here it is again. About to catch him out in the open. Found him immediately, but traded back just the same. Unfortunate for them indeed. Missing the Jets several times over, but finally catches them out in the end before being punished by Johnson for not checking the garden. Fake plant there as they're trying to reposition themselves, but a beautiful shock bolt placement. That shock dart did wonders in that choke there up against the generator, allowing them to have full control of the site without even having to push in themselves. Great play there by the side of AFFiX. As for PDS2, they are going to have to now deal against an enemy op. Bean is in control. This could be dastardly. You will be seeing them start to set themselves up going towards A side, which is imperative on the rotation here. But take a look at Clove. Clove could make an early pickoff here. Will they is the question. Just misses the opportunity. If they took a wild shot, they might have caught him. Oh, peekaboo. You don't usually want to aim down sight when you push into that. Don't get me wrong, it's great and all, but it is slower to reaction, unfortunately. And I know that only from personal experience. Nonetheless, it is trade for both sides, and the defenders are the ones that are suffering at the moment, as they've lost 2 versus the attackers 1. The turret's going to provide some cover, but not enough, as one is traded back and forth. And right now, the defenders, it's a 1v3. Just missing their shots, hitting on the shoulder. Scarier knocks them down. Now going to be seen here with the buy-ups. They win their first round there in the first half, but it was at the 5th round that they finally were able to do it. And at this point, I would personally use Karen's ult going into this. I mean, sure they have weapons, but you guys are packing heavy, and you guys are low on economy. Might as well try to invest into this fight here, especially since you're about to see a whole stack of them, whether you know it or not. You can scare them off with your ult by zoning, or regardless, just get aggressive, you know? Here they come, Eldivius just sitting on the high ground there, but not going to be finding anyone for now. Shots coming on out, but missing their marks from the side of Jet. Bean cannot find anyone quite yet. And lucky for the attackers that that is the case, because they whiz by twice against their Omen. Playing back aside here, you're going to be finding Karen's, who's going to be playing with the blind, especially dealing with this lockdown. They're in a really bad situation. They cannot escape here from this push, so they're just going to have to commit everything they've got. They are now detained on site, and unfortunately, it's going to cost you. In fact, they didn't realize Infin was right around the corner. That should have been an easy kill right there. One that was flundered. just missing the Omen there, but Omen able to make the trade on back. This is going to come down to trying to pick it on up. Unfortunately, they cannot. So now it is 5-1.
They can't begin to comprehend it.
Taking a look at this buy set here, you're going to be seeing 2 ults with a third on coming on deck for Scarier for the attacking side. As for the defenders, you got one already good to go, with this follow-up being Infin. As soon as Infin gets it, they can play a bit more reckless out in the open while escaping with their life off of Resurrection. Let's see what they do here going into this engagement. It's going to be a quick one to say the least, as Bean is trying to look for a shot down the hallway here, but not going to be able to find anyone for the moment. Let's tune back in over to mid here, where they're just waiting to see this engagement. They have smokes off on both chokes, which is great for them to start making a push, but you may want to start taking catwalk along with mid, because unfortunately Barcode was there and ready. Shock Dart just missing its mark there as they're able to make trade-ups. They were able to get the spray to start, and the damage has been dealt. They have won another round yet again.
Outside of this game, immortality doesn't have as many benefits as you think.
I wouldn't know about immortality, although I do think of it as a neat thing to have. Even if people say it would be a curse, I would say, nah, you gotta make the most of what you got. Regardless of that, 3 ults ready for either side, with Infin coming up on theirs as well here. We're looking for an engagement here. Can PDS find some room finally? It's 6-1, and they need these next 5 rounds in order to even everything up. Knife goes out, but does not deploy properly. Hunter's Fury has been activated here. Look out, it's hitting its mark.
Spike down A.
The spike has dropped, and now you're seeing hits on either side. Johnson finding an opportunity to catch him out in the open, and they win that in all actuality. My word, there was so much going on, it was a little hard to see who was who, but if you pay attention in the end there, they were able to force out 2 ults from the side of the defenders. Actually, no, 3 ults, believe it or not. What a play there. And I believe they took out the op as well, so that means that they had forced the defenders to buy yet another one. This is going to be a costly expense. If they do not get picks off of this and fall yet again, I'd say it's time to get off the op and try to work regular.
Get out of my way.
Here comes the knife to suppress. Knives out to shut it on down. It's now 2-2 against the full 5. Having lost one of your entry smokers is very bad for Jet, especially given that they have such high movement. So now it's going to be a slow engagement here, as Karen's does fall first. If they're able to wrap around quick enough, they can close the gate to Garden and move their team into an advantageous position. Johnson has to just push out a little bit to catch people by surprise. Does spot Clove. Clove needs to fall here, and they do. This is great for them to make their push up now. But watch out, Johnson. If you make this turn, you might catch them. You do get a little bit of a peek, but nothing quite what you're looking for, as we can tell. We have a bit of a marker there on the zone with no one to be found. However, the overload has been activated with Nade pushing forward and Knife. So they have the pressure on, and they're looking to plant Spike. There's only one person left, and they have an op in hand. This is not looking good for them. They're going to be surrounded on all sides soon, but surrounded, more like taken out from behind. So the rounds are starting to stack up here in favor of PDS. It's just one after the other. They're slowly grabbing what they can, and they're playing very methodically. They're weighing down their opponent's will and making sure that they are not readily focused on said corner. As soon as they feel it's safe enough, they'll turn, and if they're lucky, their opponent will not be watching. Nonetheless, we're going to be seeing here a force push-up through mid here. Knife coming on out. Will it be placed properly? Let's find out. Knife hits no one. So that's not going to find any value here today, as we now see the Stinger in hand. of bacon. Just waiting for the swing here. There's the blind, but it failed. Regardless of the fail, they were able to get the knockout quickly. They miss everyone, passing on through their infant falls, and now they're looking to see who they can stop here. They stopped the spike carrier from making the plant. A beautiful play on their part, but now that their position has been given away, here comes the Empress. Watch out, because they're looking to see if they can get a shutout. Gives away the position to the high ground here. It's up to Karens to hold it on out, but they had to make a double take, which cost them their life. It's 6-4. Now looking at the defenders here, things are starting to get away from them, and get away in a bad way. It's not looking too good. Right now it seems the attackers have finally found some magic, found some opening. They pretty much bled the defenders dry here. AFFiX needs to start working something else. They need to get possibly a wall bang through here with Sova on as barcode here. Tries to get this recon going for them. Let's see what they find.
Scanning ahead.
A beautifully placed bolt, but no one to be visualized. But they still deal a great amount of damage regardless. Now making the turnaround here, KK is just trying to spam down the choke as the lockdown is activated here. Lockdown still in effect, just waiting for it to activate. Barcode falls, and they're going to be able to make the trade, but no one is detained. They will be able to teleport to the rear of sight, so that is cleared for them to make a push if they so desire. Blind is taken down immediately, and Clove aggressively trying to push on up. I don't know what the plan there was, but they're finding picks. They got aggressive, and now it's paying off for them. And in this case, they were able to give themselves another round.
Last round before the switch.
Here we go, last round of the first half here on map number 2. It is match point territory in favor of AFFiX. So right now, if you're PDS, you need as many rounds as you can get. If you're a defender strong, then this is not the worst for you. If you can get this next round and then swap to the defense, you're looking pretty good on a map like Ascent. Really good is going even, and even better is when you're dominating, of course. Nonetheless, we do have ults to go in with here, and they better be used in this last fight. If they are not, then you're not having them for next round. This is an Overwatch. That's going to be the knife deployed, but no value to be found. A swing by Scarier, just barely missing. Catches him, but not in the way you would expect. Taking a look at Omen as well, who does make a successful swing, but is missing with the spray. They do get a double in the end. However, the choke is being held out. Spike carrier did get knocked down, and it's a 2v2. People with ults are still alive in this. And for Sova is the last person that should ever be pushing on the site here. That's going to be no lockdown for you, as Spike will be planted. Sova plays it safe and back with Hunter's Fury available to their choosing. Just able to make that escape there. It's up to Killjoy to make a play. Almost getting caught out by their teammate there. Oh, this could be disastrous. They used it way too early. Almost really in a bad situation. Going to try to stick it. They stick it through. This is why you need to save Hunter's Fury when you start to hear the defuse, not before then, because that only gives away your one chance at stalling the point for as long as possible, especially when you are on low health. That is critical of strategy here in Valorant. It's one that will be a hard lesson to learn. Nonetheless, we are now into the second half with pistols, round 1. Let's see what both sides are going to be working with, as the sides have swapped. PDS is now on the defense, while AFFiX is on the attack. Will we see a rush play here, or will it play nice and slow? We'll find out. I predict that it's just going to be full send. Going to be able to get that recon in to start here. And they're trying to just spam on through. Welcome on back, Puri. Hope you had a good nap. We're into the finals here. and looking to see what they can find. Bacon, I should say, trying to push on through, makes it to the smoke well enough as Infant actually just walks through just casually. They get taken out in the end, but the fact that they were able to casually walk through is impressive in of itself. The defenders here are now providing cover fire, and they're trying to see if they can stop this plant. Plant takes place, and now they're trying to see if they can get the trade here. KK still alive and fighting for it.
One enemy remaining.
Taken out by Barcode. Barcode here is going to have to try to stop this defuse. Gets a beautiful headshot that initiated and seals the deal. That one was a real close one because that probably should not have gone in favor of the attackers there, but they were able to get a clutch pick in the smoke there for the fish market, and they made the most of it. So now with the score being 9-4 and a mishmash of buys here for the rifles, we're going to have to see some big plays coming out from the attackers if they're just going to try to steamroll this. As for the defenders, you're going to have to hold real tight angles and set up crossfire to make sure that you don't get taken down too quickly. Looking to probably see if they can destroy the door. Unfortunately, Scarier is the first to fall. So now you're going to be seeing a potential push in immediately here after the drone makes its mark. They were able to mark who was where, and now walking through with smokes to have full control of sight. No one's there to stop him. The defenders are all forced back onto the high ground. It's Sofa, El Diabetes, and not even they can hold on strong. 10-4. AFFiX is up by 6 so far in the second map, and they just need to secure 3 more rounds in order to win the finals. All is looking pretty well for them here at the start. Taking a look at this, while the defenders are struggling with their economy. You could try to play this close with a judge up against the walls there, but you have to make sure you hit every single shot and make sure you don't get pushed back with the aggression. You could also try to slow your opponents down with a bit of Killjoy utility over in the chokes. But that's not going to be seen here. Instead, it's going to be Omi, who has to deal with rotation quickly. Now dealing with the market, playing it back so they don't get caught out in the open. Infant trying to see who they can find. They'll catch him by surprise with a knife to the back. You hate to see it happen to you, but oh, is it so glorious when it gets executed properly. One left. Hello, Omen.
I just let you think about that one, alright? Refreshing.
Quite refreshing indeed. To be able to see a knife play like that, love it. Nonetheless, the score is 11-4, and no timeouts to be called here by the defending side in the second half. I believe they called one earlier in the first half, but that's about it. So, in terms of trying to break up the momentum, good luck to you, because you're not going to have a whole lot of chances to do that. Here we go. They're going to be going out immediately. A beautiful placement for the flash as they move up aggressively. Scarier able to find some picks with their assistance of the rest of the team. Everyone else has fallen there as it all took place in mid. Now that they've achieved a round for themselves, they're able to build up their economy just enough to be able to help afford rifles for one another. This is big for them to be able to hold on out in these next coming rounds because they can't afford to be making mistakes here. It seems that once they lose a round, especially in these situations, it just snowballs into the end of the map. So let's see if they can hold on out. Going to be making the initial push up here is Karen's, who's going to try to make a swing, but no, instead they sat back for a Scarier, and John Sen fell victim as well. Aggression is good and all, but when they come wise to it immediately, that's when it hurts the most. 2 trade back from the defenders there, so now it's an even 3v3 with a spike planted on A side. Watch out from the side. I think everyone was a little surprised looking up top at the score to see how many people were left, only to find, hey, there's a guy right in front of me. All that's left is KK in a 1v3 with utility on site. If they can hold out long enough to allow for a detonation, they will win the round. But it's going to have to be a push here and now. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get the double they were looking for, so this spike will be defused without any sort of problem.
I detonate. You don't.
Another well-earned round there for the side of the defenders. And earned economy too. Much needed for them to survive in the coming rounds. If this keeps up, we will go into overtime. However, nothing is really standing out to me to say that that's going to happen as a definite. Right now, I'm thinking to myself more that the attackers, alright, things are starting to go a little right. Let's try something else. We've been very split to start so far, trying to take up mid and everything else. Let's just go stack, push in as we did in earlier rounds, and just win it. Here we go. The smoke is down and out. And taking a look at Omi, who's going to have to make a swing immediately. A beautiful swing at that, might I add. But is getting pressured out immediately. Is able to shut down the Clove, which is huge for them. And swinging from the side here is scarier. It's a 2v2. However, you have to get rid of those knives. Empress versus Killjoy. Who's going to come out on top? 22 bullets in a dream. Can they get this limb here? The eye is gone, but the angle is held, giving Reyna full control.
Match point.
We're in match point territory, ladies and gentlemen. And it's all come down to this. It's 12-6, and honestly, I think there's going to be a shutout here. Tons of ults available for either side. It will come down to who uses what first and how effectively they are used. Aggression plays a part, but you have to be smart aggressive, not reckless. Reckless aggression is pushing up through mid expecting no one to stop you every time. Smart aggressive is to do it the first time, then wait for your opponents to out-position themselves. Going to be looking for John Sen here. Gets the spray laid down with a triple kill, no less. And now going to be playing aggressively. That's the quad. Can they get the ace? Has to reload just in time. You should not be teleporting into there. You need to play it back and safe. You have to make sure that you stay alive here in this situation. It's still Arena. You all are stacked, but can you get the ace? He gets the ace!
Go ahead. Call me tech support again.
What a play there from John Sen. From bottom of the leaderboard, climbing on up there from earlier maps. Great hold down. Got a bit lucky there with some of the sprays as you were swinging on more than one target at once, but you take it at the end of the day. Now that you're going to be seeing here that you built up your economy and saved your team another round, it's 12-7, but it's still match point. You can't get loose now. Knife going to be deployed here early on, but maybe not as early as we were expecting. It's going to detain 2, allowing them intel as Scarier is able to take out 1. All ultimates available for the side of the defenders here, but it's really going to be coming down to this engagement up through mid. Can they find someone at this push? No siree. In fact, they're playing it slow and safe as possible. Scarier, your best bet is not to push up here. You need to sit back. As the rest of the team is now going to be rotating on through mid. Mid is going to be the way that they take control here. Will they do it? Without losing one themselves. Smoke allows Reyna to pass for free, but they may just go up through the catwalk. They mark John and Sen, and they could commit on the push there if they desire to. But that's not going to be the case here, as we're going to be seeing a swing here through the tree and garden. Just a matter of time before someone pushes through and the smoke dissipates. Just waiting for when it happens. Smoke's down. It's go time. Just missing the shot there, but they're able to make the trade up. Now coming around the side here with Reyna as bars falls. So does Karen's, and it's now going to be a rush push. They're coming down through mid here and caught on all different angles here. Clove cannot stand the firepower. 12-8 here, still match point, but I keep saying it. And we're going to have to see something here. Something's going to have to break eventually. We've seen the matchup with gun to gun, but it hasn't really actually amounted to much. It's really been rotation from these defenders, playing it safe, playing it slow, and not getting ahead of themselves. Each time they get ahead of themselves, they risk more of losing than they do of winning. So being able to see them play patient and force AFFiX to get too aggressive is a really good strategy here. Playing here in the boathouse, has to be very careful. Good setup of frag grenades. But what's this? You're going to see Hunter's Fury here now. Marks 2 and takes out the opposing Hunter Fury as lockdown was destroyed. And now you have the defenders lockdown here put on in. They almost take a bit too much cover fire there, I might add. Will we see any detained? No siree. But it does zone them. And now there's about a minute left on the clock. So it was a great 30 seconds passed for the side of the defenders here. As for the attackers here, AFFiX now just has to commit to the push here. Will they be able to do it? Oh, we'll see. As soon as they pass on through, time to lay down the fire. Woo-wee! Omi able to find the triple with the quad. What a play there, being able to just wait and have your reticle at the perfect placement to swing back and forth to catch everyone coming on through. Great plays by you there. Now we do see that they have purchased an AWP. Scarier. Don't get me wrong, I see you have the AWP in hand. Is the AWP worth it here? Let's be honest, is it really worth it in this game right now? Because yes, you can get one shot, one kill, but you need to not die, and you need to be consistently getting shots. If you cannot do that, you should not have the AWP, especially in this high tense scenario where it's all on the line with match point. Coming around with the wrap here is Bacon, and this could be disastrous here. Oh, it's just a matter of time. Does get the pick, but does get caught out by Reyna. Reyna should have been able to take him on down them here and now. And now getting caught out in the open. They're freaking out. They need to switch over to their pistol. They take down Clove. And they're looking to take down Reyna, but they could not in time. The overload is an AFFiX. Barcode is knocked down. Can they save KO in time? That they are doing, so they can get a 3v1 situation here. Very advantageous against Karen's, who only has 5 hit points. Unless they get the headshot, no siree, another defender win. With that, we are looking at another full buy here, and they saved the AWP for Scarier. I'll give you that. You saved the AWP. But again, is this the... I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's the play here. Especially given that your team is doing very, very well just playing it safe with regular rifles. You keep getting a pick and you get a crucial pick. By all means, terrific. Keep it up. But it has to be as consistent as possible. Now going to be looking for the swing here. Just misses! The headshot there. That is going to be disastrous for the side of the defenders, especially as you have no knives out to work with. And you do hit them with the knives, but now the spike is planted and danger's afoot. Coming around from underneath here, you are going to be seeing Jet trying to set up into position. And this is where things could turn from bad to worse. Waiting for a moment. They have to shut down Reyna immediately to make sure they don't get caught out by the AWP alone. This is going to have to be something coming in here. Will we possibly see an ult coming out from the Omen? That might be the play, but uncertain for sure. Does catch Barcode, not able to get Reyna. And ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be it. The finals have been won by AFFiX. Takes the championship. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much everyone for tuning in. We are finally coming to a close. I'll read off the top 3. AFFiX has finished in first place with PDS 2 in second. And third place is Revolver. Thank you so much again for tuning in. My name's Saminami. You can find me on Twitch or Twitter, of course, at SOMINOMI. I'm not hard to find. It's a very unique name. And with that, I'll see you all later. Bye-bye!